Not Trying to Catch Feelings by Tyla Walker.
Does that offer for coffee still stand?
Maybe. Depends.
Oh, really? On what?
Whether or not it's going to end like last time.
You mean with a steamy audiobook from TylaWalker.com?
Not just any audiobook, sweetheart. One we get for 40% off with the code SAVE40.
I don't see why that can't be arranged. You might even convince me to buy a bundle and stack that 40% discount on the already discounted price.
You always know how to get me going.
You know it, baby.
This is Tyla Walker's Not Trying to Catch Feelings.
Chapter 1. Monroe. The wheels of my suitcase rumble across the hot tarmac as I head out of Departures to look for my car. It's good to be back, though I definitely won't forget that trip in a hurry. It's not every day you get to play matchmaker for the Prince of Cordonia. Most girls dream of being the princess, but for me, matchmaker extraordinaire, I make it my mission to find the princess, which is precisely what I did in this case. Within 6 months, they had fallen in love and had the wedding of their dreams. In fact, it was probably the wedding of every woman's dreams. That's why I'm the hottest agent at L'Amour and why I get the most elite clients. Since moving from LA to San Diego, it's become my profession after spending 4 years there making a living for myself. It's not what I thought I would be doing with my life, but I'm damn good at it, and the paycheck proves it. "Miss Hayes?" asks a well-groomed chauffeur who steps towards me. "Yes," I reply, glad that I won't be waiting around. "Can I take your case?" he asks. "That would be great, thank you." He opens the door for me before taking my case and depositing it into the trunk, taking great care as he does. This I'm grateful for. I mean, it is designer. Though he's the consummate professional, he's still friendly, and we chat casually on the way home. I can't tell him the ins and outs of my trip, as he's not the only professional in the car after all. The L'Amour agency prizes confidentiality above all else. It's also one of the many things that I pride myself on. 6 months is a long time away from home. Cordonia sounds great, but your family must have missed you, he muses. I swallow hard and act nonchalant. "Oh, I don't have much family," I say. "The main person is my best friend, Kelly. I can't wait to see her." Warmth floods my chest as I think about being with her in just a few minutes. As co-workers and neighbors, we've been friends for years, almost inseparable until the time I had to leave. Thankfully, he doesn't press me any further about my family, instead talking about his. His daughter in particular has a dance recital coming up, and he couldn't sound more proud of her if he tried. It's obvious how much he values her. And though it's heartwarming to hear his blatant adoration for her, I can't help but notice the envy that stabs at my heart. If only I'd had a father like this. But that wasn't meant to be for me, no matter how hard I might have wished for it. Even though there's no point going over it. I don't imagine the day will ever come when that absence doesn't weigh heavily on my soul. I hope the recital is everything that she hopes it will be, I say as we pull up. I can just tell she's going to make you so proud. "She already does," he says, his face beaming back at me in the rearview mirror. It's another dagger to my heart, but I'm used to them now. The most I can do is celebrate when I see such love and affection between a father and his daughter. I tip him well. Then he retrieves my luggage for me, thanking me for my generosity. "Oh my God, look at you," Kelly cries, throwing herself at me and enveloping me in the biggest, most sincere hug before my chauffeur has even pulled away. For a few moments, we just embrace, and it's only now that I realize how much I missed her. It's been a long trip, 6 months. Luckily for me, she was here to take care of my place. Even better, she's here when I return. I don't think I've ever been so glad to see someone. Eventually, we make our way inside, and she helps me with my luggage. Stepping into my apartment, It almost seems surreal. I mean, the place is nice, but it's nothing compared to the grandeur of the residences I frequented in Cordonia. Still, it's good to be back. This is home after all, and it's mine. The place looks great, thanks so much, I say, noticing how well maintained it is. Not only that, but she's placed fresh flowers around the apartment and stocked up the refrigerator and cupboards for me. I've literally been through the door a few minutes when Kelly comes into my room with my cell. "You're pinging," she says. Rolling my eyes, I take it from her to see it's a message from my boss. Groaning, I open it and scroll through. "You have to be kidding me. I've just touched down." "Work?" she asks. "Yes, work," I say just a bit too sharply. "Sorry, I'm just tired," I add sheepishly, glancing up at Kelly. Thankfully, she seems unbothered by my tone, and I can't help but feel grateful for her friendship all over again. "I don't doubt it. You've not even given the jet lag a chance to show its head." "Tell me about it." I honestly can't believe my boss is on my case already. Having just spent the last 6 months on a hellish mission, pairing a Don Juan and a headstrong princess. I mean, I'm good, but a girl needs a break sometimes. "What's the client's name?" Kelly asks. "Another big shot?" "Of course it is. I always get the big shots. They pay big bucks, but they come with big egos. I'm so tired and annoyed that I haven't even checked." I rub at my temples as I read through the email closer. "It's Tyler Evans," I announce. As I say the name out loud, it hits me. I'm suddenly alert, and my heart is pounding like I've just done a 10-mile run. Could it be the same one? It's not an uncommon name, but there aren't many that have the means to access a service like ours. Maybe it is the Tyler Evans I knew, the very one who I left in the past. My heart is beating like it's about to burst out of my chest. If it's the same one, why can't he just stay in the past?
Chapter 2. Tyler. Another day at the office of Prestige Inc. The meeting I just left was just as boring as the previous one and the one before that. As CEO of this place, I'm well aware that I shouldn't be feeling this way, but there's just something else on my mind these days, eating away at the flames that used to keep the fire inside me well stoked. Back at my office, I collapse into my chair, swiveling around to look at the view over San Diego. What the hell am I going to do? It suddenly hits me that I could lose all of this if I don't come up with the goods. It's an unfamiliar feeling. I never lose, and I always know what course of action to take to make sure it's not even a possibility. Reluctantly, I return to the piles of documents on my desk that require my attention. I begin to add my signatures where required and scan through areas that need more attention before I'm ready to commit my name to it. But it's no use. The conversation with my grandfather, the one that has distracted me from everything else, is still alive and kicking in my mind. How could it not be? There's still a part of me that can't believe he would take things this far, that he'd actually decide to threaten my inheritance and the position that I more than earned in this corporation if I don't get married soon. Not only that, but if I fail to deliver on this, then my uncle will be the one that will take what is rightfully mine. He'll be given the CEO position and the company I've labored so hard for, unless I find a wife. My hands ball into fists as I repeat this once again to myself. Not in this lifetime. I'm not the only one who thinks this is outrageous. When I told Leighton, one of my closest and most brilliant friends, I was surprised to see that he was almost as furious as me. That's when he suggested a way out, and I decided to take it. Now all I have to do is take his advice and put this in the hands of L'Amour, an exclusive matchmaking agency. I gave them my preferences, and they will see to the business end of finding me someone who can help get me out of this potential mess. I mean, it can't be that hard. All I need is a pretend wife. The office door opens abruptly without so much as a knock or announcement, and I don't even need to look up to know it's my secretary, Sean. He's the only one that gets to enjoy such courtesies. He's my right-hand man, and I can always trust him to deliver. I received a message back from the head of L'Amour, and she said Kay accepted the mission, he says. Kay is known as the matchmaking maven. She never fails to do her job smoothly. All sounds a bit James Bond, I say sarcastically. He's used to my demeanor and doesn't even flinch at my words. Underneath, I'm glad that this process is finally underway. The faster this gets started, the faster this is over. Here, he says, handing me some papers that contain more of the details. The mysterious Kay has a profile all of her own, a sort of advertising calling card that helps her clients get to know more about her and get to know the matches that she makes. Browsing through, she gives details of her age, achievements, likes, and dislikes, and I'm suddenly reminded of someone from a long time ago. I push the thought aside. It can't be. Ask about this woman's availability tonight. I'd like to meet her as soon as possible, I order. I need to get this up and running. There's no time to waste when it comes to securing my future. Sure, I'm already on it, he says, tapping away on his tablet. He's usually 2 steps ahead of me with these things, which is why I value him so much. Meanwhile, I continue looking over the documents that he's provided me with. Weird, I say, and I didn't realize that it was actually allowed. What is? Asks Sean, looking down at me confused. Oh, nothing, I reply. Just reminds me of... I'm glad when his device pings so that I don't have to answer that question. Confirmed, he says. First consultation is tonight at Estella. Nice, I say, impressed with the obvious good taste of whoever this woman is. It's one of the most famous restaurants for miles. Good work, Sean, I say. I need this settled as soon as possible. It will be, I'm certain, he says, before pinging me the details of the meeting and leaving as abruptly as he came in. I spend the rest of the day more hopeful than I have been since my grandfather's little chat. Now that things are up and running, I'm sure I can secure this deal in record time. How hard can it be? I've been tapping my fingers against the table so much that the people seated at the table next to me are starting to give me some withering looks. 10 minutes and still waiting. This is not the best start to this business arrangement. There are so many things that I'm good at, but waiting isn't one of them. Taking another look at my Rolex, my foot starts to tap too. It's all I can do not to actually watch the ticking of the hands. Can't people just be on time these days? But then I'm taken from frustration to something much more welcome when the scent of luxury perfume, infused with lavender, dances around my nose. I'm snapped back to the present moment as a woman quickly takes her place at the table across from me. I apologize. Something came up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Evans. The woman now sitting opposite me is dressed in elegant corporate attire, just as I would expect. Her tawny black skin is complemented perfectly by her crisp, cream, satin blouse, and her dark hair is pulled back away from her face. Her hazel green eyes widen as soon as they lock onto mine, and I can't help but grin. It's been a long time, Monroe.
Chapter 3. Monroe. My heart is hammering so hard, it feels like it's going to escape from my ribcage. For 7 years, I've tried my best to forget this man. Now here I am sitting across a table from him, staring into those olive green eyes. He's the same Tyler, but different. Gone is the young guy who I once stood up just before college graduation, and here now is a man, all man. His frame has filled out, complete with what seem to be the muscles of a fitness model, and his chocolate brown hair is cut into a modern middle fade. But those curls are still there on top, and though his jawline looks stronger somehow, his face hasn't changed. He's still the Tyler I knew before. There's still that innocence to it, despite the fact he's huge now, both in physical and social stature. Yes, if he was eye candy before, he's even more so now. I can hardly tear my eyes away from him. I'm frustrated at myself for even thinking this. Surely I can't be attracted to him again. Not after so long. But he's always been the most attractive white man I've ever seen. Never thought your college degree would be in matchmaking, he says. His tone is the same as ever. That face could fool anyone, but underneath, he's like a shark, lurking beneath the water and just waiting to strike. Straddling the lines of patience and being professional, I make sure not to show him that he's gotten to me, while at the same time having to allude to our history together. Let's cut through the bullcrap, Mr. Evans. I am here for business, so let's act like professionals, shall we? He looks at me, those gorgeous eyes narrowed. And I don't know if I'm going to like what's coming next, but there's no escaping this now. Taking a deep breath through my nose, I wait for it. Then answer my question first. That day, why didn't you show up? His sudden question stuns me, rendering me speechless. Is he still caught up on that? I try not to think about how hurt he must have been. We met in Los Angeles at college, when just before graduation he left me a note telling me to meet him at our favorite spot, the secret swing in Elysian Park. When I didn't show, he called me countless times, but I never answered and blocked him. I never realized we would ever cross paths again, especially like this. It's been so long now, and though it was a difficult decision I made, it was the only one available to me. I forgot. I lie, trying not to act shaken. There's an uncomfortable silence, a few moments that seem to last hours until he finally breaks it. Forget about it, he says. I'm sorry I even mentioned it. There's sincerity in his voice, but his face tells a very different story. Something unknown lurks in his eyes that presses at places inside me that I wish would remain hidden. So, from what my secretary tells me, I'm supposed to be giving you an idea of the type of woman I'm looking for now. Shall we order and then get down to business? Yes. Yes, of course, I reply, glad that he's steering us away from any more uncomfortable talk of the past. Good. Then let's do what we came here to do. I'm sure both of us have heavy schedules. The way he shifts tone is quite impressive, if somewhat unnerving. But I go along with what he suggests as we place our order and conduct ourselves in a manner more befitting a business dinner. Once we've eaten, I listen to his requests regarding his preferences and what he's looking for from our agency and a woman. He's very forthcoming, and as I jot down the important details, I can't help but steal glances at him, thinking how lucky his potential matches are just for his looks alone. This guy is hotter than ever. You know, if you want to look at me, you don't have to act so shy about it, he says, that twinkle in his eyes bright and dancing. Oh, please, I am not. I would have to disagree with you, he continues. I am doing what I do with every client and observing. It's part of my job. He laughs and takes a sip of wine. If you say so. Yes, I do. So, if we can just get on with this, please? We take about another half hour, while I get all the initial information I usually take from a client on the first consultation. That's everything I need, I say. The office will send through any other information that you require, and for now, I'll start the ball rolling. He looks at me, his eyes piercing my own, and then reaches out across the table to shake my hand. When I take his hand in mine, an electrifying sensation shocks me to my core, and I pull back more hurriedly than I mean to. It's late, he says. Can I offer you a ride? If you need one, that is. His offer floors me further, but I find myself accepting. Before I know it, I'm sitting next to him in his car. When we get to my apartment, I'm relieved after the intensity of the evening. This was the last thing I was expecting. Sean will be in touch in a few days to follow up. In the meantime, if you need anything, he'll be happy to help you, he says. Thanks. I'll get working on this right away. I'm just about to leave when his professional, almost cold tone turns once again. Monroe, it's good that you became a full-fledged woman, but don't put on too much makeup. You look like a scarecrow, he calls. Unbelievable. You twerp? I snap back before turning and rushing into my apartment. Looks like Tyler Evans hasn't changed after all. He can act the big shot all he likes, but I know better.
Chapter 4. Tyler. I up the speed on my treadmaster, wanting to exhaust my body. But most especially, I want to exhaust my mind. I puff, I sweat, but it's no use. I can't get Monroe, a.k.a. L'Amour's matchmaker K, out of my mind. The one time I reach out to seek help with acquiring a partner, however contractual it may be, I somehow end up negotiating an intimate deal with the one woman I actually cared for so long ago. Me and Kismet are not pairing well. What are the odds of running into Monroe after all these years? My world is getting small enough to be claustrophobic. How am I going to do a marriage workaround with her by my side? I stop the treadmaster, get off, and towel the sweat from my face and chest. Monroe, why you? Of all people? I can't help but ask, even though no one is there to answer. My mind zips back to the day before. I can't stop the endless replay. The way our hands touched, electricity coursing through my skin. After all these years, I still haven't felt greater warmth or a better fit. I know she felt the connection too. I just know she did. But why did she pretend like the handshake was just another business deal signed and sealed? Does she despise me that much from our time in college? In the shower, I still can't tear my mind away, fixating on every detail of my encounter with Monroe again. In my mind's eye, I picture how she looked. Her long-ago college tomboy look has certainly transformed. Now she's a sculpted beauty Vincent DeMilo would have appreciated. I also note how her feistiness still lurks behind the softened facade, ready to strike. It makes me grin. I always liked that about her. I still do. I glance down at my Piaget waterproof watch and my eyes pop. I'm late. I jump from the shower, run into the walk-in closet, and pick something J. Crew executive casual to wear, something my grandfather will respect. The drive out to Casa Serenidad, my family estate on the coast outside of La Jolla, is a speedy jaunt. I keep the vinyl roof down on my chrome gold Ferrari, 458 Italia convertible, as I zip along the I-5 under a cloud-free sky. I whip on my Ray-Bans and throw the beast into high gear, not wanting to be late for the luncheon date with my grandfather, renowned billionaire Errol Evans III. I know the old man respects punctuality practically above everything else. With 3 minutes to spare before 1 o'clock, I swing into the circular drive. The 3-tiered water fountain feature in the driveway island happily gurgles. Grandfather's doorman switches places with me behind the seat and takes the helm to park the vehicle in the multi-level garage. I jog into the Spanish-style villa as the palm tree fronds swish a pleasant hello. I find my grandfather lounging 3 patio levels down at a grand glass and wrought iron table which sits under a large umbrella poolside. I grin when I see what's in front of the Raterie, all the day's morning papers from all the major cities around the world. E, as I call him as the old man doesn't like to be reminded that he's a grandfather, considers himself retired on paper only, and keeps an evil eye on the global economic pulse. Over cracked crab and champagne, I talk shop with E as the pool quietly shimmers in the background. I know E wants to know the quarterly figures from Prestige, Inc. I begin my recitation, but he quickly interrupts. He puts down his crab fork and looks me straight in the eyes. Listen, boy, your grandmother and I aren't getting any younger. It's time you got yourself a wife and give us an heir and a spare. I want to know the family dynasty is intact before I and my better half go to the great executive office in the sky. I put down my fork as well. A bit sheepish, I try to stammer out a reply. Yes, E, I appreciate your... E interjects, blithe to the fact that I am talking. Now, what about Elton's daughter, that adorable creature? What's her name again? You mean Michelle? Right. That's the one. How about them tasty apples? Oh, I don't know. Well, kid, she's a sought-after bachelorette from what your grandmother tells me. And she's established her name in business at such a young age, so you know she's a go-getter. I'd hate for you to be stuck with some lazy gold digger, you know? Now you just say the word, and I'll arrange for you two to get together. Maybe here at the Casa for sunset cocktails. That would be nice. Hey, I'm all for that meeting. Me too. do it, Tyler! My mother and my sister Tiana jump into the conversation. They walk down the stairs to join the luncheon party and the talk over my love life, much to my chagrin. Tiana sits right beside me and winks. No, seriously, Ty. I've heard nothing but positive things about Michelle. She's one of those perfect girls who does it all. Well, perfectly. I should be jealous and annoyed, but she's too nice. Tiana laughs. I can tell you this. That chick won't be on the market for long. I take up my damask white linen napkin and wipe the side of my lips slowly, giving myself more time to choose my words carefully. I know it has to be a mix of a soft no and a hard why. Thank you all for your caring and valuable input on my love life, but it turns out I already have someone in mind for the prestigious job of being my wife. I smirk. Mouths are agape all around the table. I laugh. I can't remember when my family was ever this quiet all at once. My phone buzzes, interrupting the satisfying moment of shock. I pull it from the breast pocket of my sports blazer. I look down at the text. It's from Monroe, and my eyes pop again. Come get me, now. GPS location attached.
Chapter 5. Monroe. My mind is reeling. I'm at a loss. I walk down the street from the Little Haven, the 3-story house transformed into San Diego's premier children's orphanage, which I have volunteered at for the last 3 years. As my feet carry me forward, I ruminate on the last meeting with the head director. To say the orphanage is suffering a monetary crisis is to understate the severity of the situation. Monroe, it's got to the point we simply can't meet the needs of our 55 youngsters. Our government resources are beyond tight. They no longer get us through the fiscal year, and our public donations are down, despite yours being so generous. Come next month, I really don't know what we'll do. And then I see the worst sign of all. The head director wringing her hands. I know when the woman makes that gesture, it means the budget has landed in the red zone. Halfway down the block, the skies open up, and I am caught in a downpour. I throw the day's newspaper over my head and run toward the nearest coffee shop to take shelter under the awning. The cafe is closed, something on the sign about repairs. Just my luck. The rain slams down in sheets, each drop like a tiny spear, the storm threatening to become hail. I try to peek out from under the awning, only to get pelted and utterly soaked in an instant. By this point, I am soaking and cold. If I don't get shelter soon and a chance to dry off, pneumonia will rear its ugly head. Of all the days to leave my car at home in favor of walking. I hate dealing with traffic, so when the weather is pleasant, I sometimes opt to travel on foot. Guess I let myself get fooled today. I fish my cell out of my purse and look at the battery level. Down to 15%. Okay, 1 call, 2 max, I'll try Kelly. The phone rings several times with no answer. I quickly hang up. 12% left. Okay, who else do I know in town right now? Then I remember Tyler's business card in my coat pocket. I retrieve it and quickly try to text, thinking that'll save battery time. The thought of asking Tyler for help irks me to no end, but I swallow my pride. I must. I'm realizing I'd rather face him than freeze out here. Alone, my phone buzzes to announce a text back. Coming. Minutes later, which feel like hours, a bass engine roar fills my ears. A speeding object, its chrome gold paint job still blinding in the overcast light, pulls up beside me. Its 12 mighty cylinders and 800 horsepower engine is literally vibrating my inner core. The driver's side door rears up, and Tyler gets out. He pops a mini umbrella and approaches me. I gather you're one of those free spirits I hear about in this town who never checks the weather forecast. Tyler smirks and makes room for me under the domed shield. Tyler, do you know where you live? San Diego doesn't have weather. Why would I check a forecast? I sneak under the umbrella, careful not to touch Tyler's shoulder. He looks up with a quizzical expression. What do you call this wet stuff? He puts his hand out and it gets drenched. Well, sometimes it rains, but I wouldn't call it weather. More of a coastal haze clear out. I try to ignore the heat in my cheeks. I am embarrassed, not even believing my own spin, but I will not back down to him. Just then, a car wheels too close to the sidewalk, hits a puddle, and rockets a fountain of water at us. Tyler pulls me back toward the cafe window, and he gets soaked instead. I am shocked at first, but soon erupt into fits of laughter. Now, I'm not the only one who looks like a drowned rat. Tyler shrugs his shoulders, ignoring my laughter, and helps me into the passenger side. He hops in and drives me home. Despite the fact that I was just laughing, it doesn't take long for guilt to overcome me. Listen, Tyler, you went out of your way to rescue me, then you get soaked in the process. Why don't you come in, get dried off, and wait out the storm till you drive home? I don't have any clothes that would fit you, but I can offer you a hot drink. Wow, that would be great. As it happens, I have extra clothes in my car. I was supposed to spend the night at my family's estate. Perfect. Follow me. With luggage in his hand, Tyler follows me up to my third-floor apartment. After we both change into dry clothes, we sit on the living room sectional sofa to wait out the storm. I make some hot coffee to warm us both up. Between gazing out the picture window and taking sips of brew, there's an uncomfortable silence between us. Monroe, I'll be blunt, my time as a single man is running out. The longer I wait to get married, the bigger risk I take in losing my inheritance and social status. If I employ you to be my matchmaker, us working so closely together, well, I don't think it'll make for a positive outcome for me. I know what and who I want as a wife to be by my side, and that's you. My eyes pop. Tyler, I don't think you've... He edges closer. No, you don't understand. It'll be a straight-up deal. I'll compensate you well for your willingness to act as my partner. We can write up prenuptial agreements so we both know what we're facing. If you wish to get a divorce after 1 or 2 years with me, no problem. It'll be yours. What do you think? My jaw drops, and my stomach does a complete reversal, and my emotions, all of them, stick in my throat. Him and me? Us? How awkward we are with one another, and yet he sounds so confident in the deal. He must be more nuts than I thought back in college. 7 years of not seeing each other for 1 second, and he dares to offer me this. A sham marriage. Unbelievable. I stare at Tyler, examining his every facial tic. There are none. I glance down at his hands and I see him twiddling his thumbs. That's a stressor tell if I've ever seen one. This guy may be human after all.
Chapter 6. Tyler. I sneeze, then sneeze again. Earlier, Sean had brought over some prestige financials I need to go over while I'm working from home. I know I can do this. Be sick and work. It'll be just like cramming for university exams back in the day while being sick. Then I remember I was younger then. With clammy hands, I shuffle through the documents, and each page sticks to my skin. It's enough to make me ponder where being with Monroe once more has gotten me. Wow. I go out of my way to rescue the most stubborn woman I've ever met in my whole life, and what do I get in return? A bad case of the flu and Monroe mocking my genuine offer of marriage. Worse yet, saying she'll think about it instead of giving me a joyous yes. Wow. Just wow. Money and power aren't working on this forward chick, that's for sure. Then I sneeze again. I grab the box of tissues on the desk. By the time I'm finally done sneezing, the tissues, all scrunched up in slimy balls, bury the documents I'm supposed to be analyzing. My watery eyes can barely see the ink print. All the 6s look like 9s and all the 2s look like FS. What's the use? I give up. With shaky arms and legs, I crawl out of my desk chair, walk 3 feet and stop, wheezing and struggling to breathe. I hug my chest. Every bone in my body is screaming bloody murder, and I feel like one of the characters from the TV series, The Walking Dead, and that's an improvement. The previous 2 days I couldn't even walk. My bed was both my home and office and the only place I saw. Okay, body, wise up. Stop being such a pansy. I'll give you a walk and some fresh air if you just work with me. You and I have no time for this bug thing. I put a robe on and, like some crazy mafia godfather evading the cops, shuffle outside and stand. I'm swaying back and forth at the front entrance to my Coronado Island condo when my blurry vision catches a car coming up the drive. It's Monroe. I'd know her Ford Focus anywhere. I watch her get out and come up the walk, carrying 2 plastic bags. Nurse Nightingale is here to save the day, Mr. Sicky Pants. I have food and medicine and 3 boxes of tissue, and a thermometer and a heating pad and something the pharmacist said would conk you out at night so you can get some rest. Monroe opens the bag for me to see all the paraphernalia. She flashes a toothy smile. I groan. I could say no. I could reject her offer to help and be stubborn like her. But I'm too sick to fight. I think I'll smile meekly, nod, and let her follow me in. This close to death. What will pride get me? I give up, waving for Monroe to follow. She takes my arm and helps me inside like an invalid. Still, it's hard to argue when I know I'm wheezing and shuffling like an old man. I hope she at least feels guilty about what she's done. When I am safely tucked back in bed, she brings me a tray with a glass of orange juice, chicken soup, and a lineup of over-the-counter meds to swallow. She spoon-feeds me the soup and helps me swallow the meds with the juice. All the while, I analyze her expression. I can see just what I hoped for. She is drowning in guilt. I try my best not to smile, which, as it happens, comes easy because even my lips hurt. Monroe takes away the tray and hands me another box of tissues. Surprisingly, she takes my hand in hers. Oh gosh, Tyler, this is all my fault. You're so sick. It's all because of me and my whiny self not wanting to get wet and sick. Now here you are, seriously ill. I look up at her sincere expression, and the satisfaction I felt earlier at her guilt stops cold. I can tell she truly means what she says. Every word sends pleasure bolts to my heart and warms my soul better than her tasty chicken soup. I want to sit up and tell her it's not her fault. After all, I chose to pick her up and rescue her from the rain. And what's more, I wanted to. Right now, I am too exhausted to even get the words out. I don't have the energy to cheer her up, so I just weakly pat her hand. Rest now, Tyler. I'll stay until the meds kick in. I offer a weak smile. Soon my eyelids get heavy and I begin to doze off. I am not quite asleep, but I am also not completely awake either. I can feel Monroe shifting around to see if I'm really asleep. Then I hear her footsteps walking toward the door. A part of me wants to call out, to say thank you for coming, to say goodbye, to say something. But I'm just so tired, and my brain is too fuzzy to cooperate. I listen to her walk away, and soon I feel my body relax so much that I'm sure I'll be out soon. But then I hear her footsteps coming the other direction. Back to me, it sounds like. Before I know it, I feel her hands tugging on my blanket, tucking me in tightly. I can sense her eyes on me staring down, and then she whispers, "I'm sorry I lied. I came that day, I did. It's just, I hear the words, and they startle me enough that I wake up a bit. But now I do not want to let her know that I am not asleep, the way she thinks I am. So I continue to feign unconsciousness, my mind in overdrive. Monroe, why are you talking to a sleeping person? What are you trying to say? When did you lie? On what day? To me? The next thing I feel is something plump and warm brush over my forehead. It's Monroe. Her scent is so near. She gives me a goodnight kiss and leaves my bedroom for good, closing the door. When I hear the door latch behind her, my eyes pop open. My heart practically thumps out of my chest. What the heck was that? What did that kiss mean? Was it a motherly or a womanly kiss? How in the world am I supposed to sleep now?
Chapter 7. Monroe. I go about my day, first stopping in at Lemoore to see if all our clients' needs are being met. Thankfully, they are. One stop down, one to go. Then I hop in my car again and drop by Little Haven to get my fix of little kid love. After the horrible result with Tyler, I need a buckle full of hugs and kisses from the little ones. Unconditional love, the best kind. I haven't slept a wink thinking about how sickly I made Tyler. All because I think I'm the Wicked Witch of the West and will melt in a tiny bit of water. Can you be any more pathetic, Ro? Behind the wheel, my mind flashes to the previous night when I put Tyler to bed. Why did I kiss him? What was I thinking? Was it some kind of mother complex or something? Geez, am I ever glad he was asleep when I did it. He'd think me a lunatic. Yet the strangest thing happens. Every time my mind wanders back to the scene, my heart pounds and I shiver. No, Ro, it's not the signs of puppy love. You're probably catching the same bug. Overanalyze much? A buzzing noise draws my attention down to my phone. It's Tyler, and he sent a straightforward text. You nursed me back to health. Back at work. Full steam? My offer is still open. It's all I can do to focus on the road ahead after that open-ended message. I'm thrilled Tyler is up and around and back to health. But the offer part is still disturbing to say the least. I wonder why he can't pick some other customer from Lemoore's list. Just once, I'd like my life to run hassle-free. I pull up in front of the orphanage, and before I can put my car into park, the little kids burst out the front door, tear down the steps, and open my car door. Immediately, I'm flooded with outstretched arms, wet kisses, and bright smiles. The kid attack lightens my heart. Man, I needed this more than I thought. I think they saved me more than I saved them. For an hour, I drop my personal troubles and play with the kids in the large day room like I'm one of the playful pack. I get down on my knees and dress Barbie dolls, assemble Hot Wheels tracks, and upend sand in the sandbox with Tonka trucks. Amid the play and simple kid talk, my worries evaporate like they never lived. Sunshine, whose rays always come through the side door, suddenly disappears. I notice the change in light and look up. It's Vivian, the orphanage head director. It's not only her presence, but her mood darkening the door. I instantly know something is amiss, as Vivian is always a ray of sunshine whenever I see her. I hand the Tonka front-end loader to little Jimmy, get up, and walk over to the woman. I see Vivian's eyes are red, and she's fiddling with a tissue in her hand. I sigh. This will be a chance to face some kind of music I'd rather not hear. What's wrong, Vivian? I can tell you've been crying. Come sit over here. I lead her to a bunch of little kid chairs lined up against the window. Vivian sits in a red one, while I choose a purple seat. For a time, Vivian stares out at the busy kids like she's seeing ghosts. Then she inhales deeply and speaks in emotion-choked stutters. Monroe, we're in big trouble. I found out from an email today that our landlord is going to sell the property. What? Why? I thought we had a year's lease here. We did. It's been a year plus a day. The lease is over. So the guy waits a full day to drop the shoe. Nice. Why's he selling? Did he say? Something about this land being more valuable than the building on it, and some businessman has offered a bundle? Supposedly, this big wig wants to build a strip mall here and tear this old building down. I can see Vivian is at the point of tears again. Did the landlord give us any recourse at all? Yes, he did. Well, sort of. He said we could make a counteroffer and buy the property ourselves, but that's a complete joke. We can barely make the monthly rent as it is. My stomach falls and I feel sick. My mind is reeling for solutions but producing no answers. Monroe, what else can I do? I've already sunk all my savings into this place, and there's no way I can tell the kids the news. I can't save their lives only to have them homeless again and back on the streets. Vivian quickly wipes away her tears lest one of the kids notice. Oh, Vivian. If this place didn't have bad luck, it wouldn't have any luck at all. I already donated to supply the kids with their necessities. I don't want them homeless any more than you do. What else can I do? We both sit there, unable to speak. I know there's no point to words if they won't offer any answers. Then Tyler's offer springs to my mind. I inhale, taking in deep breaths to calm my fractured mind. Vivian, I might have a solution. Really? Maybe. Hang on. If there's one person I can count on to help me, it's Tyler. I'll do this for the kids, even if it risks heartbreak again. I have no other choice. I grab my cell and write out a text. I notice my thumbs are shaking, but I ignore the tremor. Then I look back at Vivian. Now we wait. We sit in silence, one of us expectant, the other one confused. Then my phone buzzes. It's Tyler. I am afraid to look at the screen, but I force my eyes to stare. Tonight. My place. 7 sharp. So, tell me, what's going on? I need to know. I look up to see Vivian's pleading eyes. In that moment, I swallow my last bit of pride and dignity. There's no turning back. The marriage agreement with Tyler is on.
Chapter 8. Tyler. I'm a man who has been admired by countless women the world over. They've told me they want to be mine, experience my warmth in bed, and even carry my child. But as I look at her now, the beauty she is inside and out, there's only ever been one woman for me. 7 years ago, right this minute. Forever. It's Monroe Hayes, the gorgeous essence sitting so close beside me. Her lavender-scented perfume mixing with her body heat is driving me wild. It's all I can do to stop myself from reaching over and... Monroe glances up from her prenuptial paperwork and flashes a glare. Hasn't anyone ever told you staring is rude? How about you return to the matter at hand and get your eyes back on your own paper? One word from this woman and my ego dies. How does she do that? Maybe she's a witch. Yes, witchy woman. I just smile and nod, licking my lips. My body temperature is fiery hot. I know it's best not to look too long into her deep green eyes lest my soul drowns. I clear my throat and revert to business as much as my thumping heart will allow. I finish filling out my own contract, lean forward, and begin to discuss the conditions I have on my end. While I talk, Monroe stays silent. I can't decide if that's good news or bad. To fill the void, I satisfy my curiosity by asking the ultimate question. So, what are you going to do with your windfall from this deal? It's not integral to the contract, of course. I'm simply curious. Monroe looks up from her paper and calmly, slowly, puts down her pen. I can't help but think the way she does each action is cold, calculated, distanced. I twiddle my thumbs under the table. Tyler, as you stated, such details are not integral to the prenups. What we do with our ends of the deal is our business. With all due respect, I think you should mind yours, and I'll mind mine. I straighten up. The romantic notions dancing in my head minutes ago have flatlined at her brusque dismissal. And as far as I can tell, no defibrillator will give them back the breath of life. Okay, fine. My business, yours. How about we go over the parameters? Yes, by all means. I gulp. I didn't think she'd want to really go there tonight. Another bluff, she calls. First up, how about we discuss the sleeping arrangements? What will be our SOP? SOP? Standard operating procedure. Monroe looks at me like I have 3 heads and all of them are robotic. I flash her an innocent-looking smile. I know she thinks I'm a moron or worse, made of stone. If she only knew. Monroe clears her throat, folds her hands, lays them on the table, and looks soberly into my eyes. Well, we could get one of those split king beds which separate into 2 singles mattresses. Then with company we throw the beds together to make them look like one bed. But in private we pull them apart. That seems like a solid compromise to me. It's my turn to look at Monroe as if she has 3 heads. Are you serious? You mean one of those old fogey beds where they raise and lower and separate? You've got to be kidding. No, I am not kidding, as you say. And while we're on this intimacy topic, I suggest we keep our own bathrooms. You have several in your place. I could take the upper ensuite while you take the ground-level bath. Does that seem fair? I sit back in my chair. My face reddens. I exhale, trying my best not to blow an emotional gasket. So we can't even share a bathroom now. Why? Do you have girl cooties? I smirk. Girl cooties. I'll give you cooties, all right. That's why I asked. I'm afraid you might. Papers fly, voices rise, and the bickering goes on and on and on. Everything is up for debate, from where we will sit at dinner time to how often we should be seen in public, to when we should touch. The last topic gets my heart thumping again, and I curse my hormones for the reaction. Listen, if we don't do a good job of faking this marriage, my grandfather will get smart to the ruse. Then I'll be booted off the estate accounts, which, by the way, is where your payment is coming from, so I'd rethink your no-man's-land approach to our coupling. It's Monroe's turn to lean back in her chair and exhale like a punctured balloon. Compromises are made. Caveats and addendums are added and initialed. Signatures are swapped. Then, as a newly minted couple, we seal the deal with a heavy dose of Jim Beam on the rocks. I like to think it is a celebration, but Monroe looks like she is drowning in my victory. Time ticks by on the Swiss grandfather clock, and after many refills of her Waterford tumbler, Monroe falls asleep on the couch. Passes out, really. Stone-cold drunk. I smile. I can't believe my eyes. My beauty is truly sleeping here in my house. I gently pick her up and carry her to the guest room. Then I lay her down, covering her with the eiderdown quilt. I lean forward. This time it's my lips brushing her forehead, wishing her a good night. It's all I can do to close the door on her. I want to sit by her side and stare at her all night, so bad I can taste the want in my mouth. The joy of having her this close nearly brings me to tears. Finally, I close the door and tiptoe away. Once I reach the dining room where our contracts lay, I pick them up, slap them in my hands, and flash a smile reserved only for kiddies on Christmas morn. This is going to work. I feel it in my bones. I sense it in my heart. Finally, after 7 long years, a college no-show and a blocked phone, Monroe is mine.
Chapter 9. Monroe. I groan. Then I lift my head off the pillow and groan again. Room spinning, head aching, the light from the window piercing my bloodshot eyes. I am facing cranial trauma, otherwise known as a hangover. I put my fingers to my temples and massage them. I imagine I could feel worse, but am currently dumbfounded as to how. Wait. What? Whose room is this? Where am I? My sight clears, my brain lifts its fog, and I slowly remember what happened last night. The realization has my cheeks burning. Did I drink that much? What did I say? I always say stupid stuff when I'm drunk. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what I said. Geez, I'm still in Tyler's house, obviously, but not in his bed. Is that a good or bad thing? Stop asking questions, Ro. You're making your headache even worse. I turn to look at the nightstand, hoping it has a glass of water and a bulk supply of aspirin. Instead, I see a brown envelope with a pen lying on top. The envelope, I already know, contains the marriage contract we hammered out. I hike myself up in bed to sign the contract with a shaky hand, noticing Tyler has already signed. His signature is heavy with ink and confident looking. My signature, lighter and less so. My forehead creases when I spy a ring box sitting behind the document. The box is red leather and has Cartier embossed in gold. The sight is perplexing and amazing at the same time. I reach over and carefully open the box. It's a replica of Grace Kelly's engagement ring set in titanium with a 10.5 carat emerald cut flawless diamond and Cartier engraved on the inner band. With a slip of the perfectly sized ring on my wedding finger, our phony marriage is sealed. The ring is real, all right, but that's the limit. It's not just this marriage which is phony. Now I'm a phony. Ro, remember why you've agreed to do this? The orphans, right? Stop whining and accept your lot in life. Things could be worse. I don't know how exactly, but they could be, I guess. As much as I try to talk myself into my new reality, my psyche is craving a shower to scrub away the thought of using someone I once cared for, not to mention being used myself. Quid pro quo, tit for tat, and any other adage that fits. Right. I might as well be a high-priced sex worker, the way this is making me feel. Oh well, get up and take your pricey bauble for a shower. I hope my arm doesn't fall off from the weight of this ring. I finally winch myself out of bed and pad to the bathroom, the ring glinting in the sunshine. I see clothes set out on the counter that Tyler undoubtedly laid out for me to wear. A smart cream-colored business suit, expertly cut with matching high heels. I look at the designer tech Dior, and my cheeks heat at the thought of him knowing my favorite designer and my dress size. How does he know all this? Do I really want to know how he knows? Has he been with that many women he can gauge dress sizes? And I won't even voice the creep factor in him having women's outfits in his house ready to wear. I catch the firelight from the ring and remember how ruggedly good-looking and muscular Tyler is, and the creep factor ebbs away. No wonder there's been an endless line of women wanting to bed the guy. Good looks, oodles of money, designer outfits, and rings on tap. Stop thinking like that, Ro. You sound like a gold digger. I sigh, resign myself to my new phony life, disrobe and hit the shower. The warm water and soap dissolve my hangover and guilt to acceptable levels so I can start my day. After dressing, I head to the kitchen. No one is around. The place is quiet. Only the occasional hum from the stainless steel fridge and the 15-minute bong from the Swiss wall clock keep me company. I see a house key lying on the counter. It's a copy to Tyler's residence. I add it to my key ring and head home to start packing. I hope I can get in and out of the place before Kelly gets home, I mutter. I can't face her right now. If she catches me in the building, her looks, her questions, my head will explode. I'll message her later about my wonderfully fake marriage. It'll feel less humiliating that way. I arrive home and am thankful Kelly is nowhere in sight. I feel like a jerk, skirting around my bestie. But to face her with this news now before I've had a chance to fully swallow it myself is an emotional bridge too far. I shiver at the thought of what Kelly will say, the lecture she will give, the warnings, the fears. It's better this way. I'll keep turning that over and over in my head like a mantra until I believe it myself. I grab an energy drink from the fridge, head into my bedroom, pull out my luggage, and begin to pack up my things. I notice my entire world fits into 4 suitcases and 3 boxes. I'm unsure if that's minimalism at its best or the state of a sad and sorry life. Nervous exhaustion and the lingering hangover have me lay down on the bed amid all my clothes. Just a minute to rest my eyes. I think there's a mariachi band playing in my skull. I lay my head on the pillow and stare up at the ceiling. The reality of being in a marriage of convenience with Tyler Evans finally sinks in. The awareness hits my brain like it would if it were hitting a brick wall. Just as painful, just as messy. The ticking of my nightstand clock lulls me into a semi-comatose state. My eyelids grow heavy. They flutter, and without even knowing it, I fall asleep. The last memory I have before hitting dreamland is my voice cursing Tyler's name.
Chapter 10. Tyler. 2 months in, and I'm still amazed we're doing this. That I'm doing this. Being married was never something I aspired to be, having a fake marriage even less so. But if I'm going to do it with anyone, then she's the one. These last 2 months have seemed less fraught than I thought they would be. If anything, I'm intrigued by this strange arrangement that we have. I never thought I'd see her again, yet here she is, in my bed every night, even if she does place cushions down the center to separate us. My very own pretend wife. So, when are we losing the cushions? I tease one morning as she stretches and opens her eyes. She doesn't realize, but I wake a little earlier these days and just watch her sleeping. Sometime never, she says, rolling away from me. Though her back is to me now, I can tell she's closing her eyes again. She does this every morning, wringing out the last moments of rest before she has to get up. If anything has surprised me about her, it's this habit. She's always so punctual and professional, and then of course there's the clean freakery. But this is something that she lets slide. Nobody else would probably know this about her, but I do now. I'm off for a run before breakfast, I say. I'll leave you to lie in. I am not lying in, she says, almost annoyed. I'm just snoozing. In that case, I'll leave you to snooze, I reply, smiling to myself. It's these little things I'm enjoying getting to know. The small foibles and parts of her that she wouldn't share willingly. Maybe if you didn't snore all night, I wouldn't need to snooze, she groans. I do not snore. I see her shoulders shaking just slightly, and I realize I've been had. No more than you, anyway. How would you know if you're asleep? Because, she asks, flipping over to see the effect she's having on me. Run, I say, getting up and quickly making my way to my closet to grab my sweats. Yeah, that's it, you run, she teases, knowing she's got the better of me. I flash her a quick smile before I leave, and it's a genuine one. Because this is the type of exchange I've been enjoying since she moved in. Life must have been boring beforehand, and I just didn't realize it. When I get back from my run, I quickly take a shower before heading to my home office. Since Monroe moved in, I made it my business to work from home for a few weeks while we settle in together. Mainly because I just wanted to see how much she's changed over the years. It's spending time together like this that's shown me how headstrong she is. How if I thought she was going to be easy, I have another thing coming. Not that it bothers me. In fact, I quite like it. Being who I am means that I rarely get challenged. To others, I'm intimidating, but to her, I'm just the guy she knew a long time ago, before he was the billionaire mogul. And also annoying, it would seem. You'd better not have left those running shoes out in the bathroom again, she says as she passes my office. No, dear, I reply dryly. You know you missed your vocation. Instead of a billionaire CEO, you could have been a comedian, she says, popping her head around the door. And you could have been a professional organizer, I reply. I am, she says, looking at me like I'm an idiot. She always gets the better of me. Anyway, I've got some calls and a consultation later today, so I'll leave you to it, she says as a wave of her perfume wafts over me. See you later, honey, I reply, smirking to myself as I swivel in my chair with my back to her now. I suppose you will. I take it you'll have dinner waiting? Anything for you, I joke, knowing full well that I will. It's the way things are now, and I'm starting to get used to it. 62 days I've been able to keep Monroe to myself. But on the 62nd, I've been up for an hour when my phone rings and I notice my grandfather's number. I let it ring for a while before picking up. Tyler, I hear some congratulations are in order. Straight to the point as usual. Well, I'm glad you came to your senses finally and that you'll get to keep your inheritance and your role. Thanks, I say, trying not to dial down the sarcasm. So, when do I get to meet the young lady? For once, I'm lost for words and don't know what I should say, so I just fend him off with some talk about finding a date that suits us all because of how busy we are. It does the trick for now, and I manage to keep the call down to just a few minutes. At this point, I'm still frustrated with him for handing me ultimatums. When we're done, I head to the kitchen to make breakfast. 9. It took 9 years for me to win her over. But now that I have, I'll do anything to keep her. We need to do some grocery shopping today, Monroe says, appearing out of nowhere as I whip up some eggs. Sure thing, I say. I catch myself saying it and shake my head with a smile. What? She asks. Oh, you never thought you'd be going grocery shopping with your fake fiancé on a Saturday morning? Well, that makes two of us. Kinda weird, huh? Just a bit. But then you always were, she says, grinning. I think what you mean is handsome, intelligent, and obviously made for success. Whatever, Ego. Now where are my eggs? She perches at the breakfast bar and I serve her eggs and coffee, just the way she likes. To your satisfaction? I ask. You're learning, she replies, smiling as her hazel eyes sparkle. She's sitting there in just an oversized shirt and some shorts, and she's never looked so beautiful. Eat up, we've got shopping to do, I say. Who made you the boss? I'm not your boss, I'm your fiancé, I tease. Oh yeah, I forgot, she says, trying not to laugh but failing. Leaning against the counter, I watch and join in as we laugh at the strangeness of our situation and the fact that we're settling into it with humor. Just another thing to add to the list of things that have happened since we entered this contract. Who would have thought?
Chapter 11. Monroe. I pick up my keys and head for the door. My outfit is another perfectly tailored business suit, thanks to the designers at Givenchy and my newly minted hubby. Monroe, wait up. Where are you going? Don't fret, Tyler. I'm not disappearing. I have some urgent business to attend to downtown. I could drive you if you'd like. You know the traffic down there is murder at this time of day. No, you're deep in that paperwork I see on your desk. I'll be fine taking my car. I'll see you later. I hit the door and jog down the stairs. The sunshine warms my face, reminding me that to be well and living a life, however phony, is still good. Days ago, I asked for the marriage contract payment in full. Tyler seemed skeptical, wondering why I needed all the funds right away. I balked at the inquiry, and Tyler dropped the subject. A deal is a deal. He handed over the entire amount, as promised. Now, with the huge envelope of cash in my purse, I drive up in front of the orphanage. I see the children playing in the enclosed yard, laughing and giggling, throwing balls, acting like monkeys swinging on the giant jungle gym. It's then that I am certain the deal is worth it. Every last one of those tykes is worth every last sacrifice. I walk through the front door and search Vivian out. I find the head director poring over the budget books, worry lines etching her forehead. Stop ruining your eyes over those figures, Viv. Here you go. I hand the envelope over to the stunned woman. A donation. A creatively acquired one, to save this place for the kids. I can't help beaming at her. Vivian peers into the envelope. She gasps, covering her mouth with her hand. The relief is too great. She breaks down, sobbing. I walk around the desk to give Vivian a hug, tears welling in my eyes, too. Whatever I agreed to, whatever embarrassments I had to endure, this right here, right now, I know is worth it. For once, I did the wrong thing for the right reason. Vivian offers me a chair, and we discuss the matter. I think this amount will solve all the orphanage's financial woes, Viv, or nearly all of them. It'll at least pay for you to buy the place out from that greedy landlord. Who needs another strip mall in this town anyway? I wink. I can't believe it. This is a miracle, Monroe. How did you manage to dig up all this money so quickly? Before I can speak, a person darkens the doorway, and a voice calls out. The details aren't important, ladies. Oh, and whatever is left to pay, I'll provide the rest. If we have anything to say about it, Little Haven isn't going anywhere. The being, the voice, they belong to Tyler. To my shock, I realize he followed me into town. I'm unsure if I should be thankful or enraged at the man's stealthy maneuver. Tyler, what in the world are you doing here? You followed me? Tyler simply smiles. I shelve my disdain for the moment and introduce Tyler to Vivian and the kids and announce he is my husband. The word sticks in my throat like a half-swallowed pill, but I valiantly take my medicine all the same. Mr. Evans, Monroe, on behalf of the kids, I want to sincerely thank you both for saving the orphanage. Without your help, this building would be gone, and so would we all. My fiancé and I are happy to help a worthy cause. Right, honey? Tyler grins, puts an arm around me to give me a side hug. Yes, dear, more than anyone knows. I want to slap the grin off Tyler's face. Instead, I lovingly smile and side hug him back, like I'm about to take him down in a WWE wrestling match. Oh, you two make the cutest couple. There's great chemistry between you both. I can feel it. I'm never wrong about these things. Vivian winks. After hugs and kisses from all the kids to me and now Tyler, we head home. The orphanage is saved. My shoulders feel lighter, and I smile all the way, forgetting for a time what I had to do to save the place. As we walk to our cars, I decide to compartmentalize my life, so happiness still has a place in my heart. Well, now you know why I needed the entire payment up front. The Little Haven Orphanage means the world to me, Tyler. I would have walked over hot coals to save the place. Tyler nods, leaning against the side of my car. He does not look angry. Instead, he looks perhaps touched by the gesture. The emotion is evident on his face, and he smiles almost proudly. Oh, and I'd like to thank you for making up the difference. I knew my donation would enable Vivian to buy the place out, but it would leave practically nothing in the coffers for the day-to-day running of the place. Your support will mean the world to her. Tyler clears his throat. Truly, it is my pleasure. Tyler, I intend to give you equal rewards in this marriage of ours for what you've given me. I'll play my part so well that people will think we've been married forever and are the perfect couple. Tyler's smile is so wide, I fear his face will crack. Yea, I made one lady, 50 kids, and one man deliriously happy today. Aren't I special? I sigh and offer my own meek smile. Seeing Tyler's sincere and caring expression, my disdain for the sneaky man who had tailed me to the orphanage vanishes. Somehow, my heart grows for my understanding and supportive husband. In one carefree, unplanned moment, with my emotions running high, I lean over to kiss him. Tyler kisses me back, soft and slow, and something inexplicable, unfathomable, untouchable joins the two of us in the singular embrace.
Chapter 12. Tyler. Monroe leads me by my tie to the bedroom. I've never been so happy to follow her lead. She turns the handle to the bedroom door and twists as she pushes it open. She walks backwards towards the bed, looking at me intensely with longing eyes. It makes me feel weak at the knees. Then Monroe pulls me in seductively. What can I do but obey? I would give this woman anything she wants, but this I can gladly offer. She kisses me deep and passionately, her tongue forcing my mouth open. Her body is pressed against me, soft and yielding, yet firm against my groping hands as I slide my arms around her. I have to stop you right there. This chapter is too spicy for YouTube. Go to tylawalker.com for access to all of our unabridged audiobooks, as well as our ebooks that have yet to be converted into audiobooks. Use SAVE40 as a discount code at checkout for 40% off. Let's continue.
Chapter 13. Monroe. I wake up feeling content and deeply satisfied. I smile as scenes from the night before flash across my mind. He is everything in bed I ever dreamed of. My body aches, and I swear I'm bruised all over. We were at it all night, over and over, until we were both utterly spent. I turn my head to face him, to find he is already awake and watching me. He smiles and reaches out a hand to push the hair from my face. Then he leans forward and gently kisses my cheek. "Morning, Wildcat," he says. I smile. "Meow." "Oh, you're going to be a kitten this morning," he says with a laugh. I try to move, but my body aches so much I groan. "What did you do to me, Tyler?" The next few sentences are too naughty for YouTube. Go to tylawalker.com for access to all of our unabridged audiobooks, as well as our ebooks that have yet to be converted into audiobooks. Use SAVE40 as a discount code at checkout for 40% off. Where were we? It feels like I've only just drifted off when he wakes me up again, lying almost on top of me and nuzzling into my neck. I turn over, and he maneuvers himself over me, his body between my aching thighs. He is dressed only in a pair of joggers, and the covers are still between us, but I can feel his hardness pressed against me. He kisses me deeply, and I can feel my passion rising to meet his. Then, to my frustration, he pulls away. "Wake up, Sleeping Beauty. Your breakfast awaits." The scent of coffee and hot chocolate croissants meets my nostrils. "Ooh, I've married an angel," I say as I struggle to sit up in bed. I'm suddenly ravenous. The coffee is black and bitter, just like I like it in the morning. Tyler breaks off pieces of croissant and feeds me like a baby, which is actually really sexy. I try not to think too hard about that, unsure what any of this means. There was no night of passion mentioned in our contract. "Last night was amazing," I say. "You are amazing," he responds. "I've run you a bath." "A bath," I say with a grin. How luxurious. I would have gone for a shower, but I decide that a hot soak to ease out my aching muscles is exactly what I need. "Thank you." The bath is hot and full of bubbles as I lower myself into it. I sit and soak for a moment, letting my body relax. I grin when Tyler walks into the room, grateful for the bubbles. Somehow it feels even more embarrassing to realize the reaction is silly. He saw me naked all last night. Why am I shy now? "I thought I'd see if you want your back washed," he says as he explains his entry. "Really?" I reply with a raised eyebrow. "All part of the service," he says with a wink, getting down on his knees beside the bath. He picks up a sponge, soaking it in the hot water. "Lean forward then," he says. "Having my back washed is wonderful. I could get used to being pampered by this incredible hunk of a man. He is so loving and gentle. Was Tyler always like this? Did I somehow miss it?" When I'm done, he helps me out of the bath and wraps me in a massive towel. "Thank you. That was really nice," I say. He leans in and kisses my hand. "It was my pleasure," he replies like a total gentleman. He bows slightly as he backs out of the door, making me laugh. No one has ever treated me like this before. He makes me feel like a princess. We spend the rest of the day in bliss. We cook together, laugh together, and later flake out on the sofa watching a movie. It should be the perfect day with the perfect man. My husband. It probably would be, if not for knowing none of it is really mine to keep.
Chapter 14. Tyler. Following a big business meeting with investors, I'm on my way to confer with the chairman of the board for Prestige, Inc., a man otherwise known as my grandfather. On this journey north along the I-5, I take it slower this time, not having to put my Ferrari through its paces by fearing I will be late. When I arrive, I know I will have to wait out by the pool until my grandfather appears at precisely 1 minute to 1 o'clock. The old man, even in his golden years, doesn't know the meaning of retirement. This time over lobster, scallops in butter, and iced tea, we talk about the recent investor meeting, the stock price, the recent demands. Soon, talk meanders back to my love life. Principally, my new marriage, which came out of the blue for the rest of the Evans clan. "Your grandmother and I cannot wait to meet your new bride. You have taken a load off my shoulders and have made your grandmother deliriously happy. She's already babbling about grandchildren and nursery decor. You will soon learn as a husband, whatever makes the wife happy makes the husband happy too. He chuckles at his wry humor. I hear your advice loud and clear, sir, and I think I've already done at least one thing to make Monroe happy. I'll try to stay on that track. Good man. Now dig in before the lobster gets cold and the liquid butter on the scallop solidifies. Nothing worse than cold seafood unless it's still swimming. He slaps his knee and chuckles. I laugh too, and we dig into the seafood feast as the palm fronds hiss and the ocean waves swoosh in. In between bites, I know I've done the right thing. All this will be mine someday. Nirvana beachside. There is no indigestion from this meal or my future. It's all I can do to pry myself from my grandfather's estate and return to the big city and big city woes. Back in the Prestige Inc. building, I take the private elevator up to the top floor. I lose myself in my work, paying no attention to the time until Sean raps on my door. I'll be leaving soon unless you need anything else, he says. Sean is a good employee, and I'd never micromanage his time. Still, the comment catches me by surprise, and I check my watch. Sure enough, it reads 5:30, his normal departure time. The time jogs another recollection to my mind. Earlier, when I gave Monroe a ride, she had mentioned she'd be meeting a potential client for the firm, so she wouldn't be free to leave until 6. I only have 30 minutes before I have to pick up my wife from Lemoore. No, nothing else, I answer Sean. In fact, I'll be leaving soon myself. See you tomorrow. I wrap up the last few pieces of paperwork that I can manage in the little bit of time I have left. Then I depart the office, whistling cheerfully to myself. A few months ago, I would have balked at playing the boring role of a doting boyfriend having to go fetch his fiancée. Today, if I'm honest with myself, it delights me. I'm eager to see her and catch up on her day. At Lemoore's front entrance, I idle my Ferrari. I happily tap my fingers on the steering wheel until I see Monroe and another well-dressed man walk through the doors, the two standing far too close together for my liking. When I spy the pair, I think Monroe is enjoying the man's company far too much, to say nothing of the man's amusement. I quickly check my face in the rearview mirror, adjust my tie, and get out of the Ferrari. My plan is to walk up to the couple and break up the cozy affair. Tyler, there you are. Monroe is all smiles as she fixes her eyes on me. I notice how she is rapidly blinking her eyes. I know when she does this, it means she's faking something or lying outright. I groan quietly to myself. I sidle up to the two, a wide smile dawning my lips. I put my arms around Monroe, which draws a concerned look from the man. This jerk, whoever he is flirting with my fiancée. Take a load of my hand around my girl before I decide to curl it into a fist and have you kiss it. Have you been waiting long, dear? I shake my head no. Waiting for you is my husbandly duty and a complete pleasure. The statement makes the man flinch. It's obvious to me this guy has eyes for Monroe. Sorry, not sorry, loser. Monroe may be putting on a good face for you to get you to sign on with the firm, but she has me to come home to, bud. I hope my menacing vibe reaches out and punches the guy in his chest while I just keep smiling at the homewrecker. In the car the entire way home, silence reigns. Monroe side-eyes me, but I give her no reaction. I would rather become a wet spot on the floor of life before admitting I have a jealous streak when it comes to Monroe spending even one moment with other men. I know it's a childish reaction, but I can't help myself. I stare straight ahead, my eyes glued to the bumper-to-bumper traffic, my hands massaging the steering wheel like I'm trying to strangle it. How dare she enjoy another man's company while I patiently wait for her to show up? Who was her chauffeur last year? I should have punched that smarmy look off that guy's kisser. Bet he doesn't drive a Ferrari, and I think he's going bald. I'm not proud of my immature thought of punching the guy into tomorrow, but I let the fantasy riff inside my head. Better that than letting the idea materialize before Monroe and her punching me into tomorrow. I know I'm on a knife's edge with Monroe as it is. If she knew of my proprietary take on her, the marriage contract would probably explode before I have a chance of making the fake union real. I look down at my knuckles and think better of the bare-knuckle fight. My long, lithe alabaster fingers, my grandfather always says, look like they belong to a pianist's hands. Being seen by the board of directors with bruised and bloody fists simply won't do. The amusing thought makes me wear my own smarmy grin.
Chapter 15. Monroe. After Tyler's last meeting with his grandfather at Casa Serenidad, he mentioned his family is eager to meet me. Upon hearing that news, I couldn't help fidgeting in my chair. Don't fret. It'll be fine, honey. Remember why I went into this arrangement? Yes, I remember. I'll manage. I nod and make my brain compartmentalize fantasy from reality once again. It's been a few months now, and there's no awkwardness left between us. On good days, our minds and feelings are in sync, eerily so. One-upmanship and our competitive streaks still occasionally rear their ugly heads, but it's not surprising to me, knowing Tyler like I do. Ever since the college days, we fought and bumped heads on so many issues. Why should our personalities change now just because we are joined in contractual matrimony? What hasn't changed, I know, is the care and affection Tyler has for me. And no matter how heated the words get, he never overpowers me. To my way of thinking, what could a fake almost wife wish for more? Driving out to Casa Serenidad, Tyler takes the wheel with his hands while I slap my own. I'm trying to stop myself from nibbling at my perfectly manicured nails. Occasionally, Tyler looks over at me and smiles. I know I'm acting like a self-conscious schoolgirl. It's not like I'm going to my own execution. It just feels that way. When Tyler wheels the Ferrari into the circular drive, a surprising scene waits for us. Tyler's grandparents are standing at the front door, determined to formally receive the two of us. I am stunned to see Errol Evans leaning heavily on a cane and waiting for us to arrive, after what Tyler said about the imperious man. I'm not sure if I should be impressed or scared to death. Welcome to Casa Serenidad, Monroe, and of course to the Evans family. It's great to have you on board. Errol strongly shakes my hand like he's sealing a deal, while Tyler's grandmother, parents, and his sister Tiana give me graceful kisses and hugs. It's the first time I feel filial love. I smile warmly, as the experience feels pretty good. With Errol taking the lead, we slowly file down to the poolside patio table, where canapes and light refreshments wait. Errol takes the head seat and proudly surveys his clan, reaching out for my hand. The touch startles me. I remember you well, my dear. You were that sweet girl Tyler would bring home to us from time to time, back when you two were in college. Errol smiles, proud of his sharp memory. Why, yes, dear, you're right. That was when we were living in L.A. That's before you started the business in NYC. My, that was a long time ago, says Tyler's grandmother. Oh gosh, that's right. I had forgotten all about those visits to your home. Visits? Don't you mean screaming by the place to grab my notes from all those classes you skipped? Tyler smirks. I laugh and nudge him. Possibly. Although, to my credit, I believe I aced those classes with your spectacular notes. The family members laugh. The Evans butler refills cocktail tumblers, and a server offers canapes to me and Tyler first as Errol's honored guests. I am amazed by the spread, simply the best life has to offer. Don't get used to this way of life, girl. The timer has already started on this contract. You're here just for effect. Remember? How are you two liking life as a couple anyway? Tiana says, her whole being exuding excitement and curiosity. It's great, isn't it, dear? Tyler eyeballs me, his insistence on playing the game to the hilt boring into my very soul. I didn't think life could be this wonderful until I said yes to Tyler's proposal. Now I'm living in a dream. I can't tell if I'm a consummate liar or if I mean what I say. The dichotomy makes my stomach growl, and I take a goose liver pate canapé to settle my nerves. On the brink of tears, Tyler's grandmother reaches for a monogrammed linen handkerchief expertly tucked under her sleeve. Tiana coos. Errol claps his hands like his racehorse just won the Triple Crown. After the appetizers, a big spread is laid out to welcome me as the newest Evans member. From Eggs Benedict to jumbo shrimp on ice to pheasant under glass, all easily washed down with brut champagne. The talk around the patio table is light and easy. For the first time since the marriage charade began, I let the tension fall from my tight shoulders and enjoy the afternoon. Looking around at everyone and everything, I can't remember a time in my life where my heart was filled with so much joy. Halfway through the meal, I glance over at Tyler for his approval, and he flashes a wide and approving smile. I see he is happy beyond measure at the meeting's success. Suddenly, paranoia and doubt creep back into my head, and I curse myself at my inability to enjoy the moment and let the rest of reality fall. Maybe it comes with the territory of not being rich, of having disappointments in life and of fearing the worst. Why are they giving me such a warm welcome? It's like the unconditional love I read about in magazines, but haven't actually lived. This can't be normal, can it? Why do I feel like I belong in this family when I clearly don't? I'm a phony in a phony relationship, helping a man display his phony life. I don't deserve their kindness. It's all such a sham. I keep smiling and laughing, not showing a smidgen of doubt or fear. I want this day, this moment, to never end. I look over at Tyler. I've never seen him so relaxed and happy, except for those times when we studied together as college kids. I look down at my ring. Its brilliance in the California sun is blinding. Being blinded, for even a moment, feels too good.
Chapter 16. Tyler. I wake up in the guest room I share with Monroe at Casa Serenidad. I reach over to touch her, and I see she's not in bed. I get up and pad to the window which overlooks the pool to see Monroe with my sister, mother, and grandmother. The women are all in swimsuits, lounging, suntanning, talking, and laughing up a storm. I can't believe my eyes seeing Monroe out there with my family. I can tell she's having a wonderful time, and so are they. That's no sham she's pulling off. I know her well enough to recognize true happiness. Maybe after all the strife, this arrangement is slowly becoming real. I can't wipe the smile off my face as I get dressed. It's to be a casual day poolside for the entire clan, so t-shirts and trunks are the threads for the day. On my way outside, I spy my grandfather sitting on his ensuite balcony. The old man waves at me to join him for coffee and a private talk. I look forward to both, for this time all I have to bring to the old man is good news. I'm glad you'll marry that girl, Tyler. She's a good woman. Quite the romantic scenic tour you two took, though. All those years ago, when you brought her home to us, I'd overhear you two bickering over how college projects should be done, or who should be the next president, or anything, really. You were like two alley cats, both refusing to give an inch. It used to make me chuckle, I'll tell you that. We were quite the pair, weren't we? Monroe would get so riled up and I'd laugh. Then my laughter would enrage her even more. I chuckle at the memory. Who knew your lives would come full circle like this? But even back then, I saw how Monroe looked at you and how you literally cherished the ground she walked on. And now here you are. I couldn't be happier if I tried. Thank you, sir. That means a lot to me. Well, to both of us, I assure you. I know Monroe was worried. She wanted to live up to your standards. Well, that beauty hasn't a thing to worry about. Hey, look down there, will you? Tiana is acting like she has a sister. She and Monroe are getting along so well. So many wonderful outcomes from this union, Tyler. I can't begin to list them all. It's what I wanted for you, for the family, for the continuation of the estate, and you've exceeded my expectations. I haven't seen my grandfather this content ever. It's like with one stroke of my contractual pen, I made the man's year, the man's entire life. I lean back in the wrought iron chair and inhale contentment all my own. I think back to our meeting and how unexpected it was for us both. You know, Monroe and I meeting again, it wasn't pondered or planned. After 7 years of no communication at all, it makes me wonder, did fate play a hand in all this? It surely feels like it. You might be right, son. Say, did Monroe know of your feelings for her back in college? Sadly, no. I was about to tell her before we left campus that final time. Then everything broke down. We ended up being two ships passing in the night. Well, Tyler, God can have a funny sense of humor sometimes. Or maybe you two weren't ready then to be serious. Being late bloomers can have its benefits, you know. Less being hotheads, more being reasoned soulmates. That was me and your grandmother. We courted for ages. Years, in fact. It paid off. We're celebrating our 57th anniversary next June. How about that? I marvel at my grandparents' marriage, desperately wanting the same with Monroe. I know it's still a business deal between us, a silly game we're playing for money, but I refuse to admit anything of the sort to my grandfather. I know it would break the old man's heart. I cross my fingers like a silly school kid, wishing for more. Later that evening, as the big orange sun sets over the placid Pacific, Monroe and I get together and have alone time on the private beach. Reclining on two adjoining redwood lounge chairs, we let the day's joys and the dying sun's rays wash over us both. Monroe looks out to sea and waxes lyrical on the day's experiences, from how much fun she had with Tiana to the wisdom my grandmother imparted on her. All the while, I pretend to not hear a single word she says and keep my head buried in the newest Jack Reacher thriller. Occasionally, I peek over the pages to see Monroe's irate expression. I suppress a chuckle behind the book. Tyler, I'm pouring out my innermost feelings to you about this glorious day, and all you have time for is a dumb book? What was that, dear? Oh, forget it. Men. She throws her sun hat at me, stomps to the shore, and dives into the frothy sea. I belly laugh. Of course, I hung on to every word which left Monroe's mouth, every minute, all day long. I can't do anything else. As I watch her swim, taking long strokes in the surf, I relish having this chance to tease her again like this. For now, I figure I'll keep my ebullience to himself and keep Monroe guessing. I know toying with her feelings isn't right, but with her, can anything be wrong? I'm too drunk on life with Monroe to see anything but a perfect future with no games. Seeing Monroe angry makes her even sexier in my loving eyes.
Chapter 17. Monroe. Tyler's grandfather ushers us into the mansion's sunroom, where we take early morning tea and scones and engage in conversation Errol leads. The elderly man, I can tell by his twinkling eyes and demeanor, is on a mission. On a mission of love or finance. I can't tell. How would you two like to get married here? At Casa Serenidad. The grounds are beautiful this time of year for a garden service. We could order a marquise tent and have an alfresco. Justice of the peace I could have here by late afternoon, and everyone is already here from the immediate family. How about it, kids? Are you game to get this marriage rolling? Errol Evans smiles at us, eager to get this contract signed and sealed. Oh, I don't know, E. Maybe Monroe would like something more formal? More planned? Tyler glances quizzically over me. I shrug my shoulders. I'm unsure of what I want myself, as I know this is a marriage of convenience and not of the heart. Whatever gets this show on the road quicker works better for me in the long run. Actually, a garden wedding here seems nice. Why not? Tyler is still unconvinced. But sir, that gives no time for Monroe to invite her family. Oh yes, of course, dear. How could I be so thoughtless? We can hold the ceremony off until tomorrow. Give you time to contact all your family members so that they have time to get on planes from wherever they hearken in the States. Please tell them I'm paying their fares. Won't you? Errol reaches out for my hand. I allow Errol to pat my hand. I smile and swallow hard, knowing the lack of family in my life is a never-ending embarrassment. I try my best to dismiss the fact casually, packing away my emotions where no one can see them. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, sir, and such a generous offer, but I really don't have family members who would come even if I invited them. There is my father, of course, but we are no longer on speaking terms. He remarried some years ago and has a new family now I'm not a part of. We are out of each other's lives. It's better that way. But maybe this is a good time to rekindle your relationship, says Tyler, looking questioningly at me. What father refuses to walk his daughter down the aisle? I quickly shake my head once, trying my best to hint to Tyler this isn't the time to discuss the issue. To my dismay, Tyler doesn't take the hint. Hey, sweetie, listen, why don't you head into grandfather's den, use his phone, and give your father a call? This could be the best emotional icebreaker between you two. Don't automatically dismiss him out of your brand new life. I am fit to be tied at his insistence. Tyler, for gosh sakes, can't you take the hint? I don't want to talk about this right now. I don't need anyone at this wedding. Let's just have the ceremony tonight. Your grandfather said he can get a justice of the peace here, and he's right. All the family you and I need is already here to witness the event. Please, leave the rest, will you? Tyler is taken aback. He nods and offers a weak smile. The subject is dropped. I give the nod for Errol to make the arrangements, and I keep my familial emotions packed away deeply inside my head, where I know they belong. Okay, Tyler, your bride is willing and ready, and it's her special day after all. Give me until dinner to make the calls and prepare the garden, and then we can have a nice alfresco affair. Intimate, private, but loving all the same. And soon, dear, you'll be one of us, for all time. We smile, nod, and leave the sunroom. As we walk out onto the grounds, Tyler takes my hand, and I slowly accept the gesture of love. At least this charade will be over by tonight. Then I can breathe. No family, what there is left, will be the wiser. By 5 o'clock, the back garden is decorated in a floral celebration. The marquee tent is up with a wedding podium and a small grouping of white chairs. Poolside, tables are laden with various canapes, trays, and champagne on ice, while a string quartet plays classical sonatas. I look out at the spectacle from our bedroom window. I am of two minds. One desperately wants to believe this is my real wedding and yearns to be over the moon. The other mind can't get rid of the image of the prenuptial contracts flashing before me, insisting the display below is merely a farce. To feel anything but sober participation in a contractual union is to act as a fool. Tyler's parents, grandparents, and his sister Tiana are formally dressed in light summer fare and are already sitting patiently in the chairs, anxiously awaiting the start of the ceremony. The Justice of the Peace, in a sedate gray suit, and Tyler in a dinner jacket and black pants stand at the altar waiting for my appearance. A soft breeze blows through the white tent. The one end offers a wide view of the white carpeted aisle. The other holds a placid Pacific Ocean backdrop to the romantic affair. I brushed off all offers of a traditional dress despite Tyler's family insistence, and instead chose to wear the white Dior business suit Tyler had provided me weeks ago. With a bouquet of calla lilies in my hand and the orchestra playing the wedding march strains, I walk up the aisle on Errol's arm. Before anyone realizes it, including me, I become Mrs. Tyler Evans, part of the Evans dynasty, as if it had always been meant to be.
Chapter 18. Tyler. It's a day later since Monroe revealed her family woes to me. But to my thinking, she didn't reveal much about her family makeup at all. As we luxuriate at my grandfather's private beach inside a cabana he had brought onto the property as another honeymoon treat for us, I hope to find out more, to have my wife be as open with me as any wife should be. Sitting in two adjoining chaises, I reach over to caress her hand. I can't stop looking at her beauty. I don't care if it's only in my eyes, but for as long as I remain breathing, Monroe is beauty personified. She always has been. Hey, honey, now that we're married and we have time to ourselves, are you okay with opening up about your family? I'm eager to know all about you. I know you were upset earlier, but it's just us now. Monroe looks over at me. Her expression is a bit troubled and confused as to why I have such severe interest in her family life, but she finally relents to answer the question. I guess so. I'll warn you, though. My family is nowhere near as exciting as yours. If you're expecting some kind of epic, you'll be disappointed. So knowing that, what would you like to know? I chuckle. Hey, familial excitement isn't always cracked up to what it's supposed to be, you know? And besides, after the Evans being mauled by paparazzi, I'd love to hear about a family who can just live a normal life. Monroe smiles. Yes, I imagine being an Evans must be a trial by fire in some ways. I suppose I never really thought of the downside. I guess it's true what they say. Grass is always greener. I smile back. I'm not trying to put a downer on our honeymoon. It's just the way you shut the topic down of inviting your father to the wedding. I figured something mustn't be right. I mean, more than your father merely remarrying and having a new family to care about. I pause, but she does not speak. So I ask the question more directly. What happened in the past, Monroe? You can always open up to me. Tell me the truth. Warts and all, you know? I continue to caress Monroe's hand, hoping the loving gesture will help ease any discomfort she might be feeling. Oh, it's nothing as dramatic as that, I can assure you. Honestly, I know you and your family members are close, which is so wonderful to see. But it's not like that with all families. Some have bigger hurdles to overcome. Well, I do remember meeting an aunt of yours once. You lived with her, didn't you, after the death of your mother? It must have been hard, going through your young life without your mother. But I figure that's not the full picture, right? I know there's more to you than the college girl I met so long ago. Now that you're my wife, I want to know all of you. Sure, of course there is. I want to be open with you, Tyler, but this is our honeymoon, right? It's supposed to be a happy time. I'd much rather just be with you than relive the past. I set my eyes on Monroe's face. I know there's more going on in Monroe's head, even if she doesn't want to reveal it. A person's circle of life evolves over time. As her husband, I need to know more. To know it all, to feel bonded to Monroe like no other human on the earth. I watch as Monroe closes her eyes and soaks in the California sun. I sigh, knowing by her actions this is a topic to keep for another time. She's right. This is our honeymoon. Stop prying. Let Monroe be the happiest bride on the planet today. I close my eyes too and soak up the sun. The day wears on. We play in the surf and take long walks on the beach, talking from topics A to Z on life and dreams and our goals for the future. I find myself blithely forgetting this is, in fact, a contractual marriage, desperately wanting more. During our remaining stay at Casa Serenidad, honeymoon mornings begin with breakfast on the terrace with the Evans clan. Then the afternoons are set aside for us. We enjoy lazy moments by the pool where Monroe reaches up to lemon and lime trees growing nearby and plucks fresh fruit every day for our refreshing cocktails. I watch Monroe. I can tell she's in seventh heaven. The sight puts me in seventh heaven too. I pray she will forget about contracts and be my bride for real. Finally, as all things do, our Casa Serenidad honeymoon comes to an end. We bid my family goodbye and head back out on the freeway, driving home to San Diego. When we arrive, I scoop Monroe into my arms and carry her over the threshold. We laugh and giggle, but as I set her down, I see how quickly the joy fades from her eyes, and it worries me. As her husband, it pains my heart to merely stand by and see my bride not be completely and deliriously happy with me. After we unpack and settle in for the night, I confront Monroe on her deflated mood. Monroe, I want you to be happy. I know how this began, but you have every right to be happy in this marriage. I can't see the doubt and sadness in your face and not try to remedy it. Oh, that's sweet, Tyler. That really is. But I'm okay. Okay isn't good enough for you, honey. I want more for you. You can trust me, you know? You can confide in me, lean on me, just like any wife would do with her husband. Please don't bear your troubles all by yourself. We are wed. We are a team now. Monroe smiles at me and repeats the words. We are a team.
Chapter 19. Monroe. I look into my husband's beautiful green eyes, so full of concern. Suddenly, this burden I have been carrying for so many years alone seems overbearing. I can feel my eyes filling with tears and my heart opening. He looks at me with trepidation. I reach out a hand to reassure him, giving him a weak smile. Talk to me, Monroe, he urges. But where do I begin? You know about my mom dying of cancer, don't you? Sure, I remember you saying that. I'm so sorry, he says with tenderness. It was leukemia, wasn't it? Yes, it was really aggressive. I prayed every day that she would get better, that there would be some kind of miracle. But my voice trails away into the pain of the memory. Tyler simply sits there and holds my hand. It is the best thing he can do as I pull myself together to continue. After that, both me and my dad went into a kind of a bubble. It was like two ghosts living in the same house together. We barely spoke and rarely even ate together. I take a deep breath as I dive into the murky depths of my painful past. I thought we were united in our grief, that we would eventually come back together stronger. I didn't realize he was slipping away, drifting further and further down a path that didn't include me. I withdraw my hand to grab a tissue. Sorry, I say. I've kept a lid on all this for a long time. You don't need to apologize, Tyler replies with concern. I guess I was caught up in my own grief and trying to hold my life together. It caught me totally by surprise when he announced within a year he was getting married again. Tyler gave a sharp intake of breath. Damn, that must have hurt. You could say that, I reply ruefully. He was engaged to a family friend that my grandmother had introduced him to in Long Beach. She already had kids, and he was moving into a ready-made family. Monroe, that's awful. What did you do? Well, I certainly wasn't going with him. I don't actually recall him ever asking me to go either. I ended up with my Aunt Monica. She never had kids, and she doted on me. I smile as I recall her bustling around the house, always interested in me and my life. I think she saved me, really. She showed me love and compassion. She was my mom's sister, so she had a lot of her characteristics. She coaxed me out of myself and reminded me how to live again. And then she died soon after I finished college. And I lost her too. Tyler gathers me into his arms when a painful sob escapes me, and I cry into his shoulder. It is some time before I can pull myself together again, but he waits patiently, his arms tenderly wrapped around me. What happened to her? He asks. How did she die? She caught pneumonia. She was a stubborn one and refused to go to the hospital at first. Eventually, I talked her into it, but by the time she was admitted, it was too late. You've been through some grief, says Tyler. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you. That must have happened soon after we lost touch. He trails off a bit, clearly not wanting to say too much about the time after college, where I disappeared from his life. We've pulled apart a little, but he still has his arm around me. He manages to pluck another tissue from the box and wipes ineffectually at my tear-stained face. I dread thinking about what I look like, but Tyler doesn't seem to mind. He gently leans forward and kisses my forehead. So what did you do after that? What could I do? Aunt Monica was the last of my mom's side of the family, except for some distant cousins who I probably wouldn't recognize if I passed them in the street. I went to stay in Long Beach, I said, shaking my head at the memory. My dad wasn't stupid enough to move me in with his new family. He got me an apartment and gave me an allowance. He even sorted me out some work, I explained. But I didn't feel ready to forgive him for what I still feel was a betrayal. Or my grandmother for being so eager to set him up with a new woman. Like his first wife and kid were such a mistake, and they couldn't wait till he could do it again. Get it right this time. I can still feel the angry heat when I think of it. I couldn't stand the place. I felt like I was suffocating there, and my dad never really cared about having me back, so I saved like crazy and left as soon as I could. I don't blame you. Is that when you came to live here? Yep, I had just enough for the deposit on a place and to get me through the first month till a paycheck. I waited tables for a few months, then landed my job at Lemoore. It wasn't using the degree I worked so hard for, but it was fun and paid the bills. Well, you have me now, declares Tyler, and my heart wants to believe he means it.
Chapter 21. Tyler. Days after our talk, I see Monroe slowly settling in. The worry and doubt I once saw in her face have ebbed away. It makes me breathe a little easier about the way our newly minted marriage is unfolding. I assume it merely takes time for her to digest the new circumstances in her life, so I let her be. As the days and hours pass by, I experience Monroe drawing closer, showing more care and concern for me. With no force on my part, Monroe is opening up like a book. And with every turned page, my heart grows lighter and my love for her grows stronger. I laugh at Monroe's self-adopted wifely duties. She chooses to prepare lunches for me with better and more nutritious foods. No more energy drinks and bags of Cheetos for her man. Monroe even schools our chef on how to get me on a better overall diet. I've never been a fan of rabbit food and meals, not involving juicy steaks. But the love I feel for Monroe and her caring for me fills me up better than any slab of cow ever could. In return, I help heat up Monroe's late-night dinners that the chef has readied, as her matchmaking business often has her out late into the evening. I don't care what time we dine, and it only involves the food she loves. All I care about is that we dine together. The time between me getting home from work and seeing her come through the door is excruciating for me, the newlywed man. Nothing keeps my attention. Not the documents I bring home from the office to occupy my time. Not the light-hearted bantering phone calls I get from Sean. Not even the TLC movies Monroe loves, which I watch to feel closer to her. Many nights I nearly jump in my car to head over to Lemoore just to be by her side, knowing that's a childish act of a puppy in love. Instead, I count the minutes and the hours waiting for her. One evening I get a great idea, and wants to create a Parisienne-like dinner affair for my bride, so I enlist the help of my secretary, Sean, and Monroe's best friend, Kelly, to set up a beautiful table with rose and Eiffel Tower-shaped lanterns strung around the living room. A night in Paris, lived at home. They dig right into the act. "How does this look?" asks Kelly, holding up a string of lights over the white marble fireplace mantel. "A bit higher on the right," says Sean. "This high? A wee bit more. How about this? Yes, that's perfect. Now I can see all of your sexy legs." "Sean, I meant the light string, dummy." Sean laughs. "Oh, well, in that case, lower the string where you had it before you asked me." Kelly affixes the string, hops off the stool, runs over and lightly punches Sean in the arm, which makes him snicker. "Oops, that's the door. It'll be the caterers." "Okay, I'll grab it." Soon Sean and Kelly, flashing smiles at each other, lay out the crystal and china service and the catered food. The finishing touch is a solid silver stand holding an iced bottle of brut champagne. The pair look around and both sigh. I follow behind their work, nervously making sure everything is perfect. I think we're rather good at this romantic stuff. What do you think? Sean winks at Kelly. I think we are makers of heaven. I do believe so. Kelly warmly smiles and winks back at him, The two come together, jump, and hit high fives. "We better skedaddle so these lovebirds can have their lovely space," remarks Kelly. I thank them for their help. Kelly and Sean grab their coats and head out the service entrance door. I look everything over one last time, only stopping when I see Monroe walking up the drive. "Oh, Tyler, what's all this?" Monroe drops her briefcase as she enters the formal living room. "Surprise, sweetie. I know you're too busy at work to travel abroad as I hoped we could, so tonight I brought Paris to you. The escargot, pheasant under glass, and cherries jubilee, all your favorites, have all been flown in from Paris, prepared here in town just as you like." "Wow, Tyler, this is so—" I lean in and softly kiss her, stopping her words in their tracks. Monroe parts her lips and gently releases my grasp. "Tyler, you know, you really don't need to do all this for me. It was never mentioned in the prenups." I hug her all the more. "I don't care about what was mentioned. I want to make you feel special, darling, and truly loved." I look deeply into her eyes and know all the money, all the surprises in the world, will never measure up to the love and admiration I have for her deep inside. If I had my way, I would whisk her on a jet right then and take her to the Ritz-Carlton to bed her in Parisian starlight. Monroe smiles. I am amazed by the look. I'm certain it's the first genuine smile I've seen from my girl since we first bumped into one another all those weeks ago. And with the smile, my love grows. My heart expands to the point of bursting. Every day in every way I am falling in love with Monroe all over again, as if every kiss is our first, every gesture brand new. Every night in bed is as exhilarating as any before. That night we enjoy the dinner and casually chat. My surprise Parisienne evening is a stellar success. Throughout the evening and long into the night as I watch Monroe sleep, I look down on my beauty and wonder what else I can do to convince her my love is genuine, deep, and abiding. I'm desperate for her to know how much she means to me. Inheritance contracts be damned.
Chapter 21. Monroe. Retail therapy is the only to-do on my list for the entire day. I tell Kelly to reschedule all our daytime consultations and evening appointments. Work has been so frenzied lately, all I want to do is let off steam with my best gal pal, Kelly. And so, we head to an outside mall in downtown San Diego to shop for nothing we need and everything we want. Do you think it's nuts to buy all this Victoria's Secret lingerie? I ask, turning the lacy objects over in my hands and keeping my embarrassed face averted from an eagle-eyed saleswoman. Heck no, it's not nuts. You're a newlywed. Go for it. I know if it were me, I'd be buying out the entire store. I laugh. I don't let Kelly in on the secret that my marriage is more of a partnership than a union, the bond holding more weight on the page than on a bed. But I agree to my friend's excitement and buy the lacy lot. As we walk out of the store, I can't resist setting some bait for Kelly. You know, this could be you shopping for your own trousseau, you know? What are you talking about? Tyler told me how you and Sean got on the other night. I wink. Oh, stop that. We were just having fun preparing your surprise dinner is all. That's not what I heard. I heard there was flirting involved. Might have been on Sean's part. He's such a jokester. From the way Tyler tells it, his secretary wasn't joking. Kelly looks away and blurts out a change of subject. Where to next, Snoopy girl? I take the hint, but I know this isn't a finished topic. A secret part of me wishes we could be two happily married couples. How perfect our lives would be then. How about that Barbie doll shop, where they sell those one-of-a-kind models wearing designer outfits from Mackie, Givenchy, and Dior? Why do you need a designer-dressed Barbie doll, Ro? Are you channeling your inner child all of a sudden? Asks Kelly with a glint in her eye. I'm looking for the same white business suit by Dior, the one I got married in. Ah, that's corny but cute. Okay, dolls it is, let's go. From shop to shop, we buy every silly thing on the planet. With every carefree minute that goes by, we luxuriate in our happy places. We lunch al fresco on salads and iced tea. The day winds up with us taking in the soft San Diego sun, which soon lowers onto the horizon, telling us it's time to go. On our way out of the mall, a large window shop catches my eye. I stop in my tracks and drag Kelly over to take a look. The display case is filled with all manner of new mom and baby items, from one-of-a-kind cribs to beautifully crafted rocking chairs. The hues creamy white and soft pastel. Both of us sigh. Kelly looks over at me and her jaw drops. "You're not," she squeals. "You're right, silly. I'm not. Settle down before you have a heart attack." "So why the baby shop gawking? You want a family right away?" I smile and my gaze deepens. Feeling as though I am living inside my own dream, I say no more about the topic, keeping mum to my friend. We head for the exit, arm in arm, both serenely smiling. I wonder if Kelly is imagining being a quasi-aunt. I know I am dreaming of a family of my own. "Wow, retail therapy actually works. I feel like $1,000,000, says Kelly as she helps me pack up the car with our bags and parcels. Yeah, more like that's how much we just slammed down on our credit cards. We laugh. I open the trunk, my mind on overdrive. Okay. I know why I needed this therapy. Work has been nuts. Why did you, Missy? Is there something I should know beyond your need to escape your inbox, too? Kelly laughs. Oh, I don't know if it's a thing yet. Thing? You mean a thing or a he thing? A Sean thing like I mentioned? Kelly bursts out laughing. OMG. No comment. So it is a Sean thing. Will you get in the car and drive, silly? It's getting late and the traffic is 15 minutes from becoming stupid in this town. Kelly giggles, doing her best to push me behind the wheel. I laugh. I slide in, put the car into gear, and drive my bestie home. I know, as I wave goodbye to Kelly, the Sean question will still be on the table once we're back to work. I drive home. The day's excitement zips into bone-weary exhaustion soon. I lug my packages into the grand foyer and unceremoniously drop them, like I do my high-heeled shoes. I pad into the bedroom to find Tyler sound asleep in our marital bed. I see by his gray complexion and bags under his eyes that he is dog-tired too. I tiptoe around the room, getting ready for bed by choosing pajamas instead of one of the flimsy sheaths I just bought. I slide into bed and slowly lean in for a kiss goodnight. Tyler's relaxed lips tighten, and to my surprise, he grabs me around the waist, deepening the embrace. I am surprised to realize Tyler has been awake the entire time. Oh, why can't things stay like this forever? Why do I have to second-guess everything from this man? Will there come a time when I can accept this man's love as pure and not some contractual obligation? I want so much more. As I kiss him, does he? In our loving embraces and sweet kisses, my mind wanders back to the baby shop display window, wondering if I'll ever have a family of my own. One I can love unconditionally. Before we both fall asleep, I ponder one final thought. Will Tyler end up being a genuine part of my future? I'm being foolish, playing with such an impossible dream.
Chapter 22. Tyler. The sun shining through the curtains warms my face, waking me peacefully. Monroe's sleeping serenely beside me, and I can't help smiling at her cute snore. I decide to let her rest, so I kiss her forehead, covering her back up with the comforter. I get dressed and head out to the kitchen. I want to surprise her with breakfast in bed, because today's a special day, and I want to start it off right with a few of her favorite things. I start making pancakes, and as they cook, I grab my cell phone from my pocket and enter my family group chat. Today's the day. You can start decorating whenever you want. I type and press send, reminding them of the preparations needed to make today the best day possible. A few days ago, we got together and planned a few birthday surprises for Monroe, but she doesn't know anything about them. I'm trying to be as discreet as possible to surprise her. It's a special day, maybe even my favorite day of the year. It's the day my love was born. Without it, I wouldn't be where I am right now. So she deserves to be celebrated the right way. Suddenly, I remember the other part of my evening and click on Sean's contact. I tell him to prepare the white and purple tulips arrangement because I know how much Monroe loves them. I even take the time to type out exactly what I want him to do with them. The pancakes start smelling amazing, letting me know they're nearly finished, so I start slicing the strawberries for the top. Once I finish, I make her a plate, pour her a cup of coffee, and carry the tray to our bedroom. I set the tray on the nightstand beside her and sit on the edge. Her eyes blink open slowly as the smell of coffee and pancakes fills the room. "Good morning, beautiful," I say when she meets my eyes. "Good morning. What's this?" she asks, looking at the tray. I help her sit up and slide it onto her lap. "Oh, it's nothing big. I thought you might like some breakfast in bed today," I respond, trying to sound nonchalant. I want to keep her surprise a secret as long as possible. She nods and thanks me, diving in immediately. I sit beside her, letting her enjoy her breakfast and casually sliding in that we'll be visiting my family today. She looks at me confused and raises her brow. My mother needed help with something. I'm not sure what. I'm going to shower quickly. Then when I'm done, you can get ready and we'll go, I say as I stand up and walk to the bathroom, trying to avoid further questions. I enjoy a nice long shower. To my surprise, when I head back into the bedroom, she's already dressed. "That was fast," I say, grabbing a pair of jeans and a casual button-up. "You know I don't like when people are waiting on me." She laughs, grabbing her purse. Once I'm dressed, I help her into the car, and we head to the mansion. After an enjoyable ride with the radio playing and her singing, we're finally in the driveway. I park and help her out, but stop before we reach the front door. I reach into my pocket and pull out a blindfold, sliding it over her eyes. She grabs my wrists, startled. "What are you doing?" she asks, and I can hear the nervousness in her voice. I chuckle, not answering her question. "Stay right here. I'll be right back." I run into the house, letting everyone know we're here and to get ready. They're all going to hide and jump out, yelling surprise when she enters, but they wanted a warning. "Okay, I'm back," I say, grabbing her gently from behind and pushing her toward the door. She asks again what's happening. I ignore it, not wanting to spoil the surprise we're so close to pulling it off. I open the door and help her enter, shutting it behind us. The second we walk into the living room, I slide off her blindfold, exposing an empty room. Just as she's about to ask me again, she's interrupted as everyone jumps out. "Surprise!" they shout in sync. She gasps and jumps, her hands covering her mouth. She's surrounded by people telling her happy birthday and giving her hugs until she finally bursts into tears. She turns and lunges at me, hugging me tightly. "How'd you know it was my birthday?" she asks through her tears. I chuckle again, answering sarcastically. "How wouldn't I know when your birthday was? I'll never forget the day you were born. It's the most important day of my life." "We wanted to celebrate with you," E says, and the family agrees with him. She thanks them all for doing this for her, and we start to enjoy the party. We spend several hours dancing and eating dessert as a group. The music and dancing are the best part of the day. Watching her being her silly self is one of my favorite pastimes, and it's a rare occurrence. We're dancing together when I lean toward her. "I still have one more surprise for you." Her eyes widen. "Really? What is it?" "I can't tell you or it's not a surprise. It's at home." "Well, let's go home." I laugh and let everyone know we'll be leaving. "Thank you all so much. It's been so much fun. I don't think I've ever felt so special," Monroe says on our way out the door. During the drive home, she keeps asking about her other surprise and saying she doesn't understand how I pulled this off. Finally, I let her into the house first, shutting the door behind us. Her hands fly to her mouth again as she sees the setup I've laid out in the kitchen. It's decorated romantically, and a vase of 28 white and purple tulips rests in the middle. Gorgeous foods and desserts sit around it, looking exactly how I wanted it to look. "Thank you, Sean," I think as she pulls me into the kitchen. I grab her hand, helping her sit at the bar, and then grab a bottle of wine. I pour us a glass and hand her a tiny box, greeting her with her gift and a kiss. "You shouldn't have done all of this, I can't believe it," she says, as I clasp her new necklace around her neck. "You deserve it. You deserve to be recognized, especially today," I say, kissing her again. Her lips linger longer this time, turning passionate. I can't help but wonder if this is her way of thanking me. She wraps her arms around my neck, pulling us closer. I can feel her heart racing through the clothes between us, driving me wild. I want her. I need her right now. I decide to build on the already building tension by teasing her a little. "What do you want, Monroe? Do you want your husband to pleasure you?" I ask, sliding my fingers between her legs until I feel the edge of her panties.
Chapter 23. Monroe. My head falls back, giving in to the pleasure and exposing my neck to him, which he takes full advantage of. As soon as his lips touch my skin, it sparks a wave of electric energy to course through my veins, and I want him. After everything he's been doing to spoil me all day, will he end it like this? Yes, please. He knows how to make a girl feel special. "Tyler, take me to bed," I whisper softly as his circles continue. I can feel him drawing me closer to finishing, but I want to drag this out longer. Even if it's incredibly sexy, I want more than a quick, intimate moment in the kitchen. "Yes, ma'am," he says, picking me up off the stool and carrying me to the bedroom. "Stop right there." The ending of this chapter is too steamy for YouTube. Go to tylawalker.com for access to all of our unabridged audiobooks, as well as our ebooks that have yet to be converted into audiobooks. Use Save 40 as a discount code at checkout for 40% off. Let's keep going.
Chapter 24. Tyler. It wouldn't seem like Joseph Hilton, an old friend, would be late for our meeting. But here I am, tapping my fingers, waiting for him. It's important that we meet to discuss a project that will be beneficial to the both of us. So why is he late? I hear Sean at my door, and when I turn, I see Beatrice, the queen bee of my alma mater, California State University. "Hello, Tyler. I'm Mrs. Hilton, here for my husband who had an urgent errand. I'll be his representative today, if you don't mind." I laugh. "Beatrice, is that you?" Beatrice looks down at her feet and then raises her face, revealing a puppy dog look in her eyes. "I didn't think you'd remember me." "Of course I'd remember you. How are you? How has life been treating you?" Beatrice's shy puppy dog face turns to one of joy. This is the expression that I remember from our college days. I'm a bit embarrassed at how we left it at college. "You mean when you professed your love for me?" I tease lightly. "Yes, please, let's not talk about it again." Beatrice laughs. "We were so young then. The young often act silly and foolish." "Ah, Beatrice, you were never silly and foolish." "Well, that's true. Sit down, let's catch up." I motion to the plush chairs that stand in front of my pine desk. Beatrice sits down in one of them, and I sit in the other. "So, when did you marry Joe?" "We met after I graduated. I worked for his father, who unapologetically played Cupid and got us together." "So, how is marriage treating you?" "Well, it's much easier when you're fond of your husband," she points out. "And he's the best thing around. I love being married." I think of my marriage and wonder what Monroe would answer if someone asked her about our married life. Should I tell her that I have married Monroe? Before I can decide, Beatrice forges ahead. "How is Monroe these days? I feel confident you'd still know, even after all these years." Beatrice sits on the edge of the chair, and I know she wants me to spill the beans. Has she heard of our marriage? What is she hinting at? Monroe is at the top of her game these days. It's Beatrice's turn to raise an eyebrow. Really? I heard that she's in San Diego these days. Yes, she's here in San Diego. Beatrice puts her well-manicured hands on her lap and looks me straight in the eyes. And how do you know that, Tyler? I hesitate for a moment, wondering if Monroe will be mad if I let it slip to an old friend. Though we both agreed to this sham marriage, I can't imagine she pictured word getting back to the alumni at California State. And that's exactly what will happen if Beatrice is involved. Come on, Tyler. What's the story about you and Monroe? Please tell me. We are old friends after all. I don't know what to say, so I raise my left hand and run it through my hair. It's a nervous tic. It turns out to be a big mistake on my part, and a win for the gossips. Beatrice starts squealing like a hopeless romantic teenager when she sees my ring finger. I knew it. You two always had chemistry. Jeez. I remember the day when you first saw Monroe. You couldn't take your eyes off her. I was so jealous. Beatrice giggles. What a good thing you turned me down so I could meet my husband. Beatrice was always nosy, but she was also sweet back in the day. Now she's looking at me with warmth and candor. The abrupt reveal that she always saw chemistry between me and Monroe piques my curiosity, and I'm tempted to ask her more. Beatrice scoots closer, patting my arm. Tell me, Tyler, how do you like marriage? This is the moment I could open up about my feelings, but I feel a pang in my heart. The idea of continuing our life for Beatrice is unpleasant. I wish I knew if Beatrice was right, if Monroe ever had any feelings for me as well, or if our time together was just bought with a contract. I like marriage just fine, Beatrice. Let's get to business, shall we? It is clear that Beatrice is disappointed. She pats her blonde updo and then puts on a serious face. We discuss our business matters for nearly an hour before dissolving back into memories from college, sharing tidbits of who ended up where. Tyler, I have some big news in my personal life, Beatrice shares with barely contained glee. I am 3 weeks pregnant. We aren't telling anyone because it's so early, but I'm so excited. I wanted to share it with you. Oh, Beatrice, that is great news, I reply genuinely. I stand up from my chair and Beatrice follows my lead. We exchange a friendly parting hug before I offer to walk her downstairs. Outside, we continue to talk and laugh about the old days until the Hilton family's driver comes to fetch Beatrice. With one last farewell, I help her inside the car and wish her the best of luck with her growing family. As I am waving goodbye to Beatrice, I can't help but smile when I think of having a child with Monroe. I wonder if it's a dream I'll ever get to see.
Chapter 25. Monroe. Tyler's maids look at me funny. One leans on a broom, and the other stops in her tracks with glass cleaner in her hand. It's my day off from Lemoore. The matchmaking business is through the roof, and the demands and deadlines are fierce. I don't like gyms to work off the stress. Rather, I prefer dusting and vacuuming and doing laundry. I pick up a duster and drag the rechargeable Dyson off its hook and get down and dirty right in front of the maid's eyes. It's nervous work, I try to explain. They only speak Spanish and smile and nod, but as soon as me and my cleaning armory are out of sight, I hear them giggle uncontrollably. I shrug my shoulders as I switch on the Dyson. I can't stop being myself simply because I live with a billionaire now. I will never be the type to spend all day in a manicure shop or a spa, followed by 3-hour liquid lunches with the desperate housewives of San Diego. I scurry around, vacuuming and wiping up a storm, cleaning up. Nothing. The place is that clean. Tyler is hiring maids on a daily basis, from a posh firm to effectively clean up nothing. Must be nice for some. Cripes. Well, at least I'll get some satisfaction out of doing my laundry. I drop the duster and vacuum, and instead, rifle through the laundry bin. All the labels say dry clean only. I groan. Fine. Then I'll take these to the dry cleaners. On the way back, I'll stop by the orphanage. Having fun with Vivian and the kids will make me feel less useless and definitely less like a desperate housewife. The morning ebbs closer to the afternoon. I have a blast with the kitties. Vivian and I take them to a nearby park to feed the pigeons, which had been several of the kids' friends when they were once homeless. Yet I'm still bored beyond measure. I drive over to Coronado Island and have lunch out at their seaside cafe. I watch the world go by, on sea and on land. Instead of my favorite spot making me happy, it only makes me sad and lonely for Tyler. I snap my fingers, finish my drink, and jog back to my car, deciding to do the wifely thing and bring a picnic lunch to my hard-working hubby. I stop by Whole Foods and select all his favorite finger foods, from cold chicken, brie triangles, and strawberry cream cheese on champagne crackers to rich goose liver pate sandwiches on rye. I purchase a complete picnic basket set from Pier 1. Once the lunch is neatly packed inside, I head off to the downtown core and to Prestige Inc. I park my car behind a row of cypress trees, which line the property to the building. The glass and steel skyscraper looks intimidating. I crane my neck to look at the behemoth. In awe, Tyler really owns such an enterprise. I get out of my car, grab the basket, and head for the front sidewalk. Then, through the line of trees, I see Tyler standing outside the entrance. He is talking and laughing with, of all people, Beatrice Hilton, the wealthy beauty from our college days. I duck back behind the tree limbs to survey the couple. My gut sinks. I already sense this little spy mission won't go well. Tyler escorts Beatrice to her car, her arm in his as they walk. It's a chauffeured town car idling out front. He helps her into the back seat, waving at the driver to stay put. I am stunned and enraged, witnessing this little tete-a-tete. Soon my red-hot ire turns a moody blue. My eyes heat up at the edges. Tears spring up, and my legs go wobbly. Minutes ago, I was happy and carefree. Now I am a heartbroken woman as I watch Tyler's wide smile not dim, even after Beatrice's car drives away. Beatrice Hilton. Of all the women in all the world, shouldn't she be getting a sunburn and can by now? I had put my memory of the snooty woman in my rearview mirror ages ago, stuffed in my collegiate past where the blonde bombshell belonged. I abhorred the chick then when she fell all over Tyler, and I abhor her still. Just when things were starting to iron out between Tyler and me, we were getting along so well. Why her? Why now? Why does she have to come into our life and screw things up? And why is Tyler letting her be our wrecking ball? Wasn't once enough? With those birthed tears now flowing, I turn on my heels and head back to my car. I hurl the picnic basket hard against the back seat, not caring a hoot if the whole thing crashes to the floor. I kick myself for thinking Tyler and I were a genuine couple. I can't believe I thought he only has eyes for me. It's a game, a contract, silly. Remember? I curse myself. How could I let my guard down, let him into my heart to rebuild the attachment, only to be hurt yet again? I put my car in drive and tear out of the parking lot, my wheels burning rubber along the main drag. My eyes, although looking ahead at the traffic, keep swinging to my rearview mirror. I watch as the Prestige building gets smaller, then disappears from the frame. What would happen if I got up the courage to tell him how I really feel? Would he return the same affection to me? Or would he only have glowing praise for Beatrice instead? How can a middle-class black girl from a working family ever match what Beatrice has? I roll down my car's side windows to let gusts of wind come in and dry away my tears. If only I could be brave enough to ask him for the answers I need to hear. But I so fear those answers. If only.
Chapter 26. Tyler. After my talk with Beatrice, I can't stop daydreaming about becoming a father. I find myself whistling lullabies and walking around with a smile on my face. This seems to aggravate Monroe because she leaves the room whenever I enter whistling. At first, I think it's the noise, so I stop, and she still leaves the room when I enter it. At night, when she has no choice but to sleep with me, she edges to the opposite side of the bed where I can barely feel her presence. At lunch, she won't even look at me. "Monroe, did I do something wrong?" I ask. "No, I've got to make a phone call. Excuse me." Monroe and I finish our lunch, and she can't wait to leave the table. Just a couple of weeks ago, we sat at this very table and talked for hours over lunch and dinner. She was so happy and animated then. What has changed? The days go by, and Monroe seems really busy with work. She never stops talking on the phone or wants to leave her desk. At night, I wake up to find she is not in our bed. I get up to search for her, and she is at her desk again, writing in a leather-bound book. She doesn't even look up from the book when I enter her office. Just a few days ago, her eyes lit up the minute that she saw me. I give her space to unwind from work, but she never gives herself the opportunity to stop working. Something has happened, and I can't stop worrying about it. What did I do? What has happened? The questions torture me. I have no complaints about the way she treats me. She's still very good at taking care of me. Every night there is a heaping bowl of dinner waiting for me on the table. The food is delicious, and I try to compliment her, but she just smiles and leaves me to eat alone. When I ask her to sit and eat with me, she shakes her head and says she has work. The other day, she was folding my clothes just the way I like them folded. I told her thank you for changing the way she folded things to match my preference, and she just shrugged. It's nothing. The next day, there is dinner on the table with a note. She is working. I eat my dinner and then go to her office, but she has the door closed. I knock and open the door, and she is asleep at her desk. It breaks my heart that she did not go to our room to lie down, and I am at a loss. There is no other woman that I want to be with. One just doesn't exist. If I am honest with myself, it has always been Monroe and no one else. From the first moment that I saw her, my heart was taken. Now, for some reason, she is gone from me. I have to get her back so that I can heal my wounded heart.
Chapter 27. Monroe. It's been weeks since I spied Tyler and Beatrice that day in front of Prestige Inc. Since then, my mind has been jam-packed with a million thoughts and just as many questions, none of which I can express to Tyler. My fury and humiliation and fear prevent me from saying a word. From my work days at Lemoore to evening home life with Tyler, I walk around as if in a daze, with a mood even storm clouds would fear. In the evenings, there is only silence between us in Tyler's cavernous home. I see my husband brood in his den while I plunk down on the sectional sofa in the TV room, eating bowls of ice cream and popcorn, watching movie after movie, remembering none. By bedtime, we go our separate ways. I refuse to darken our bedroom door while Tyler refuses to ask why. I have no idea if he's uncaring or unconcerned. Why didn't I acknowledge my feelings from the start? I have fallen for Tyler all over again. This is like some pathetic romantic movie where the girl doesn't get the guy twice. I don't know anymore whether to laugh or cry. I toss back and forth in bed, my mind refusing to shut down. The moonlight peeking through the window catches on my ring and sparks firelight. I snarl at the gym as if I am a feral beast. Sleep obviously fruitless. I throw my pillows up against the bedstead and hike myself up against them. I flick on my nightstand lamp, thinking the light will clear my thoughts. Was it meeting his family which let me get fooled by this contract? That weekend was so wonderful, and I felt so loved. I fooled myself into believing I was an Evans. And now, look where that has got me. It took me 7 years to get over Beatrice coming between me and Tyler. What is it going to take another 7 to recover from this replay of pain and humiliation? How am I supposed to bury my broken heart for him again? Every step I take, I feel like I'm walking an emotional tightrope. The wrong word, the wrong move, and falling either way will still be the death of my heart. The affection I see for me in Tyler's face, his demeanor, it's all a fantasy. I truly realize that now. It's a money game, Ro. You knew that when you signed those prenups, and you certainly know it now after seeing him with her. The utter gall of those two. Was Beatrice in on this scam from the start? Why didn't he marry her to placate Errol? A well-heeled debutante, done and dusted. I grab a pillow and scream into the down feathers. I throw it across the room, and it makes a soft, barely audible thud as it hits the wall, then slides down to the carpet below. Oh my God, I can't even have a proper tantrum like rich people. Sniffing back tears, I extinguish the light and flop back down in bed, burying my head in yet another pillow. I realize I'm lying on a bed full of pillows, assuming the goal of the rich is to have as many as your tantrums demand. I'm no debutante. I'm no trophy wife. I'm no beloved wife at all. I'm simply a bride on paper, and this is a contractual marriage. And I knew all along this scam was concocted to impress Tyler's grandfather. Tyler never told you it was anything else. Why didn't you listen? You know the drill. We flash the wedding rings. I get my payout for the orphanage. Tyler gets his inheritance. He goes to the Emerald City. I go to Loser Town. Nobody gets hurt, Ro. Remember? Remember? The days crawl by. On the phone at home, every chance he gets, Tyler tries to pry me open. He persists to find out why I'm so cold and so glum and so terribly, horribly, cruelly silent to him. Nothing stirs me. Nothing he says hits my heart. My blood pumper is closed for good, buddy. You can't hurt or humiliate me anymore. The lonely and sad days turn into frustrating evenings, which turn into sleepless nights. Neither one of us gives an inch. The silence screams throughout the house. Every thump, every footstep, I jump, positive it's him darkening my door, reaching out to me yet again. On the fourth night of our silent routine, I give up on sleep, jump into my car, and head up the coast. I choose a slower route, not wanting to rush my temporary reprieve, the coastal 101, the perfect path to slow down my thoughts and let them ride for a time on the glassy sea. At a lookout, I park my car, get out, and walk up to the craggy cliff. I see a bench and park my body too, reflecting silently on each worry, each fear. I blow them out to sea. I know they won't return for answers, for there are none. None I want. How could I have been so stupid to agree to this? I could have found the orphanage money some other way, taken on more clients, talked to that Shah, and see if his Middle East oil baron friends needed hookups. I made a bundle on the last one. But no, I took the quickest, the easiest way out. Quick. Yes, easy, not on your life. Even if I had planned this level of stupidity, I couldn't have sunk this low. Before the break of dawn, I wheel my car back to the house. I slip into my cold and lonely bed, bereft of answers and overflowing with woe. The next morning, I wake up to a call from Tyler. I can tell by his voice he has given up. I won't bother you any longer. It's the last thing Tyler says before he hangs up. My heart officially breaks in two. The finality lights a fire inside me. Before I drown in this pain, I'll break free. I'll leave tonight.
Chapter 28. Tyler. I hang up the phone receiver. I see other lines light up on my office phone, but none of the flickering red lights register, and I don't hit even one. I see Sean enter my office. His lips are moving, but I can't hear a thing. It's like my lungs have no more air. I can't see, I can't hear. Oh my God, I can't breathe like this without her. How long can things go on with this silent treatment? Her leaving me out in the cold like this? What have I done? What did I say to make her act this way? I've tried everything. Calls, texts. I try to stop her in her tracks and talk to her at home. She only puts her head down and walks away. Nothing works. Not even me saying I'll leave her alone just now. I thought for sure that would break the ice. The ice just got thicker. Sean slams a pile of files down on my desk, and my senses snap back to the fore. Boss, hello? Anyone in there? Your lines are ringing off the hook. You have that conference call to France in the boardroom in 5, and Nancy from HR says she's desperate to see you. Something about spending $150,000 today or it all goes down the drain? Right. Lines. Meeting. Nancy. Okay, Sean, you're a genius. We'll do it like this. Schedule meetings with all the clients on the calls. Anything over $1 million, schedule with me. Anything under, schedule with Ted from finance. I begin. I start counting off on my fingers. Hit the conference call and tell Eduardo from Import-Export to go ahead with the France project. Email Nancy a firm yes on the annual departmental budget for HR. But tell her if she's redecorating that floor, please keep dusty rose blinds off the list. That shade makes me dry heave. Sean takes copious notes and nods continuously. Okay, but what about... Sean, I'm gone for the rest of the day. Unless this building is on fire or a tsunami is expected to hit downtown San Diego, don't call me. I know you can handle all the other so-called emergencies around here. Got it? Got it, boss? Sean looks at me with apprehension, but offers a weak smile all the same. As I prepare to leave my office, Sean goes back to his desk to put out all the administrative crises, at least the ones not fire or tsunami related. On my way home, I stop by Four Seasons Flowers to get a huge bouquet of calla lilies with a big white satin ribbon and a card in my own handwriting. It reads, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I know I haven't got a clue what I've done, but I'm positive I somehow put a boot to our relationship. I'm desperate to make amends. I hope the bouquet will at least melt the ice between us somewhat. At least to the point of getting her talking again. I loved her back in the day. I love her now. I'll love her till the end of time. I have to make her see this. Whatever it takes. The shopkeeper brings out an immense and wondrous bouquet I pay for. I gently put it on the passenger seat of my car. I kiss my lips with 2 fingers and touch the ribbon with the kiss, hoping the loving gesture will appease the romance gods between the office and home. Through the bustling downtown traffic and the endless red lights, I have time to think. My mind wanders back to that last day on campus and how I waited for Monroe at our special place. The unease and worry I felt then, I am suffering now. It makes me feel like my younger self all over again, powerless to grab the girl I love and never let go. All the money, all the power. What's the point in all of this if I'm still without her? Whatever I did wrong back then, it's obvious I'm doing it again now. You'd think after 7 years I would have learned a thing or two about women. Maybe I have in a way, but I'm still at square one with Monroe. I look at the ramp to take me to Casa Serenidad. I am tempted to veer right and beg for insight from my grandfather. He's been wed for nearly 57 years. He must know something I don't. But how do I ask for advice to woo a woman he thinks I already have? Quite the problem equation you've written for yourself, Ty. Hope you're happy with your rich little fake life. In the end, I don't veer off. I wheel towards home. The sight of Monroe's car lightens my mood. At least she's home. At least I still have a chance. I burst through the double glass and wrought iron doors, bouquet in hand. My dress shoes slide on the marble because I come in so strong. The place is gleaming, the maids are gone, and it'll be just the 2 of us. I know I couldn't have timed this meeting any better. I'll make this right. I'll find her and give her these flowers and get on bended knee if I have to. Prestige wouldn't be where it is today without my deal-making charm. I know I can do this. I will. I have to. I head for the TV room, sure to see my bride sitting in there again. She'll be staring aimlessly at the television, her eyes glued to yet another golden oldie from the Turner Classic Movies channel. It's been her way of ignoring me. I smile when I think back to when I asked her what the attraction was to those old movies, and she said love was sweeter then. I'm sure it was the moment I truly, madly, deeply fell in love with Monroe Hayes. I reach the stairs which divide the foyer from the TV room and head up to the upper level. A movement catches my eye. It's Monroe. She's holding 2 suitcases and a duffel bag hangs over her shoulder. Oh, no, this can't be what I'm seeing. Luggage? Is Monroe leaving me? No, please, not now.
Chapter 29. Monroe. I look down at my shocked husband, standing there at the bottom of the stairs. The bouquet he's holding of my favorite flowers falls to the ground. My heart sinks. A searing heat stabs at my gut, seeing the pain flicker in his eyes. Tyler runs up to me. He tries to reach out and touch my hand. I quickly back away, silently shaking my head. To feel his warmth now, I know, will scorch my soul for all time. Monroe, honey, we were fine the last time I checked. I don't know what reason you have for treating me this way. How did we end up in this situation? I tried to understand you. Don't put your silver spoon in my mouth, Tyler, because from where you come, you will never understand me. Of course, we were fine. We are fine. We're business partners, right? We have this fraudulent marriage, and it's gone swimmingly for you and your family, don't you think? The fun is over now. It's been a slice. Oh, sweetie. Don't sweetie me. I saw you two the other day, Tyler. You and Beatrice Hilton. All smiles and that cozy embrace you two had before you stuffed her into her spiffy town car. I was at Prestige that day, you know. I walked up just as you two lovebirds swanned out. The fool I am. I was bringing you a picnic lunch, like a pathetic housewife who hasn't a clue her hubby is betting other posh chicks from 9 to 5. No, Monroe, you have that all wrong. Oh, I do I? Excuse me, I have a real life with real people to go find. I push past Tyler. He grabs me and holds me in a warm embrace. Slow down, Monroe. That day, that meeting with B, you've got it all wrong. I stop and freeze stiffly in his arms. B? What an intimate little nickname. I can't think clearly. My mind is a tangle of doubts, confusion, and fear. I fantasize about slapping him hard on the cheek, like those 1940 starlets did to Clark Gable. Then I remember my hands are full. I'm not listening to your stories anymore, Tyler. I've had enough of your double talk. If your tête-à-tête with Beatrice was so platonic, why were you acting so warmly around her that day? I've seen canned sardines with more room between them. Tyler chuckles. A smile forms on his lips. It grows wider, refusing to go. Why on earth are you smiling? This is no smiling matter. Oh, Monroe, you're so far off base. And I'm sorry, but you're so damn sexy when you're mad. Really? So far off base, huh? All I saw was you hitting home base with that woman again. Tyler's comment sparks my rage, and my look finally slaps his smile right off his face. Home base? Again. What are you talking about? The day you and I were supposed to meet. Does that ring any bells? Meet? What meeting? Think back, Tyler. Way back. 7 years back, to be exact. College? Yes, okay. While we're on the subject, what really happened between us that day? You were a no-show. I waited, I called, and you blocked my calls. Tyler lets me go. I sigh and drop my suitcases. I feel us both release our tension, the fight suddenly going out of us. We sit on the plush carpeted stairs side by side, refusing to face each other. In my mind's eyes, I am already back there, to that heart-wrenching day on campus. I read your wonderful letter, Tyler. I couldn't believe you felt that way about me. The same way I felt about you all those years we studied together. You said for me to meet you at our favorite spot. The swing, remember? Where we would talk and have lunch and put the world to rights. I got there. You were there already. Only you weren't alone, were you? Like now, you were with Beatrice then. The pair of you, close and chummy at our spot. Tyler looks down at the carpet. Geez, yes, I remember that. Monroe, it wasn't. I heard her confession of love for you, Tyler. I was standing feet away, behind the grove of palms we always said made it so private. Remember that? Beatrice was upper echelon. I know it. You knew it then. I couldn't compete with the likes of her and the silver spoon in her mouth. That was your world, not mine. I was a stupid, silly girl who fell for a guy way out of my league. I was Miss Nobody. Beatrice was a queen bee. Oh, Monroe, no. So I knew when I was beat. I moved off campus before graduation with a broken heart, and I never looked back. I never clapped eyes on you again. I assumed you and her would get married, have heirs, and spares, and the next time my eyes hit your face would be from a photo staring back at me in the society pages of the LA Times. Tyler grabs my arm and forces me to face him. Monroe, from the bottom of my heart, Beatrice and I, we were never, ever. I wouldn't, with you in this world. You have to believe me. My eyes fill with tears. One by one, they purl down my cheeks and hit the carpet, leaving wet patches in the pile. In between sobs and an emotion-choked throat, I spit out my tortured words to finally explain it all. I have nothing to lose and no more heart to feel. I buried that young love and the existence of you, Tyler. I buried everything deeply, never to be resurrected again, and then the chance meeting here in San Diego, the phony marriage agreement. I felt so used again, just like before. The last straw was seeing her again with you. How much hurt do you think one plain working woman can endure?
Chapter 30. Tyler. I slowly let her go, lean against the stair wall and stare helplessly at Monroe. My mind is a whirl of emotions, my thoughts swirling so fast I can't feel anything, think anything, be anything. My soul feels adrift as on an open sea, in a tiny lifeboat bobbing helplessly. I know I need to save my life, her life, our lives together, yet I do not know how, what to do, or where to go, or what to say to wrap a lifesaver around us both. In the seconds I have, my mind wanders back to that first day when I bumped into Monroe. The spark which had been burning on low for so long fired up once more, like a pilot light never having been extinguished at all. Not even in the coldest and loneliest of nights I endured without her by my side. I look into her deep-set, emerald eyes. My gaze caresses her soft skin, strokes across her long, flowing hair, and the slender nape of her neck. Amid the sorrow and confusion, I am awash in Monroe, and I know I never want to come up for air. I look at her now, and all I want to do is run up onto my roof and shout to the world how much I adore and love her. But I know no matter what I say or do, she won't listen to me now. I've tried to tell her what really went on, then and now, with Beatrice, prove things to her, show her the way. But it's no use. She's shut herself down. As my eyes meet hers, I will myself not to cry, not to shed a single tear. I know I have to man up, face the music. Monroe was never mine. Not a truckload of contracts would ever make that so. What am I seeing in those hate-filled eyes? And what's all this about Beatrice, anyway? Is it just schoolgirl jealousy? Has the grown woman in her been eaten up by that accidental chat with Beatrice all those years ago? If it is jealousy, can I take that as a sign she still cares? After all, Monroe would show indifference if she felt nothing for me at all. Could it be, after all these years, I finally mean something to her? I clear my throat and bow my head to think. I know I'm on a knife's edge with Monroe in this quasi-relationship. By the look on her face, one wrong word and this love affair will be DOA, never to breathe again. I straighten up. I slap a sense of calm on my face and in my demeanor. In as soft and warm a voice as I can muster, I speak, knowing my next words will make or break our bond. Monroe, please, I beg you. Listen to me. I can't explain it all to you now because you can't take it in now. I'll give you space, all the space and time you need. But know my willingness to do that doesn't mean I'm letting you go. You are free to leave this house, but please come back when you are ready to hear me out. I'll wait for you. That's the least I can do. I steel myself for her reaction. I fear it may be something I can't withstand. I urge my tears not to fall. I refuse to show how emotionally weak I can be around her. She needs to see the mature and strong man I have become. I will leave her with that singular vision. It'll keep her close to me. Monroe cries out in pain. She throws herself in my arms. Oh, Tyler, oh my God. I'm so very sorry, she whispers. Her body, a perfect fit into my own, shakes uncontrollably in her sobbing. I hold her so tightly I fear I might break her, the same way my own heart is breaking in two. After a while, Monroe's sobs die down. She wipes her tears away with her jacket sleeve, grabs the rail and hoists herself up on her shaking limbs. She reclaims her bags, runs down the stairs and flies out the door, her high heels echoing in the cathedral space. I'm frozen in place. My eyes are glued to her every move. I stare at the empty foyer and the wide-open front door. The only sign she has gone for good is her car engine starting up and roaring out of the drive. I can't suppress my feelings any longer. I crumple down on the stairs, half sitting, half lying, and burst into tears, shaking uncontrollably in my own convulsive sobs. My fingers fiercely grip the carpet where Monroe's tears had fallen, and the moisture makes me wail all the more. The pain is unthinkable, unbelievable, unbearable. All around me lies the opulence of a life well manicured and maintained. I have the corporate world by the tail, and yes, men and yes, women by my side. I would give it all up for one more minute with her. All of it. We could live in a shack on the beach for all I care. I grab the railing, run down the stairs, skid on my knees across the marble floor and tear into the bouquet. With guttural wails and bestial cries, I rip the lilies to shreds, their aromatic petals flying as in a death fountain. Finished with the floral destruction, I sit up in a cross-legged position, raise my head to the ceiling and yell. I hate calla lilies! God damn them all! I'll hate them now till I die! Exhausted body and soul, I collapse onto the marble, curl up in a fetal position and gather the torn petals into my arms. I whisper to myself, to Monroe's soul if it deigns to listen. I will wait for you, honey. No matter how long, no matter what it takes, I'll be here. I'll always be here.
Chapter 31. Monroe. With shaking hands and tear-filled eyes, I fiddle with my keys to find the right key to unlock the door to my old condo. I walk with lead feet to my old bedroom and drop my luggage. I shiver from the cold, yet the place is warm. I'm desperate for Tyler's warm touch, but I know it's not there. Tyler's explanation of what had taken place with Beatrice, then and now, still rings in my head. The half-finished sentences still are making no sense, still not giving me the answers I so desperately need. All I have energy for is to grab a glass of water and some melatonin for sleep and go to bed. It's too early to sleep. I don't care. I want the world to go away. Days later, after sleepless nights and much self-reflection, guilt over how I acted bubbles up in my consciousness. Did I make a mistake? Did I assume too much? I didn't hear him out, not once. I could at least have heard him out. My cell phone rings, and I answer the call. Monroe, it's me, Tiana. Oh, Tiana, how have you been? I do my best to keep an upbeat tone. The task takes a Herculean effort. Not good. None of us have been good, Monroe. It's Tyler. What about him, sweetie? My heart races. He's been drinking. A lot, and that's not the half of it. The other day I came to see him at his house, and it was a total mess. He let the maids go. All the shades were drawn. There were takeout boxes everywhere, and empty liquor bottles lying about. The place smelled like a man's locker room. I've never seen my brother like this, ever. Oh, Tiana. I can't say another word for the emotions choking my throat. Tiana rattles on. I hear a word or two. I sense I'm saying yes and no at the right moments, but nothing is registering. The last words between us come through the haze. Monroe, can't you do something? He's in an awful way. I'll try, sweetie. As soon as I am able, okay? Promise? Sure. I rapidly blink my eyes. I'm lying, and I know it. Sure is a word I use in place of yes when people force me to make promises I can't keep. After Tiana hangs up, I feel nauseous. I want to say it's from the stress, but I'm noticing other things going amiss with my body as well. Tastes and smells are heightened, and my moods are off the charts. The mere thought of Tyler puts me into a flood of tears. What's happening to me? It's like the hurt I feel for Tyler is manifesting itself in my body. I can't break down. L'Amour hasn't been this busy in years. Ro, keep yourself together. I hurt for Tiana and for what she found in Tyler, too. But I have to keep going for myself. Once I heal from this, I'll help others. Later in the afternoon, there's a knock on the door. It's Kelly. Kelly, what are you doing here? I thought I just said goodnight to you at the office. But come in, girl. We can have a chat. I'll brew some tea. Kelly comes in and takes a close look at me. I came over because I was worried about you today. And now that I see you close up, girl, you look awful. Thanks. Just what I wanted to hear. Have a seat. I'll put on the kettle. No, I didn't mean it like that. I mean, you look all ashy. And you have circles around your eyes. Are you anemic? You look anemic. No, I'm not anemic, silly. I just haven't been sleeping. Major insomnia. Because of him? Yeah, because of him. I hand over a cup of dark tea. Darjeeling. Lately, I've had a thing for it. It's been calming my nerves. That and mint chocolate ice cream for some reason. Why don't you go talk to him then? Clear the air. Kelly accepts the cup of tea and blows at the hot liquid. I would. I miss him so much, but Kelly, I can't be hurt anymore. I just haven't got the stomach for it. I mean it, figuratively and literally. This experience is making me feel ill. Yes, I get that, but if you don't try... I have tried. Well, I think I tried. It will just be the same. I have no reason to think much has changed. I mean, sure, I've heard from his sister he's gone on a bender, but that doesn't mean he loves me. He's probably just being a sore loser. He didn't get his full 2 years out of contract. I've explained the contract in full to Kelly since my abrupt return. Geez, that's cold, kiddo. I sigh. Yeah, I know, but it's realistic. I mean, even if he's been telling me the truth about Beatrice, that there was nothing between the two, then or now, it would be pretty silly to go back. Tyler would kick me to the curb in a few months' time anyhow, when he doesn't need the fake marriage anymore. I'm sure he's telling his grandfather we're in a lover's paradise until he knows his inheritance has been sealed when Errol signs over the business and holdings to him. I don't know, Ro. I think you're forgetting how kind and considerate and caring he was with you. A man like him, money or not, is 1 in a million. Thousands of women would give their eye teeth to meet just one. Tears begin to well in my eyes. Kelly starts digging in her purse to find a tissue, dumping the contents out on the table. With the force of things falling on top of one another, Kelly's perfume spritzer goes off and infuses the air. I inhale the scent, and instantly my stomach flips and I'm severely nauseated. I run to the bathroom, reach the sink, and vomit. Kelly runs in after me. She sees the whole thing and cups a hand over her mouth. What the hell, Ro? Are you pregnant?
Chapter 32. Tyler. A strange sound penetrates my brain. Belatedly, I realize it's my front door banging open. This should probably concern me more than it does, but I just lay motionless on my bed anyway. I guess if someone is breaking in, good luck. I'm too hungover to care. The noise of footsteps leads me to believe it is not a robber, as they move with purpose until stopping just outside my open bedroom door. Tyler, wake up, bro. This is enough. You have a life, a business to run. Get up and get your act together. This isn't doing anyone any good, especially you. It's my sister, Tiana. She rests her hand on my arm and gently shakes. I can hear her sniff the air distastefully. It must smell of stale booze in here. I've been surrounding myself in it for so long I can't notice the odor anymore. My eyes flicker open, deciding it is time to acknowledge her. I pull myself up against the headboard and rub my unshaven chin. I know. What time is it? Time to smarten up. That's what time it is. Whatever is going on between you and Monroe, you need a clear head to straighten it out. And a shaven shower would go a long way, too. I meekly smile. I'm glad you came to rescue me, kid. I'm done with this, Tiana. I guess I needed to drink myself stupid to swallow the hurt for a while. You're right. I need to fix this. Tell my family I'll come out to Casa Serenidad tomorrow and update them on Monroe and our marriage. Okay? So, no more drinking yourself silly and passing out? You're going back to the strong-willed brother I've always known and loved? No more. I promise. I've been dumb enough for 2 lifetimes. I lean forward and hug my sister. Okay then. I'll leave you in peace. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll tell the family to expect you. Make sure you're up to snuff. You know how he notices anything out of place. Oh, don't I know it? Yeah. You won't recognize me tomorrow after who you've seen in front of you today. Tell them I'll be out there at 1 o'clock. I get out of bed and walk my sister to the door, scratching areas on my body I never thought could get itchy. Tiana gives me one last hug and kiss. Then she walks through the door, leaving me standing in the foyer. I curse myself for wallowing in self-pity. I know I'm smarter than that, and realize such immaturity will never get Monroe back in my arms. I take the circular stairs 2 steps at a time and hit the shower. Tiana finally knocked some sense into me. I was probably waiting for her to do that. My sis is grand. The following day, I take my Ferrari out for a spin and get to Casa Serenidad in time for lunch. The valet takes my car and I walk into the Spanish villa. I reach the poolside patio where all the family members are seated. I readjust my tie, inhale deeply, and hope for the best. Hi all. I know me being out here today wasn't planned, but I have something to tell you. Go ahead, Tyler. We know from Tiana your mood hasn't been good lately. Tell us what's going on. He puts his fork down to listen, as do the others. I'm here to confess about my marriage to Monroe. It's been a sham the entire time. My idea, not hers. Well, boy, you had better remedy the situation immediately, hadn't you? E's look is a mix of disdain and disappointment, which tears at my heart. You don't know the half of it. I actually love her. It started out as a marriage of convenience, but it's not. I adore her. I really do. I want her to be my genuine wife, in all ways. E laughs and leans back in his chair, the stress subsiding. I know, Tyler. You might have thought this marriage started out as a sham, but it certainly isn't one now. Tyler, sweetie, we've known since the day you brought Monroe out to meet us. Your love for her is deep, says my grandmother, conveying a serene and knowing smile. Yeah, bro. Geez. It's obvious how much you love her. A person would have to be a robot not to see that, says Tiana. Listen, Tyler. I'd been making deals for decades before you were born. You might have thought this union started out as a sham, but I know you were only fooling yourself. You need to go back to town and fix this pronto. Tell Monroe how you truly feel. Tell her the marriage has never been a sham on your part. Hear her out. I think you'll find it's more of a marriage than you think. The family members, one by one, encourage me to go for the golden ring. With each supportive word, my deep sorrow and regret lifts. My zest to make things right between me and Monroe is revving once again. Well, what do we have here? An impromptu family reunion? Uncle Eddie appears and walks toward the family, all smiles. Did you just get back? Asks E. Yes, the business trip is over. Say, I overheard your little confession, Tyler. Uncle Eddie takes a seat at the patio tables as servers put down a place setting for the surprise guest. Don't you wait a second more without mending things with your wife, he advises. Beyond the heartache you obviously feel, this could mean billions lost to your bank account if you're not married, you know? I realize that, Uncle. But at this point, my relationship with Monroe is far beyond money. My fear no longer lies in losing billions. It's losing her. Billions wouldn't help me if she left my life. I'd simply not have a life then. Then what are you waiting for, dear? Asks my mother with a wink. My eyes brighten. I rocket from my chair, run back to the valet, and grab my car keys. Then I wheel out the circular drive so fast, the squealing tires and rubber smoke can be heard and smelled all the way to the pool. Money is no good without the one you love. Finally, for the first time, my head is truly screwed on straight. Now I just need Monroe to see it.
Chapter 33. Monroe. I recline in front of the TV, gazing at a daytime show flickering on the screen. The women are talking about lost loves. I hope to learn a thing or two about waning relationships, but fear I might not. It's a duvet day for me. I'm not into living life on the outside. The morning didn't start out too well, as my stomach had been acting up. A knock at the door jolts me back to reality. I pad to the door with a quizzical look on my face. I'm not expecting a soul to darken my doorway today, so I'm mighty surprised when I see my friend's face. Kelly, what are you doing here? Didn't you get my text about me taking a day off? I did, which is why I'm here. Okay. You're making no sense, but come in. Kelly walks in, takes her coat off, and hands me a small white bag. On the outside, it reads, Walgreens. I look at Kelly with a cocked eyebrow and feel the outside of the bag. You brought me a box of gummy bears? You're hilarious. Open it up already. We don't have forever, you know? I open it and look inside. My eyes pop. What is this? You know what it is, girl. Go use it. But why? Monroe, stop being dumb. Remember the other day when my perfume made you gag, and today you take a sick day and are clearly not sick. Can you add 2 and 2 together? 'Cause I certainly can. The other day was nothing. You have horrendous taste in perfume. I took today off 'cause I felt like goofing off. Adults can do that from time to time, you know. 2 fibs in one go. Impressive. So, what you're saying is your sense of smell is not heightened. And you didn't take off today 'cause you ended up with your head in the toilet? Kelly's arms cross, and she flashes a look of disdain. I turn and walk into the kitchen, slam the bag on the counter, and plunk down in a chair, emotionally exhausted. Kelly follows. Fine. Okay. You got me. But a pregnancy test? That's ridiculous. I can't be pregnant. Really? So there's no chance of a pregnancy? After all the romantic nights you and Tyler have had? If the scenario is so ridiculous, how about you go use it and prove to us both how ridiculous it is? I stay in my seat, but my mind's eye strays. I think over the last few weeks and then the last few days. Our lovemaking, it had been often. And now, every time any nearby apartment cooks meat, I have to leave the building. The smell upsets me so. Kelly's perfume did make me sick. I can't deny that either. I've been moody, irritable, and I did spend the morning retching in the toilet bowl. I flash a look of apprehension and dismay at my best friend. Could I? Monroe, will you just... Okay, I'm going. I want to be on the record stating this is dumb. Not as dumb as ignoring reality. Go. I head into the bathroom and use the test. As the minutes tick by, I wring my hands and look at myself in the mirror. Turning sideways to examine my stomach, I know full well if I were pregnant, I wouldn't be showing yet. But it doesn't stop me from looking anyway. The timer on my cell goes off. I look down at the stick. 2 red lines. I burst into tears. Oh my God, I'm pregnant. The moment of joy settles into doubt. How will Tyler react to this news? Me carrying his child? Will he jump for joy or regret he didn't put a pregnancy clause in our prenups? I guess this means smartening up. Eat and drink healthy. Get proper rest. Geez. A part of me desperately wants to run to Tyler, jump in his arms, and tell him the wonderful news. Another part wants to hide from him, fearing the worst. Disappointment. Fear. Anger. After all we've been through and I'm still letting my doubt rule me, I'm acting like a self-conscious teenager in this relationship. How can a grown woman act so cowardly? I glance back at myself in the mirror. I see a new vision of myself. My prospective mother self. Gosh, I hope I don't completely screw up everything with Tyler by the time I get off the fence and make up my mind. Well, are you done in there yet? I'm dying of curiosity out here. I slowly open the bathroom door and look Kelly straight in the eyes. Saying nothing, I hold the stick up for Kelly to see it herself. Kelly squeals and jumps for joy. Then she realizes I am not squealing with her. Oh, we're not over the moon, I take it? Kelly, honestly, I don't know. I would be if... Oh, Ro, you two have got to get your acts together. Stop with this not speaking, not saying what's on your mind. You two are meant for one another. Just go to him, confess your feelings, and get on with your lives. Kelly, you have got to swear to not say a word to anyone. I mean it. Not anyone at work, and especially not a word to Tyler. I'll tell him in my own time, okay? Promise? Oh, girl, you know I promise. I'll be a vault. I exhale. I look down and touch my stomach. Kelly squeals again. Stop that, I chide. Sorry. Can't. Too excited. But I promise, the moment I leave here, excitement washed from my face. No aberrant squealing until the time is right. Oh, Kelly, will all this be all right? I'm so scared. We had that vile fight. And now this isn't the right time. Take it easy. Breathe. Take it one day at a time. If he loves you like I know he does, he will wait. Oh, and girlfriend, I don't think there's ever a right time for kids. They show up when they show up. I nod, wiping a single tear from my eye. He will wait. Oh, Tyler, please wait.
Chapter 34. Tyler. I head to work after spending weeks away. I'm ready to go back to the dapper, well-dressed, well-coiffed CEO everyone at Prestige knows and loves. I wave hello to all the employees on the floor and head for my office. It feels funny being back at work, knowing I still have a wedding ring on my finger, even though I know it is meaningless. I push my heartache to a dark place inside my brain and hunker down over my desk. Signing contract after contract, I try to catch up on company business. My playing hooky is over. So is my self-loathing. I'm better than this. He is relying on me. I'm back behind the wheel of the multi-billion-dollar business, and I intend to stay here. And maybe win back Monroe, too. God, I hope so. I realize Sean is still in the room, holding what looks like an endless pile of contracts. I stop signing long enough to chat and maybe get some intel on the love of my life. Hey, Sean. Now that you're dating Monroe's friend Kelly, is there any news on Monroe you can share? Anything which may help me win her back? Sean hands another contract my way. Well, let me see. From what Kelly tells me these days, Monroe is fine. Hard at work, like you. Kelly thinks it's a coping mechanism, like you. See the pattern here, friend? He asks pointedly. Anyway, I've been wanting to thank you for pairing me up with Kelly the night of your surprise Parisienne dinner for Monroe, Sean adds. Had you not put us together for that prep, I would have never met her and we're really hitting it off. I smile. I'm thrilled at least love is blossoming somewhere. Well, that was not unexpected on my part. I kinda had a gut feeling about you two. Your personalities and likes are so much the same. I figured why not roll the dice and put you two together? It looks like the gamble paid off. Happy to be of service, my friend. Sneaky, boss. Really sneaky. Sean grins and hands me yet another contract to be signed. Holy cow, how many business meetings and successful deals did I miss? Quite a few, but your Uncle Eddie filled the gap, so everything is on the up and up, just needing your John Hancock all over the place. Geez, I should go away more often. Our profit margin will be through the roof. Oh no, I wouldn't say that. Every handshake Eddie made, he said, was because the clients knew you were at the helm. Well, that's comforting. More than comforting. FYI, could you never do that again? Take off and wallow. I heard from your sister you were an unqualified mess. I will offer no comment at this time. And yes, Sean, no more mind games. I'm here to stay. I smile, hand back a heap of signed contracts and wiggle my fingers, fearing carpal tunnel. Jeez. I can't seem to be successful at two things at once. Successful in business. Check. If my love life were a business, I'd be filing for Chapter 11. Hello, boss to earth. Anyone in there? Sorry, Sean. Corporate ruminations. Hey, could you send a bouquet of calla lilies to Monroe with a card saying, thinking of you. Take care. XO? Sure, I can do that. While I'm at it, I might do the same for Kelly. I don't know her favorite flower, though. What should I pick? How much do you like her? Sean lowers his head and blushes. A lot. Okay, yellow roses. It signifies great affection, yet no L word has been dropped. Geez, you're good at this love thing. If I were, I wouldn't have wasted days being wasted, right? Right. Sean chuckles. Here's what I do know. If you find true love, hold on to it for dear life, Sean. It doesn't make itself known but once in a lifetime. Sean nods his head, smiles, and leaves the room with a pile of signed contracts in his arms. When my office door closes, I lean back in my executive office chair, pull up my cell, and look at the wallpaper image which has been gracing the screen since forever. It's a photo of Monroe from 7 years ago. I had swiped it from her university dorm room before we were scheduled to move out for the last time. It shows Monroe seated on one of the swings at Elysian Park, as a youthful girl smiling from ear to ear. I'd always loved that photo of her, and knew if I had to leave campus without her, I could at least take the photo as a reminder of what I once had. I look longingly at the image and voice to the ether. It's unfair, you know. You are the only one who knows how to break my heart, but no matter how many times you rip it to shreds, it will still yearn for you. How long will you make me wait for you, Monroe? I lean back in my chair and sigh, gazing at her beautiful image. It doesn't matter what I do, where I go, she's always on my mind. I miss my wife so much. I've been patiently waiting, and I'll wait some more. But if I stepped up and confessed my love to her, would we have a real chance? Would she give us a real chance? If she did, I'd tear up those contracts in a second. As I gaze out my window at the city down below, I marvel at how love is timeless. Today, 7 years ago, 30 years in the future, my feelings will never bend away. If only I could get her to finally return them.
Chapter 35. Monroe. The emergency meeting at L'Amour goes well for me. Again, it's another announcement of possible new clients who will demand extra special care from me as the company's premier matchmaker. I know I've had more work than I can handle, but I look at my lot as a good thing, considering my status as a prospective mom. I leave the boardroom and walk through the building's front doors with a satisfied smile on my face. Wanting a bit of fresh air, I leave my car in the parking lot and stroll down the street. I have a craving for apple strudel and a cup of coffee, to finish my workday and digest all the good corporate news. Carrying my dessert and my decaffeinated brew, not my usual, but I'm swallowing for two these days. I take a seat by the window to slowly nibble and sip. Out of the corner of my eye, I spy a couple on the street. The man is a stranger. The woman sports an all too familiar face. It's Beatrice Hilton on the arm of the strange man, who looks to be about Tyler's age and just as handsome. The similarity of the couple being so much like Tyler and myself jolts me. Oh gosh, has Tyler been telling me the truth? There's nothing between him and her? Did I overreact and ruin what could have been the best thing in my life? I nearly choke on the strudel and the reality. Before I can juggle my own confused thoughts, the couple enters the shop. Beatrice kisses her man. He goes to place their order while Beatrice strides over to my table. I hold my breath. Why me? Why her? Why now? I wish I had time to duck under the table, as I have no idea how this meeting will go. I swallow my emotions and paste on a welcoming smile. My stomach growls in protest. Well, hello there, long-lost university friend. It's been ages, hasn't it? Beatrice pastes on a fake-looking smile of her own. Hi, Beatrice. Yes, it has been ages. I hope you're keeping well. More than well, dearest. I'm married to that hunk of man over there. Isn't he a catch? And look at this rock. I look over at the man and then down at Beatrice's ring finger, which is bejeweled in a solid gold wedding band and glittering engagement ring. I let out a slow breath and breathe back in. My relief at Beatrice being married leaves me speechless. All I can do is smile a gawky grin usually reserved for school kids. You know, Monroe, I'm thankful Tyler rejected me that day. It turns out he was right all along. What I felt for him back then was merely infatuation, a silly crush. When I met my husband, he made me realize what real love is, Beatrice coos. Oh, I am happy for you, Beatrice. Isn't it great when things in our lives work out for the best? Yes, well, speaking of things working out, dear, how long did it take you to come to your senses? Did you ever catch on to how much Tyler loved you back then? I mean, I tried it on with him, of course, but he gave me a hard no. Not because of me, dear, because of you. And what did you do back then? You had him eat your dust. Sad. I smile, but the urge to shove my fist in Beatrice's nose grows more tempting by the minute. Not on purpose, I can assure you. I thought there was more between you two back then. I didn't want to come between true love. Well, the joke's on you, isn't it? Infatuation is not love. I had no clue back then. I do now. You'd be celebrating a 5 or 10-year anniversary these days instead of wasting so much time. I suppose everything falls into place when it's meant to, doesn't it? He told me all about your marriage. I smile. Nice to see you again, Beatrice. I wish you and your husband all the best. I ignore Beatrice's query as to why I abandoned Tyler all those years ago. Beatrice takes the hint, realizing she will not get another juicy word out of me, even if we are old college pals. I wish you the same, dear. Ta-ta for now. Beatrice offers a quick wave and swans back to her husband, giving the man another long kiss. All I see in their embrace is myself in Tyler's powerful arms. I eventually drive home and walk up to my door, as if walking on a cloud. My giddiness knows no bounds after what Beatrice confessed at the coffee shop. Could it be Tyler said no to Beatrice that day? Really? Because of me? Oh, why did I run away? Why did I block his phone? Why am I so great in business, yet so lousy at love? I plunk down my briefcase, and awareness hits me like a lightning bolt. All the loving Tyler had shown me, then and now. All the small, kind gestures, the extravagant gifts, the caring, and the love-making. Yes, the love-making. It had all been real after all. I twirl around in circles, tears streaming from my eyes, my heart bursting with joy. Soon from lightheadedness, I take a seat and lean back in the comfy chair, gazing out at the San Diego skyline. Its bright orange haze is slowly turning into night. I voice my thoughts to the empty room. Oh, my Lord, I've been such a blind fool. Tyler really loves me, and he's loved me right from the start. This marriage hasn't been a ruse or a scam. That's it, I continue, making up my mind. No more games, no more assumptions. I'm done with running away from my feelings and running away from him. I'll find him tomorrow and run into his arms. I'll look him straight in the eye and tell him I love him too, from here to eternity and back.
Chapter 36. Tyler. Here are the flowers you requested for your wife, Mr. Evans, the florist says. Thank you so much, I say in response. I reserved these flowers in advance, long before I knew I'd have no use for them. I suppose it was only my pride that kept me from wanting to admit it when they called to say the bouquet was ready for pickup. I give the florist a tight smile. I hope she doesn't see the pain behind my eyes, but she just smiles back and hands me the bill. Once I'm outside, my mask slips and I feel my shoulders slump a little. I'm not sure how long I can keep this up. It has only been a few weeks since Monroe left, but it feels like a lifetime. I miss her so much. Her easy smile, her laugh, the way she flutters her eyelashes when she's trying to lie, her sensual, naked body as she writhes under me. I hate going home now. It feels so empty. Just a hollow space to sleep in. I wish she would return to fill that empty gap in my home and my heart. I find myself back at Prestige, where I leave the flowers in the break room. What else could I do with them? I feel like I'm walking through a dream most of the time. I can't concentrate. I can't stop thinking about her. I struggle my way through the afternoon. I'm very grateful that my grandfather has stepped in to help lead some meetings. Even though he knows the cause of my pain now, I'm sure at some point soon he is going to pull me up on my inattention. I just don't know how to bring myself back to the present. My mind is consumed with Monroe. Go home, Tyler, says E, cutting through my reverie. You are not with us right now, and it's showing. I know he's right. I mutter my apologies. Then I drive home in a slump. As I open the door to my dark domain, I realize with a sad smile that I'm getting used to coming home to my empty, soulless pit. I switch on the lights and grab the bathrobe that I threw over the sofa this morning. Time to tidy up a bit, I think, as I make my way to the bedroom. I open the door and freeze, stunned by what I see. There in my bed, sleeping peacefully, is my wife. For a moment, the room spins as I try to convince myself what I'm seeing is real. Then she stirs. If this is a hallucination, it's pretty convincing. She turns over and stretches, blinking at me. Hi, she says with a little wave of her hand over the covers. Monroe. The robe drops from my suddenly numb fingers. What are you doing here? You said you'd wait for me, she says simply. In 2 strides, I'm across the room and have my beautiful, sweet-smelling wife in my arms. Thank you for keeping your promise, she says, her voice muffled by our embrace. I swear to you, I'll never run away again. I've loved you since I was 18. I feel tears on my cheeks, and this time I don't care if she notices. I love you too, Monroe. I've always loved you. I can't believe you're here. In my arms. It somehow feels like both a dream and the most real thing that's happened since you left, all at the same time. She pulls back from our hug to gently wipe the tears from my cheeks. She's crying too, but then we both start laughing at the same time. My heart feels like it could burst. She starts fumbling with the buttons on my jacket. I'm afraid the rest of this chapter is too hot for YouTube. Go to tylawalker.com for access to all of our unabridged audiobooks, as well as our ebooks that have yet to be converted into audiobooks. Use SAVE40 as a discount code at checkout for 40% off. Where were we?
Chapter 37. Monroe. Days are dreamy now. Ever since I came back to Tyler's home and confessed my undying love for him, and he to me, we fit like two pieces dovetailed into one another, fitting in every single way. Tyler is the most devoted husband I could ever ask for. I only wish I could have come to my senses earlier, but I'll gladly take later than never. Tyler, with a beach duffel bag over his shoulder and sunglasses in hand, looks at me. "You ready to head out to Casa Serenidad, honey?" Tyler's dulcet tones pop my daydream. I pick up a scarf and my sunglasses and call out, "Yep, all ready. Let's go. I can't wait to get there and tell your family our good news." "Our family, honey. Ours." Tyler leans over and gives me a kiss on the cheek. Hand in hand, we head to Tyler's Ferrari. He wheels the convertible sports car out of the long drive and up the I-5 to the Evans family retreat. The sun, warm and bright, flickers through my whipping hair. Tyler glances over at me, and I smile brightly back, our hands entwined. I am the luckiest girl in the world, the love of my life by my side, and heading to visit a family which has taken me in as their own. In no time, we arrive at Casa Serenidad. Hand in hand, we run into the mansion and jog down the patio stairs. The family members hear us approach, and they must see the love in our eyes because they leave their chairs to clap and cheer. Well, well now, look at the two of you. The picture of love. I don't think you need to tell us your good news. It's written all over your faces, boasts Errol, leaning heavily on his cane, but smiling as bright as the midday sun. Yes, E. All issues ironed out at last. We are where we're supposed to be, together forever, Tyler declares. We are so much in love. Truly we are, Mr. Evans. I hug Tyler and give him a sweet kiss on the cheek. Now, no, dear, no, Mr. Evans. That's E to you too, young lady. I laugh. Yes, sir, E? The familiarity warms my heart. It's true. I'm finally home. It's about time you two got on the same romance novel page. Tiana winks. I was growing old waiting for you guys to get it together. Such the drama queen. Tyler winks back. Okay now, enough from you two. Everyone, take a seat. Let's have a celebratory lunch. Porter, please, could you bring us a bottle of champagne? We have some toasting to do. Right away, sir. Porter, Errol's butler, nods and marches off to complete the joyous task. After the luncheon ends, I walk Tyler down to the other end of the pool and ask for a favor from my hubby. Sweetie, would it be okay if I had a private moment with Tiana and my in-laws? Sure, of course. Is there something I should be worried about? Tyler's face sports slight concern. I laugh and shake my head. Gosh, no. Not at all. I just need a quick talk with them. That's all. It's about a certain surprise, in fact. One you're expressly not privy to. So don't try to tickle it out of me. I will sick your sister on you. I hear she is an expert Tyler tickler. Your antics will not work on me, mister. I have Evan's family workarounds now. Tyler puts his hands in the air. Okay, I surrender. This better be a good surprise with all this preamble. Oh, I think you'll be quite satisfied. I offer a devious smirk. Now, go away before I get Porter to sweep you from the pool. I'm gone. I have to check in with Sean anyway. I'll head into Grandfather's den to make the call. Don't be long, honey. I won't. And thank you for this. Talking with your family will mean a lot. Tyler looks quizzically at me but flashes a casual smile and offers a hug. Monroe, they are your family now. Remember that. I kiss Tyler one last time and watch my husband take the outside stairs and head into the mansion. I head back to the patio table. Everyone sits quietly. They can probably sense something is up. Everyone, I have something to tell all of you, And some news as well. The floor is yours, dear. Errol leans over and pats my hand. I would like to have a surprise birthday party for Tyler. A surprise party? Whatever for. 31 is not a special year, Errol says. I sweetly smile, and under the table I lay my hand on my belly. I think this birthday may be special after all, once I tell you my news. Tell us. I can't wait, Tiana coos. I hope you're all happy about this. I know it's soon, but, well, I'm pregnant. Tyler is going to be a father. The table erupts in hushed gasps and cheers, careful to not have their joy reach the home where Tyler could overhear. Oh, that has got to be the best news I've heard since my son here announced Tyler's upcoming birth. Congratulations, my granddaughter. Well done. Errol struggles to get up to kiss me. Everyone follows Errol's lead and jumps up to kiss and hug me too, still keeping an eye on the home and the den in particular. After the congratulations, all take their seats once more. Tyler's grandmother returns to the original topic. How do you intend on surprising Tyler with this wonderful news, dear? I thought I'd wrap up a special gift and have him open it in front of the guests. Oh, that's perfect, says Tiana. He'll never guess. I hope not. I'll wrap it with love, of course. I can't wait to see his reaction. My female in-laws happily chat about the future, excited to think of a new baby entering the fold. Errol reclines contentedly in his chair, and I have to think he is now breathing easily, knowing the Evans legacy is set.
Chapter 38. Tyler. I roll over in bed and absent-mindedly touch Monroe's pillow, feeling nothing but cool linen and soft down feathers in my hand. My eyes pop open. I look over and see a note propped up on the nightstand. It's written in Monroe's handwriting and it reads, "Having girl time with Tiana." I frown. Geez, Tiana is getting more time with my bride than I am. I'll have to tickle my kid sister as punishment next time I see her. The thought takes my frown and plunks it upside down. This is a homework day according to orders from Monroe. And who am I to disobey? I chuckle. Then I lift the covers and pad to the shower to wash the sleep from my eyes. I hit the walk-in closet and dress business casual for a virtual prestige meeting. Conducting work from home feels odd to me as I am typically a hands-on executive, but I will do anything for my bride, and last night she was so insistent. As I wait for the other members to join the video feed, my mind wanders. I hope she and Tiana don't make too much of a fuss about my birthday today. I can't say no to Monroe, but a fuss I don't need. I'll stay put until it's time to leave for Casa Serenidad. But I have everything I've ever wanted in Monroe. No gift can be greater than that. The computer begins a robotic beeping noise to announce the feed is going live. Happy birthday! Investors and board members cheer together, raising their cups of coffee as a group toast. Sean in the back office sets off cans of sparklers, which make me laugh. Thanks all. Your wishes mean a lot. You're all invited to Casa Serenidad tonight for the party Monroe and Tiana are hosting, so I'll see you all later. For now, business before pleasure. Shall we begin? Sean, if you can dig yourself out of all that sparkly stuff, please take minutes and guide us on the agenda. Sean sloughs off the sparkles and picks up his notepad. First up, the Thornton merger. Video meeting after video meeting. I get through the long workday, drinking more than my share of Monroe's coffee to survive the boredom. Oh, can't this day be over already? It's not like I want a birthday party. I just miss Monroe. I want to watch the sunset in her eyes and hold her tight to me. I don't want to waste another single minute without her. The grandfather clock in the foyer soon bongs 5. The sun sinks into the horizon, and soon the vibrant pastel layers of orange, pink, and indigo color the dusky sky. The exotic hues finding their way into the living room, painting my world finally relaxed. I close my laptop, sit back, and breathe in the heavenly view. Then my cell phone buzzes with a text. Bro, come to Casa Serenidad as soon as you're done. Guests are already arriving. I smile, shake my head, and get up to get ready for my birthday due. Beach casual this time, on my birthday order. All the way up the I-5, I can't stop smiling. It's as if every molecule in the universe is lined up to make me feel content and finally whole. The day 7 years ago, when I had lost Monroe and felt alone in the world, is a feeling I never have to live through again. I won't question this perfection so I don't jinx it. I've never been happier than I am right now. I don't care if Monroe has money fall from the sky. It won't mean a thing alongside my girl. Birthdays come and go, but Monroe is for always. The happy thoughts spur me into action. I put the Ferrari into high gear, and in nothing flat, I drive through the impressive wrought iron gates at Casa Serenidad. I flip the keys to the valet and jog down the patio stairs to party poppers, streamers, whistles, and cheers. Happy birthday! All chorus. I am mauled with slaps on the back, hugs and kisses. I greet everyone. I strain to look through the small crowd in search of my wife. Monroe stands alone by the pool in a light chiffon summer dress, its long folds swishing in the evening breeze. My face lights up when I see her. I walk up and kiss her gently on the forehead. That's what I've been waiting for all day, darling. That single kiss. Monroe looks up into my eyes. I love you so much, Tyler. Here, I have a small gift for you, she whispers. The guests crowd around to overhear, their champagne glasses full to the brim, their expectant eyes threatening tears. Gift opening already? Before the party has really begun? Yes, I think you might want to open this gift so everyone's expressions make sense to you. Monroe winks and looks over my shoulder. I turn around and see everyone huddling in a semicircle anxiously. Hurry, open it up, come on! I hear voices speaking over each other, urging me to continue. Monroe hands me a long, thin, powder purple box with a matching satin ribbon tied in a pretty bow. I hold the box and shake it. It makes a dull thumping sound, twice. Well, it doesn't sound like jewelry, that's for sure. Stop stalling. Come on, Tyler. Open it. The guest chorus again. Okay, I'll open it. Geez, you guys are pushy. I laugh and undo the ribbon. Then I slowly open the lid. Laying on the powder purple velvet is a pregnancy test stick, still showing the 2 red lines. My eyebrows fly up and my eyes pop. I turn to Monroe, my gaze in utter disbelief. Happy birthday, darling. You're going to be a father. My face fills with joy, my eyes filling with tears. I slowly embrace my wife. My throat is so choked with emotion, I manage only a whisper. I love you so very much. The guests cheer and raise their glasses to us, the expectant couple. I wipe away my tears and shout, now this is my kind of party.
Chapter 39. Monroe. Weeks go by, and Tyler and I remain floating on our own, cloud 9, with our ever-strengthening love in the anticipation of our first child. Everywhere we go, I have babies on my mind. Tyler can name makes and models of strollers, while I am hounding shopkeepers about every little thing needed to bring babies joy. Not getting enough of a kid fix, we both decide to pay the Little Haven Orphanage a visit. Tyler rents a van so we can bring loads of gifts and toys and necessities for all the children there who call the warm and inviting place home. Can you see the steering wheel? I part 2 stuffed teddy bears to see my hubby. Only just. Tyler pushes back stuffed giraffes, working their way into the front seat. Do you think we went a bit overboard? We both sit quiet, then call out together. No way! We break out in raucous laughter, all the while beaning stuffed Tickle Me Elmos and Cookie Monsters into the back of the van. To me, our impromptu visit is one way of getting in practice with kids. I was an only child and never babysat for others. I also know the visit will make Tyler happy too, as he operates a children's charity program back in New York for kids in more impoverished areas. Living and working in San Diego, prevents him from getting his own charity kitty fix. With bags and boxes pinned against the van's sidewalls, and dolls and stuffed animal faces peering out at other dismayed drivers, we finally arrive at Little Haven. Before we can knock on the front door, the kids hear us approach. They bowl us over with hugs and kisses, squealing with delight as their eyes clap onto the brightly colored gift bags, parcels, and stuffed animals hanging off Tyler's shoulders. "Are these for us?" one child calls out, jumping up and down, ready to explode from excitement. "Every last one. Christmas in the summer, kids. Let's have fun," I call out over the cheering crowd. We do our best to stagger into the front room with the joyful loot. Amid the paper and bags and squealing kitties, Tyler, Vivian, and I sit a while with coffees in hand to marvel at the play. Soon, though, all three of us join the ruckus and end up on the floor with the kids. We help them rip open each gift, play with the toys, and happily help the little ones try on their new clothes and shoes. "Why did you two do all this?" asks Vivian, as shocked and overjoyed as the kids. She is scooping up all the discarded wrapping as fast as it flies. "I was missing my New York kids' charity, and Monroe was missing hers here. So we thought, why not play hooky from work? Go on a shopping spree and have fun," Tyler calls out over the audible fray. He is sitting in the middle of the floor, breaking open boxes full of Legos, Lincoln Logs, and Tonka toys. Tyler's right. I needed a kid fix. I shout, kneeling beside a little blonde-haired girl to help her unbox a brand new Barbie doll. As the excitement dies down but the playing continues, I cast my eyes around the room and envision future Christmases with our own child. My toothy smile spreads over my face, and I gently put a hand on my belly, wishing for the day my baby moves inside. I am not showing yet, and I'm glad. I want to keep my pregnancy a secret from the kids, at least for a while, so they can feel all my focus is on them. I just love this, Viv. "You and Tyler should think of having kids of your own then," Vivian says with a wink. Yes, someday we might just do that. It's all I can do to not shout my pregnancy from the rooftop. Instead, I offer Vivian a sweet smile. The morning and afternoon speed by. Soon we say our individual goodbyes to all our little friends and, of course, to Vivian, whose face shines with undying gratitude. As we leave, Tyler takes my hand to cross the street. Halfway over, I spy a little girl holding her father's hand, father and daughter smiling and laughing together as they make their way down the sidewalk. I stop in my tracks upon seeing the loving scene. Tyler looks back at Monroe. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" "Oh, nothing's wrong, Tyler. It's just that father with his daughter over there. It reminds me of my time with my father before my mother died, is all." I skip to meet up with Tyler's hand once more. As we make our way to the van, on the drive back to our home, I feign smiles to keep Tyler at ease, but I can't get the father-daughter scene out of my head. And as much as I'm happy for the two strangers, sadness invades my heart. Tyler, with his hands on the wheel, looks over at me. "You can't fool me, Monroe. What's going on? You were over the moon with the kids earlier. I thought the visit would keep you in smiles all day long." I snap back to reality. I leave my thoughts of happier family times behind, tucked neatly in my brain for another day. I don't want to upset Tyler about silly things. "Oh, sorry, darling. I was just daydreaming, probably hormonal." I laugh and slap on a bright expression to calm Tyler's nerves. "Is that all it is? You can tell me if it's more, you know." "No, Tyler, honestly, that's all it is. Probably I got more broody than I figured playing with the kids. I might act crazy for the next 9 months. Who knows?" Tyler laughs and puts his hand on my belly. "Act as crazy as you want. I love every minute." He leans in for a quick kiss before he hits the throttle for home. Chapter 40. Monroe. "Monroe, we're having special visitors today. Hope you don't mind." No, not at all. Who are they? Surprise visitors. That's all you need to know, Mrs. Nosy. Tyler smirks. I'm headed upstairs for a shower to get ready. I laugh and shake my head. I guess today it's a rebuttal for the surprise I gave him at his birthday party. It would be nice if he'd tell me what I should wear, though. Men. The front doorbells chime just then. I walk to the front foyer. Through the stained glass side windows, I can see it's Kelly. My friend is loaded up with shopping bags. Kelly is the surprise visitor? That seems odd. She's over here all the time. Not much of a surprise. Kelly, what are you doing here? And before you answer, of course you're welcome anytime. Tyler told me to expect somebody. I didn't think it would be you. Come in. Okay, I won't take that as a slight. I'm here at Tyler's request to help you prepare food for your surprise guests. Dummy. Okay, you and Tyler are really acting weird. Now I'm nervous. Who are these guests? Tyler won't say. I don't even know if I'm dressed right for the occasion. You're on a strictly need-to-know basis. And you don't. By the way, you're dressed perfectly. How about we head into the kitchen before my arms fall off? I believe I bought out all of Whole Foods. On your hubby's account, of course. Let's get cracking. A buffet awaits. As Tyler showers, we prepare sumptuous platters of pastas and salads and cold cuts, all to be washed down with the dry white wine. After a lot of hard work, I step back to look at the feast populating the dining table. Looks like a meal fit for a king, or queen, or whoever is showing up today, although I notice all the dishes are casual, so ixnay on the royalty slant. The front doorbells chime again, announcing another visitor. Ro, I'm making coffee. Why don't you get the door? Says Kelly. Sure, I have nothing better to do. Coming? I call out, making my way toward the door. I peer through the stained glass side windows again, but there is no one standing there. Confused, I open the door. To the extreme left and right stand two men, and their presence shocks me. On the left is my stepbrother, Lyndon. On the right, there is my long estranged father, Harry Hayes. I stop breathing and instead gulp air. Father, Lyndon, what are you two doing here? How did you know where I lived? I mean, hello? I'm sorry, this is quite the surprise. Your husband tracked me down, got my home phone number and called me yesterday. He invited us down here to see you, Monroe. Tyler said we would be welcome. I hope that's true. Yes, of course. Please, come in. I feel as if I am acting on emotional autopilot. The events unfolding faster than I can digest. They step in, and I take their coats. The three of us stand awkwardly in the hall, not knowing what to do next. My father pipes up first. How have you been, Monroe? It's been such a long time, I know. His face is taut, his expression full of concern. Well, before I can fully answer, he falls to his knees. I step back, shocked by the overt action. Sweetie, I am so sorry for abandoning you like I did. I know I've been a lousy father to you these last few years. And as God is my witness, I never meant to hurt you. You've got to believe me. I freeze like a statue, and no words come out. All I can do is look down at my begging father. I want to be angry at him for abandoning me all those years ago. He would deserve nothing more than if I threw him out right now. But at the same time, revenge is just not in my heart. It's never been part of my DNA. Seeing him in that position, supplicating himself, only brings tears to my eyes. I reach down to pull him to his feet. He struggles, and I am suddenly very aware of how he has aged in our time apart. Monroe, Dad really regrets how he's treated you. Honest, he does. When he wanted to reach out, he lost track of you. It wasn't until Tyler contacted us that we had the opportunity of even knowing where you were, says Lyndon. I convinced Dad to take up Tyler's offer and visit with you today. You two need to settle the past. I see movement at the top of the stairs and glance up to see Tyler silently watching the meeting. His face looks both serious and hopeful, waiting to see how this unfolds. "Lyndon is right, sweetie," says my father. "I lost my mind when your mother passed, and then falling in love again, I think I wanted to stop the hurt, so I gave you the cold shoulder and shut you out. I am deeply sorry. I know it was wrong. I hope you can take this visit for what it's worth and forgive me, and maybe get to know your stepbrother too. We have so much to catch up on, don't we?" Several hours later, I am now in a flood of tears. This time, tears of joy. "Oh, Tyler, I don't know how to thank you. Your surprise was incredible. At first, I thought our meeting might go south, but we forgave each other, and we're back to talking again. And I had such a wonderful time getting to know Lyndon better, too. It was as if all the hurt and doubt washed away today. I can see why Dad needed to block me out. I reminded him of Mom too much. Sometimes, in order to heal, we have to hurt. But the hurt is all gone thanks to you, darling. Thank you so much. You've made my future even brighter. That's all I want to do, Monroe. Because your future is our future, and our babies." I curl up beside Tyler. His warmth and his even breathing begin to lull me to sleep, comforted by the fact that I'll never have to worry about my family again.
Chapter 41. Tyler. I have to say, Tyler, I've never heard the term baby moon before. Monroe smiles and gives me a hug. Of course, I only came up with the idea because it let us spend more time together. Why wouldn't I want that? We stand at the bow of a mid-sized yacht I hired to chauffeur us over to Catalina Island. It took us 2 hours in my Ferrari to reach the port at San Pedro, and a half-hour to cross by yacht to finally arrive here at our own chunk of heaven. I have rented a cottage at the more secluded end of the island so we can relax and explore this private paradise on our own, with no prying eyes, family, or friends. Hey, I'm the CEO of a global firm. I can make up any vacation I want to. I was sitting at my desk the other day, neck deep in paper, and it came to me. You'd be drowning in paperwork too at L'Amour. I figured we both needed a break. Am I right? You are more than right. You saved us. I looked down at Monroe. I noticed her pale skin and tired eyes, and I know I was right to whisk her away. Seriously, you and I have been working all hours. I'm glad business is booming for both of us. But I want you well rested too, sweetie. You're carrying our child. If you're exhausted, I'm sure the little one in there is too. And my brain needs a break. For the last week, it's been only multi-million-dollar decisions. I'm decided out. The only decisions we should be making for the next 24 hours are deciding what seashells we should pick to decorate the baby's room. Understand? Monroe fake salutes. Aye, aye, Captain. We laugh and hold each other against the breeze. The yacht thrums along. Its bow lazily lifts into the choppy waves while the setting sun's last rays bid us goodbye. The trip, this time, is no surprise. I let Monroe in on the details of our baby moon adventure, so she could properly dress for the seafaring escapade. Everything Tommy Hilfiger nautical, from blue and white tops to boat shoes, sunglasses included. At the large Catalina port, we disembark, and a chauffeured car whisks us off to our hideaway home. Before our arrival, I had already arranged for a maitre d', head chef, and server from a nearby 4-star resort to offer a 5-course dining experience. The meal will be replete with a small table beachside, decked out in white linen and candlelight. As evening waves languidly swoosh in, we savor every morsel and every moment as if we are the only humans on Earth. You realize private dinners for us like this will soon be a thing of the past? Monroe raises her eyebrows. I chuckle. Yes, I guess you're right. I'll need to track down an endless list of babysitters. Monroe, I'll adore our child, but I'll still want time alone with you. I don't care if we have 1 or a dozen kids. A dozen? Are you nuts? And are you using the royal we there? I think you must be. Monroe jokingly crosses her arms as if to do battle. I belly laugh and throw up my hands. Okay. Not a dozen. How about a half dozen? Oh, you! Monroe throws her napkin at me, and then she bolts and runs down the beach. I come racing behind, laughing and giggling like the two college kids we once were. I catch up, scoop up my bride, and lovingly carry her back to our beach shore bed. Is this a dream? Oh, please, God, let this not be a dream. I hold everything that's good in my arms right this minute. Never make me let go. The day's dying rays turn to a deep, dusky blue as we retire to the thatched roof master bedroom. I lay her on the expansive bed, and together, spooning side by side, we watch the waves roll in. Traffic and streetlights from Los Angeles shimmer across the water in the oncoming night. The hubbub from the massive metropolis is only seen as twinkling diamonds and thankfully not heard. Oh, Tyler, this is wonderful. I feel like we're 1,000,000 miles away from reality and marooned on a faraway Pacific Isle. Not 30 minutes from LA. I feel the same. Us away from the world. I knew we could relax here and not have it be hours of exhausting travel for you and the baby. A baby moon on our virtual doorstep. Monroe snuggles closer against me, and I feel the heat from her body as she whispers back at me. A baby moon. Her eyelids slowly grow heavy, and she begins to drift to sleep, lulled by the rhythmic sway of the undulating shore. I look down on my bride and see her beautifully sleeping, like a black sleeping beauty. I'm not disappointed that she's already out, as I know she needs her rest. Monroe has been so exhausted since being pregnant, and she's working far too hard. I knew she needed to get away to rest. I don't care if she sleeps the whole baby moon away. She's in my arms. Monroe and our baby are safe. That's all I want. My two babies sleeping soundly under a big, bright moon. I reach around to caress her tummy. I put my hands over her middle, feeling the warmth. I marvel at how flat her stomach still is, considering it holds a little Evans inside. The miracle of birth. Our child. I still can't believe it. I stroke her stomach and let the warmth of my hand swaddle the baby inside. I look out at the placid ocean thoughtfully. I want you both to physically feel how much I love you, I whisper. I will keep you both in my arms and cherish you all my days. Spooning as one, my eyelids grow heavy too. Before long, I close my eyes. I mutter out one last word before I drift to sleep. Perfect.
Chapter 42. Monroe. I wake up in our romantic thatched cottage and look over at Tyler's pillow. I touch it, noticing it's cold. He's been gone a while, I guess. I prop up pillows to gaze out to the sea, its rhythmic sway welcoming the morning. It's our last day on Catalina Island. Why do wonderful moments fly by so fast? A part of me wishes we could never leave. A part of me knows I never will, as this baby moon has been so memorable and has stamped my aura on this island for all time. I soon hear the cottage door open and the thrumming of wheels. The bedroom door opens. It's Tyler, fully dressed in a cream polo shirt and slacks. His hair is neatly coiffed, and his smiling eyes hide behind shades as it's a bright, sunshiny day. Surprise! Breakfast in bed for my beautiful wife. I was wondering where you went. Oh, Tyler, how lovely. You coming back to bed to join me? Try stopping me. Tyler wheels the breakfast cart to his side of the bed, hops back in, and gives me a long, slow kiss. We enjoy a lazy morning, drinking coffee, and enjoying the Eggs Benedict. I could get used to this, you know. Look at this view. The beach and ocean right at the end of our bed, like we're a part of the sea. It doesn't get much better, does it? Maybe this place will be our special place. Tyler reaches around and pulls out an official-looking folded document and hands it to me. I open up the fold and read the title. Tyler, is this really the deed to this cottage, the shoreline, and meadows around it? Happy baby moon, honey. This paradise is all ours. Forever. I lean over with tears in my eyes and hold my head to his chest. I can hear his heart actively thumping, a happy, rhythmic beat. After a leisurely breakfast, we eventually get up. I dress in a light white sundress and put my hair up in a lazy bun. We walk into the field beyond the cottage, which is now our own. I pick daisies and wild roses and dahlias and gather them into a nice bouquet. You like those flowers, don't you? I see the look in your eyes, Tyler remarks. I like what they stand for. White roses stand for young love and new beginnings. That's us. Purple dahlias stand for grace, kindness, and beauty. That surely is Catalina Island. And white daisies stand for purity and innocence. And that's our baby soon to be born. He walks over, looks down at my bouquet, and smiles. I'll remember that. We walk hand in hand through the meadow. It's on higher ground and allows us a complete view of the ocean surrounding us. The breeze is soft and warm, and I'm loving its touch on my skin. I put my hands to my stomach and look over at Tyler, knowing I truly am in paradise. It's hard to believe it's only been a few weeks since we went from not knowing where the other one was to being in love. I agree, honey. It looks like a whirlwind romance, but it's never been. I think our love affair started 7 years ago. We were just too young and dumb back then to see what precious thing we had. And we foolishly let it go. I look up at Tyler. Never again, darling. Never again. Through the early afternoon, we stroll through wild paths. I make daisy chains for us both, and we act like grown kids, laughing, playing on the beach, loving every minute of our baby moon. The evening soon arrives. A part of me is sad, reminded it's our last day on the island. But I put that melancholy aside and get ready for our dinner date. I assume it will be a casual dining experience, but Tyler tells me to wear the prettiest dress I packed. I recall how long he was gone in the morning and can't help suspecting he is up to another surprise. The thought makes me smile as I look at myself in the vanity mirror, dolling up for the evening ahead. Tyler hires a driver to take us back into town. We dine at a lovely open-air, thatched-roof Mexican restaurant, which overlooks the main port. Locals and tourists alike populate the place, while a mariachi band plays lively strains set to a low ambiance volume. The server brings us a pitcher of margaritas, non-alcoholic, of course, and we feast on guacamole, salsa, homemade tortilla chips, and seared red snapper fillets. The gaiety of the restaurant puts us both in upbeat moods. It's the perfect ending to the perfect getaway. Over vanilla bean, ice cream drizzled with coffee and maple syrup sauce, Tyler looks me in the eye. How are you feeling, honey? You look wonderful tonight. I feel wonderful. I'm not so pale anymore, and I feel so rested and relaxed. This has been the best baby moon ever. Good. But I think there might be one more thing to top it off. I look at Tyler quizzically, unable to imagine what could make the stay any better. To my shock, Tyler gets up, goes on one knee, and opens a ring box holding a pink, emerald-cut diamond to match my original set. My dearest Monroe Hayes, will you marry me for real this time? My eyes pop, my hands go to my mouth, and through tears I cry out, "Yes, Tyler, of course I will." The entire restaurant crowd gets on their feet, clapping and cheering for us, while the mariachi band plays a traditional Mexican wedding song at full volume. Tyler points to a server and he comes out to hand me a gigantic bouquet of white daisies, white roses, and purple dahlias. The oohs and ahs from the crowd seemingly never end. With the ring sitting perfectly on my finger, Tyler and I danced the night away in the afterglow of our love, there in the thatched roof restaurant, on our own piece of paradise.
Chapter 43. Tyler. We're not heading home, are we? Monroe guesses after we pick up the Ferrari. No, we're not. I've planned the entire 2 weeks. You have? How did you know I would say yes to your proposal? I didn't. But I didn't become a financial success without becoming familiar with risk assessment and contract negotiation. I hedged my bets. I wink. Tyler, how awful. I know this time it's a contract involving love, honey. And to just be in your world is a risk-free thing for me. Okay, so what's the plan? I'm driving us to Riverside right now so we can visit with your family. Then we're headed to Malibu and the Clearwater Ocean Resort for our wedding and honeymoon. Does the schedule meet with your approval? I smile, barely containing my glee. Oh, Tyler, I can't believe it. I love everything about your plan. I put the Ferrari top down, put the car into gear, and wheeled to the freeway heading out to Riverside. The wind whips our hair. I look over at Monroe. She's leaning against the backrest, all smiling eyes under her shades. The GPS gets us to a typical suburban street, and I pull up to a modest bungalow, the yard immaculately kept and bursting with blooms. Hi, Dad. Monroe, welcome. You don't look very surprised to see us. I wink at Harry, and he winks back. No, dear. Tyler called ahead before you two left for Catalina. I knew you'd be here, and I'm so grateful. Please, come in. I follow behind Monroe. She looks back at me, and I flash a reassuring smile. Monroe, I'd like to reintroduce you to my wife, Claire. Claire, this is my daughter, Monroe, and her husband, Tyler. Thank you for welcoming me into your home, Claire. It's long overdue, I'd have to say. Harry has always sung your praises for what it's worth. And may I say congratulations on your marriage and upcoming ceremony in Malibu? Will you all be there? Absolutely. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Hi again, Monroe. Lyndon appears. In my eyes, he seems happy to see his stepsister. I hope they become as tight as Monroe is with Tiana. The visit goes well, and Monroe is the happiest I've ever seen her in terms of family ties. Things are really coming together for her, for us. We say our goodbyes until tomorrow, the day of the wedding. Then it's off to the Clearwater Beach Resort, where we check in as a bride and bridegroom-to-be. I wake before dawn with my lovely bride by my side. No separate rooms this time. I don't care about tradition or silly luck. I want Monroe close. I want to be close to our baby. I draw the curtains and the entire Pacific coast opens up to us. The resort's name is apt, and we both marvel at the beauty. Tyler, look. I smile. I know what Monroe sees below. I walk to the window to view the scene with her. Tyler, the entire place. It's covered in white roses, daisy chains, and purple dahlias. Yes, darling, it is. Young love, new beginnings, purity and innocence, and grace, kindness and beauty. I thought the theme should continue on our wedding day. Monroe hugs me so close I feel her tremble in my arms. I look down, worried. What's the matter? Don't you like it? Monroe raises her face. Her cheeks are wet with tears. Oh, sweetie. Happy tears, I gather. In choked emotion, Monroe stutters. Happy tears. Soon, the spacious ocean front is packed with marquee tents, while servers carry trays of champagne to guests who appear and grow in numbers. I had Sean invite our past clients, our family members on both sides, and, of course, our dear friends from our college years ago. I'm determined to make this auspicious day one to remember. Monroe and I meet under the California sun. Monroe is dressed in an iridescent flowing white gown, and I in a white suit and tie. We say our vows to one another in front of the resort's officiant. Vows we offer from the heart, wholly, purely, eternally, far beyond any meaningless contract. After kissing my bride, I look out at the crowd. There's not a dry eye at the resort, guests, or staff. There are even a few looker-ons who heard about the adventurous and romantic tale and had to witness and report. I crane my neck to see my grandfather. I know the heat is too intense today for him to sit directly outside. I finally spy him, my grandmother, my parents, and Tiana. E is sitting in a wicker chair on the resort's back deck with my family. He winks at me and gives me the thumbs up. The stringed quartet plays Beethoven's Ode to Joy as a cue for us to walk down the aisle together. I take Monroe's arm in mine and we playfully run. Halfway down the white-carpeted path, Monroe throws her bouquet. It flies high in the air. The robust breeze has the white ribbon separate, and the bouquet separates in two. One clump of flowers lands in Tiana's hands, the other in Kelly's. Both women smile. I see E mouthing the words "no way" in terms of Tiana's romantic future. Kelly, on the other hand, refuses to look a gift bouquet in the mouth and runs straight to Sean. Sean laughs, picks Kelly up, and twirls her in his arms. My bride and I laugh so hard, as do all the spectators. When life works for good, it sends ripples out and spreads the good high and wide. The sound of little voices cheering draws closer, and we all train our eyes to the source. It's Vivienne and the Little Haven kiddies, dressed in their Sunday best, fist pumping and jumping for joy. "Oh, Tyler, you didn't forget a soul, did you?" "Not a one. Family is a bigger word than you think." I flash a toothy smile. "Fate is a funny thing, Mr. Evans." "Fate is a fantastic thing, Mrs. Evans."
Chapter 44. Monroe. It doesn't take long for everyone to file out, one by one. I breathe a sigh of relief, happy to finally have some quiet time. Tyler's voice suddenly interrupts my trance. "Are you ready to head back to our room?" he asks, tired. It has been a long day, and I would love to return to our room. The plush resort bed sounds lovely. "Please," I simply reply, as he places his hand on my hip to walk me to the room. My mind is now wandering elsewhere when we return to our room. A comfortable bed isn't just for sleeping, you know. And it is a special night, I think to myself as a mischievous grin grows on my face. "I think I'm going to get in the shower," I say as we settle into the room. Tyler smiles at me happily but looks shocked when I pull my shirt over my head and toss my black lace bra into his lap. "Feel free to join me," I add seductively as I walk into the bathroom. A small part of me hopes I get to shower, and the hot water will probably feel amazing on my skin. The other part of me hopes I never make it there. I start the shower, set it to the perfect temperature, and finish stripping. I can't help but feel slightly disappointed that I haven't even been hearing any movement in the other room from Tyler. I step into the soothingly hot water and feel it pour over my skin. I stand directly under the stream, close my eyes, and feel relaxed. Suddenly, I feel hands on my hips and open my eyes to find Tyler has slipped into the shower behind me. "I bet you thought I wasn't coming, huh?" he asks with a sneaky smile on his face. I quickly step into his embrace, enjoying the feeling of his skin on mine. He is covered in goosebumps from the hot steam against his cool body. "You're right," I say. "I'm glad you did, though." Tyler returns the smile. "Why's that?" he asks, with a certain amount of teasing in his voice. I don't reply. Instead, I tilt my head to kiss him. Our lips meet, and I'm instantly overwhelmed with happiness as his soft lips make contact with mine. Tyler pulls me closer into his naked body, and I am in pure bliss momentarily. I have to stop you right there because this scene is too much for YouTube. Go to tylawalker.com for access to all of our unabridged audiobooks, as well as our ebooks that have yet to be converted into audiobooks. Use SAVE40 as a discount code at checkout for 40% off. Let's keep reading. Chapter 45. Monroe. We both sleep in. The bridal suite at the Clearwater Ocean Resort is a dream. The bed and linens feel like clouds. Neither one of us wants to move, watching the white chiffon curtains bellow in and out with the soft sea breeze. There's a knock at the door. Breakfast is served. Tyler yawns, stretches, and gets up to get the door. The silver and china service sit on a cart, rolling it in. The server sets the meal on our table. Tyler finds bills in his slacks and tips the grateful man. I stay hidden in the duvet until he leaves. I sneak a peek at the meal before us. I get whiffs of coffee, orange juice, bacon, eggs, and toast. It smells like heaven. The scent alone gets me out of bed. I put on my robe and join Tyler at the table. It's our first breakfast as a genuine married couple. I sit back and imagine years from now. Tyler with his head behind a newspaper while I'm buttering toast for our child. Maybe it's too traditional and too sexist, but really, I don't care. Our future, however it unfolds, will be perfect for me. Between bites of egg and toast, I look over at Tyler. Can you believe we are really married? I mean, not just on paper, but in our hearts. Tyler looks over and smiles. It's the easiest thing to believe, honey. It's all I've ever wanted from the first day I spied you on campus. I fell in love with you then, and you hadn't even said one word. Oh, so it was purely my looks then, mister? Tyler laughs. No, silly. It was how you carried yourself, how you conversed with others, how you dressed, how you walked. I fell in love with your essence, Monroe. I know all I had to know about you from day one. I smile and pick up a slice of toast. I chomp down, only to get jam all over my face. Then I stick out my tongue. How do you like me now? Tyler belly laughs. He leaves the table, picks me up in his powerful arms, and puts me to bed once again. Sleep isn't on his mind. I flash a twinkling smile. Hours later, the hotel phone rings. Tyler picks it up, but I can hear what the caller is saying. Good morning, Mr. Evans. It's Mike Thompson here. Just a ring to let you know we have the AV equipment set up in the resort conservatory, overlooking the ocean. They are ready whenever you are. Yes, okay. We'll be down in a while. Can you... Yes, sir. Refreshments and desserts are already out. I will tell them you'll be down shortly. What's that all about? Honey, you know how our romance was such big talk among the staff? Well, it's big news now. Word has gotten around. The resort wants to feature us in their next magazine edition. Front page photo, center spread. The manager says it'll be a half an hour tops, just a simple Q&A session. Are you up for it? I cock my head and think about it for a second. Sure, it sounds like fun. I'll get ready. I jog into the shower, happily singing in the waterfall, soon to be joined by my handsome hubby. We giggle and say we're saving California water. Hand in hand, we walk into the conservatory. The glass and wrought iron structure is roped off in red velvet, with a sign marking the space as reserved. Mike greets us at the entrance. I know it's him from his brass name tag, and I smile. I hope your stay last night was satisfactory, Mr. and Mrs. Evans. It was, we both chorus and laugh. Your ceremony yesterday was simply perfect. We will feature many of the photos Dwayne Reynolds took. He's our director of guest relations. Mike shows us to our seats, and the Q&A session begins. Tyler and I take turns answering the queries. We end up weaving a tale of two lost lovers, reunited again after 7 long and lonely years. This time we meet and wed as the matchmaker Maven and the billionaire bachelor. Mike listens, and I see his eyes tearing up. He feels the love in the air. You two are love personified. It's a story which should have never ended as it did, but here you both are. Your tale and these photos will make our magazine's year. On behalf of everyone at the Clearwater Ocean Resort, I thank you for this rare opportunity to talk with you and get to know your journey. It's been our pleasure, Mike. I'm sure we'll visit this resort for many years to come, especially on our wedding anniversary. Right, dear? No other place I'd like to be. Tyler smiles. But I know by Tyler's face, we're both dreaming of Catalina and our little slice of heaven. Tyler and I leave the interview session more confident in our love than ever before. Our feelings about the future, about life, about our dreams and hopes are all commingled. We walk through those doors as one. You want to hit the beach and go for a walk? Just like in there, you read my mind, darling. Tyler takes me in his arms, and we stroll toward the sand. We take our shoes off and wade into the surf and let life wash over us. Tyler? Yes? I figured out something back there. What? Humans aren't supposed to push life like you would a square peg into a round hole. We are supposed to meet it, so time and maturity form the shape, not the other way around. As soon as you and I let go of our fears and doubts and trusted in ourselves, everything fell into place for us, didn't it? Everything did. Tyler kisses me. Afterwards, I look down, and in that instant, I find the first shelf for our baby's room.
Chapter 46. Tyler. Isn't it great? We can lie out here on the beach and just relax in the sun. I grab both of Monroe's arms. Not today. We're going adventuring. Adventuring? Yep, well, paragliding over the coast. I've signed us up for adventures at the resort today. Are you up for a day of surprises? I promise. Nothing to hurt the baby. Try to stop me. This sounds fun. I grab Monroe's hand and we jog down the beach to the parasailing station. The instructor harnesses us, and soon, with his help, we are sailing high above the Malibu coast. Oh, Tyler, look at this! Monroe shouts. It's beautiful. I nod, happily smiling. After close to an hour's ride, we gently land back on the beach with the help of the guide, as easy as you please. There, facing us, is a resort photographer. Mind if the resort captures some of your honeymoon adventures? I look to Monroe for approval, and she easily nods. Click away. We're having a blast already. So we pose near the paraglider and beside our guide, getting some great shots for the resort's magazine. What's up next, sweetie? How about a game of Marco Polo in their maze pool? Perfect. I'm hot, and I'm an excellent swimmer. I'll win. I grab Monroe's hand once more, and we run to the maze pool. It's a series of long, winding pool paths around palms and under walking bridges and through caves. I call out, Marco! Monroe calls back, Polo! And it's her giggling which leads me to her every time. The photographer gets shots of us under the bridge and at the entrance to the cave system with a waterfall in the backdrop. I look at Monroe to make sure she's feeling all right, and she gives me back smile after smile. How about a cool drink in the poolside tiki lounge? If you keep reading my mind, you'll have to marry me. Monroe winks. Pina coladas in the tiki lounge it is. Non-alcoholic, of course. I find us a beachside table, and we sip the coconut and pineapple smoothies under the shade of the thatched roof. A gentle, warm breeze cools us off as well. I slide Monroe's chair closer to mine so I can wrap my arm around her, feel her close, always. Oh, Tyler, this truly is heaven. I'm so glad you chose this resort. It is everything a newlywed couple could ever want for their stay. Yes, including a couple's massage. Are you up for some relaxing downtime? Lead the way, hubby. Massage sounds perfect. Where do we go inside? Oh, no. Their massage center is in that tiki hut down the beach. A relaxing massage as we hear the waves roll in. I could get so used to this, Tyler. I'm hoping you do. We have 7 missed years to make up, you know? Don't I ever. Monroe leans over and kisses me. Her lips are warm and sweet from the pina colada. I want to scoop her up in my arms. And so I do. It's our honeymoon after all. Wait! What are you doing? Monroe cries out, giggling. Carrying you over to our massage appointment. You might as well start relaxing now. I jog over to the shack with the love of my life in my arms. For the next hour, we have a couple's rub down and a hot basalt stone treatment. When the masseuse lifts the stone, we both sigh. It's as if all the remaining tension from our bodies lifts as well. We are physically and mentally free. The only sensation I feel is me holding Monroe's hand. She looks over at me. I look back, and it's all I can do to not weep. I'm so in love. In that hour, the last 7 years of loneliness and sorrow in losing Monroe evaporate too, and we are born again in each other. The photographer stops by to get shots of our treatments, and we're too zen-like to even notice his clicking. He laughs at us. I guess I don't need to ask you how this activity went. I finally look up with heavy eyelids. No, you do not. 2 thumbs up if I had the energy to raise them. After the massage, we decide to head up to our room, shower together, and dress for a luxurious late lunch of cracked crab, lobster, and non-alcoholic champagne at the Terrace restaurant. The white linen tablecloths and crystal and china service bring us back down to earth in such a fine way. I watch Monroe stare at her champagne glass, her long fingers removing the condensation droplets. You do that so lovingly. Why, darling? Oh, I don't know. It's something I do in the tropics when I'm content. A lazy wiping away of the water droplets. It makes me smile. Everything you do, Monroe, makes me smile. And I pick up her habit and wipe the droplets from my glass as well. And she's right. It's a calming, happy-making act. We change out of our street clothes and put on fresh swimsuits once again for a siesta under a beachside cabana where on the double chaise we spoon. I hold her tightly, and we drift off to sleep in the soft trade winds. The last thing I remember before I drift away is holding Monroe's stomach. We are a family, and I want to keep both of my loves warm and safe. After an hour or so, my eyelids flicker to find I'm alone on the chaise. I look out and see Monroe sitting on the sand, creating a mammoth sandcastle with only her squared-off travel soap dish, 1 sand brick at a time. Beachgoers stop to admire the soap dish creation as well as the resort photographer. Did you really make this castle with just a soap dish? Asks the photographer. Yep. Every brick. Pretty cool, huh? Who says you need special toys to have a child's fun? Everyone laughs and shakes their head at the miraculous feat. I laugh too. My voice startles her. Hey, do you need water for your moat? Oh, did I wake you? No, honey. I kneel beside her and give her a soft kiss. There's only one thought which comes to mind, seeing her as I do. Monroe, you will make the best mother. She looks up at me and smiles. I plan to, sweetie. I plan to.
Chapter 47. Monroe. I can't believe that I am going to have my baby today. Tyler made sure that I have the best that the hospital has to offer. So I am in the exclusive labor ward of St. Christopher's Hospital. I'm going to have Tyler's baby in this luxurious room. The stack of books that I brought with me is on my bedside table. I take the last book that I have not read and open it up. As I am reading the first chapter about what to expect, I feel a cramp in my lower back. I ring for the nurse, and she is there in an instant. Monroe, what can I help you with? I had another cramp. Is it really a contraction? The nurse comes over to the monitor that is next to me. I think it is time to put the monitor on you. How far apart are these cramps? Just as the nurse asks, I get another cramp. This one makes me cry out. When I catch my breath, I manage to answer. I just had another one right now. The nurse smiles at me. Let's get this monitor on you really quick. It looks like a belt attached to the machine. She puts it around my pregnant tummy and snaps it closed. Then she turns on the machine, and it starts to beep. When you have a contraction, We will be able to see it here. Another contraction hits, more powerful than the last. The nurse watches the monitor. Oh my goodness. That was a big one. I think you are on your way to having your baby. I better call Tyler. I dial his phone, but he doesn't answer. I leave a message and a text saying, "It is a go time." I can't believe that I am going to become a mother soon. I can't wait to meet this baby. Will she look like Tyler? Or will she look like me? I'm dying to know. An hour goes by, and now the contractions are coming every few minutes. Tyler is still not in the room, and I'm starting to get worried. The doctor comes to examine me, but I can hardly focus, too busy wondering where he could be. Now don't worry, Monroe. Nothing is going to keep Tyler from being here to see his baby born. He's one involved father. I noticed that during our visits. Yes, he is. I grind out. I can't talk anymore, as the contractions are knocking the wind out of me. I can't take the pain anymore. I want to have an epidural. The anesthesiologist comes in, and I start bawling. Everyone tries to comfort me, but I want Tyler. Where is Tyler? I think you are ready to push soon, Monroe. Let's set you up. Everything goes by in a blur, until I hear the doctor say the most terrifying words I've ever heard. The baby is in distress. Dr. Ramos has a serious look on his face. Monroe! Tyler? The smallest relief washes over me, knowing at least he is here now. But what about my baby? What is wrong with the baby? The baby is in distress, Tyler. I'm so scared. Tyler comes beside the bed and looks at Dr. Ramos, who nods his head. Listen, baby. Nothing is going to happen to either of you while I am here, he promises. Another contraction comes, and everyone is looking at the baby's heartbeat. It slows down. Okay, gang, it's time to deliver this baby, Dr. Ramos says. Then everything goes super fast. I don't know what is happening. The doctor tells me to push and I do, over and over again. I'm exhausted. I can't go on, but Tyler holds my hand and kisses my forehead. You can do this, Tyler says. I give one more push. Then I hear the doctor and the team scrabbling to get the baby to breathe. She doesn't cry, and I feel like my heart might stop from the anxiety of waiting. Tyler is holding my hand so tight. I think he is going to break it. Then the silence is broken as the baby cries out, healthy and strong. Happy tears flood my eyes, and I can't stop blubbering as the tension eases away. When the room dies down and all of the labor and delivery team has gone, the baby cuddles on my chest. Tyler steps out to announce the birth to his family, coming back in a few minutes later. You look so beautiful, Monroe, he murmurs. Our baby is perfect. I glow with happiness because I have dreamed for 9 months of hearing Tyler say something like this. Everyone is dying to come in to see the baby. Kelly called dibs on being godmother. She says you can be the godmother when Sean and her have their baby in a few months. I laugh out of pure joy. Everything is perfect. Tyler takes a turn holding the baby and starts to cry tears of joy. We are a family now, Tyler says. My laughter turns to happy tears, feeling like the luckiest woman in the world.
Chapter 48. Tyler. Sundays were never like this before. I am holding baby Ella. She's sucking her thumb, looking at me. The wind is howling outside, but I barely notice, entranced with my darling daughter. The lights flicker when I hear thunder. The baby cries at the noise, and I hold her closer to my heart. I don't have a shirt on so that the baby and I can be skin to skin. She stops crying, and I feel like I've saved the world. I kiss her on the cheek and think of our future together. Someday she will talk. She will walk. Someday she may even get married, and I will walk her down the aisle. It will be the most important day to me besides my own wedding to Monroe. My daughter is going to be the most beautiful woman that you will ever see. She will be as beautiful as Monroe. I'm off in dreamland thinking of the baby in Monroe when Ella cries. It's a little mew at first, like a little kitty cat, but then she starts to scream. I don't know what is happening, but I don't want Monroe to see us like this. She will be coming into the room in a minute to nurse the baby. Maybe that's the problem. She is hungry. The thunder roars again, making Ella scream even louder. I don't have any experience with babies. All the experience I have is with spoiled board members and disgruntled employees. I am the best at calming those people down, but I'm sure I can find a way to calm my own baby daughter down. I get up from the chair and put her on my shoulder. I pat her back softly, drawing out a burp. The baby stops crying and I breathe a sigh of relief. It was gas and I figured it out. I can handle things in a nursery just as well as I can handle myself in the boardroom. Ella cradles her little head on my shoulder, and I feel such warmth toward her. She is everything to me. I sit back down to rock her. This lulls my little darling to sleep, and I feel a sense of relief that I have never felt before. Tyler, how's it going? Monroe asks from the doorway. She looks so beautiful in her nursing gown. The baby is sleeping, I say. I see that. I guess you can't nurse her now. Tyler, we have her on a schedule. If I don't nurse her now, it will ruin our schedule. Okay. I sigh and stand up. Monroe sits down in the rocking chair and I hand her the baby very slowly. She's not made of glass, Tyler. You don't have to be so gentle. She won't break. I laugh. Monroe has practically become the perfect mother overnight. As I watch Monroe begin to nurse our baby, I start to count my blessings. I can't believe that, after all the years I spent yearning for Monroe, she is finally mine. And now, Ella is ours. I'm so glad that E pushed me into finding a wife, I muse with a laugh. Monroe smiles at me and I smile back. I'm glad that I was assigned as your matchmaker. We did make a heck of a match, that's for sure. We both laugh. The baby stops nursing and gives us a smile. It's like she understands the love between her mother and me. Do you think she'll like the story of how we met and fell in love? Will she even believe it? Monroe asks. Well, some of it is unbelievable. But the part about how I dreamed of you for all those years, and then you came to me. Now that's a good story. Can you believe that out of all those matchmakers at my firm, I got assigned to you? Well, you were the best. Monroe pauses for a moment, and I have a feeling she's noticing that I use the past tense. I know she's undecided about whether she will return to work or not. I wonder if I've put my foot in my mouth with my slip. Finally, she speaks. I think I'm going to quit my job and stay home with the baby. Is that all right with you? Of course it is, I reassure her. As long as you're happy with whatever you decide. I have nothing to worry about. Monroe is the best mother ever. I don't deserve you, Monroe. I know. Monroe laughs. But you have me anyway. Oh, Monroe, I so look forward to our life together. I do too, Monroe says. I do too.
Chapter 49. Monroe. The room is cool and the silk sheets feel wonderful as I lay next to Tyler, who is fast asleep. It is time to get up, but I don't want to wake him. He looks like an angel. He is my angel, that's for sure. Before we were together, I had a sordid past full of pain. I did not have the strength that I have today with Tyler's love. His love makes all the difference in the world. Last month, Tyler took me to visit my mother and aunt's grave. He put his arm around me as we stood graveside. I cried, and he dried my tears. Don't cry, my love, he said. Although you can't be with your mother or aunt anymore, they watch over you and our family. Then we stood there together watching our now 3-year-old daughter arrange the flowers we had brought. It was very bittersweet to watch her put flowers on the grave of her grandmother. Tyler starts to wake up and pulls me closer to him. I snap out of my stupor. I turn to kiss him good morning, But then the door opens. Our young daughter, Ella, is at the door. "Mom, Daddy," she screams and giggles. She jumps into bed with us, and we all wrestle around the bed together, laughing and having fun. My daughter was not born with my caramel skin. At first, I didn't know how to react. I sulked for the better part of a year, but then I grew to love the fact that she looks like the man I am so deeply in love with. When she looks at me, she does so with the eyes of her father, and that gives me a thrill. I love it that she looks like Tyler. "Daddy, are you still taking us to Kitty Island?" Our daughter asks. "Kitty Island? Where is that?" "Don't you know, Daddy?" I laugh because I know what my daughter is trying to say. She is so precious. "Tyler, she means Catalina Island." We both laugh. "We better get out of bed if we are going anywhere. Hop to it. I'm making pancakes for everyone," Tyler says. All three of us hop out of bed and start to get ready. "I'll dress Ella. You go downstairs and start breakfast," I say. Tyler nods and goes into the bathroom to change. "Ella, let's go get dressed, Angel." "Okay, Mama." "Can it be Mommy and Me Day?" Ella asks while I look through her clothes. "You bet it can." Ella means that she wants us to dress alike. Tyler ordered us several Mommy and Me dresses, so I pick us both bright orange and navy-flowered sundresses. Spring is here. Catalina is going to be beautiful. Breakfast is fun with Tyler, making animal pancakes for Ella and I. He is the sweetest man that has ever lived. He puts on Ella's favorite nursery school songs, and the three of us sing at the top of our lungs. After breakfast, Tyler loads us up into the Range Rover. He makes sure Ella is safely in her car seat, and he even makes sure I've buckled up correctly. "I'm a grown woman, Tyler. You don't need to seatbelt check me." Tyler winks. "I always protect the ones I love." When we arrive at Catalina Island, it is almost like coming home. Running through a field of dandelions with Ella makes me feel alive. I have that rare feeling of being in the right place at the right time. Down to my bones, I know that I was meant to be with Tyler forever. There isn't a doubt in my mind that we belong together. "Let's eat on the beach," Tyler says. "I'll set up. Will you keep Ella busy so that she doesn't distract me?" "Will do." Tyler picks up Ella. She screeches with happiness when he lifts her to sit on his shoulders. I take a deep breath of the salty sea air, and then I start setting up our picnic. Wherever we are, if Tyler and Ella are by my side, that is all I need. I feel so much joy in my heart. After years of struggle, I am finally home.
Chapter 50. Tyler. The years have passed by so fast for Monroe and I. Time flies when you are having fun, they say. And I think this is the case for the both of us. Today is our 4th wedding anniversary, and it just feels like yesterday that we said, "I do." This anniversary is a real big deal for me, as was every year since we got married. I've done some pretty big celebrations, parties, trips, and big gifts. This time I want to spend my wedding anniversary with my family. It isn't hard to talk Ella into helping her dad. She is Daddy's girl, that's for sure. With her beautiful brown hair and hazel green eyes, she looks like a princess to me. She and her mother are my royalty. Monroe is the queen of my heart, and Ella is my little princess. Ella, help Daddy pick a present for Mommy. We are at the mall choosing a present for Monroe. Ella knows well the concept of present and gift giving. As she walks the glass display cases at the jewelry store, I can see her looking at each and every piece to see if it is good enough for her mommy. After a long time walking around the store, Ella settles on a tiara. It isn't practical, but for Ella, whose mom is her queen, this is the perfect present. I tell the clerk to ring it up, and I also grab a beautiful butterfly jewelry set that will look perfect on Monroe. After the mall, Ella and I go to the grocery store and buy a special meal for Monroe. Ella is even going to help me cook. She likes to be my sous chef when I cook. I indulge her, enjoying our time together. I can't believe how fast Ella has grown, from a small infant to a walking, talking, thinking, and analyzing 3-year-old. Nothing gets past this little girl. She is so independent and self-reliant. The weather is beautiful today, the sun shining bright. We don't even need sweaters as we stand outside, grilling our special dinner under a brilliant blue sky. "Mommy is really going to love this, Daddy," Ella cries out. "I know she is, darling. You made good choices at the grocery store." Ella knows that her mother loves steaks even though she doesn't eat them often. I was impressed when Ella selected them, as it showed she put a lot of thought into the meal. Not only that, she remembered what would be special for Monroe. For a small child, it's impressive. When Monroe comes home, I give her a fancy spa treatment. I take off her shoes and rub her feet. I have her change into some new loungewear that I've bought her. I wash her hands, face, and feet with warm towels. It's everything I can do to make her feel like royalty. After we eat dinner, it is cake and present time. I bought you a cheesecake, Mommy, because I know you really love cheesecake. That's perfect, Ella. I love cheesecake, Monroe says, and kisses Ella on the forehead. Open your presents first. Monroe opens up her boxes and gets excited about all her gifts. She immediately puts on the butterfly necklace. After her present, I give her 24 red roses, and she almost cries. I glance over at Ella, and she is frowning. What's wrong, Ella? Why are you pouting? Where are my presents? Ella asks. Monroe and I start laughing. Oh dear. Monroe jumps up from the sofa and runs to the hallway closet. She comes back into the room with a stack of wrapped presents. Do you think Mommy would forget my darling? Monroe winks at me and I smile and shake my head. Monroe is the best mother and thinks of everything. She saved my bacon by buying those gifts. I hope that my life is always so full of love like it is now. In all my life, I will never regret marrying Monroe and having an amazing family with the woman I have loved since time immemorial.